Sorry, I know. I need to get a little bit of better timing. Let me see, are we live? Are we live? Yes, we are. Thanks, YouTube, for automatically launching it. Amazing. Good morning, man. Good morning. How you guys doing? Welcome. Thank you for stopping by. Kind of. What's up? Got myself like a full thing of water because I was working out, then took a shower. I was getting ready. I feel like I'm still sweating from the workout. It's weird. All right. So there's a lot of things, I guess. First, I want to set up the WebEx setup because I changed my layout on the computer. And I think we're even going to get I don't know if you'll notice it on your end, mobile device, but even a better viewing experience. I messed around with a couple of settings and it's going to be even sharper, I think. I don't know. But yeah, the layout I have to fix. So let me just join the webinar. Let's see, boom. And if I can fix it before they even start, that would be great. That would be great. Damn, I don't remember which one is the one. Maybe fuck. That's the, okay. This is the judge. I don't know which one's going to be the courtroom. That's what I need to know. I guess I'll have to wait. Thanks. Good morning, man. How you guys doing? Yo, yesterday, I had such a good time. We did the members video last night, and that was, I think, the live stream. That was one of the best members live streams I've had. I think it might be one of the best members video that we did. And I was drinking wine, and we did a Q&A, and I can't even believe how fast the time passed because I feel like I blinked and it was 2.5 hours. We streamed for like, I think it was 3 hours. Let me see. It was 3 hours, or a little over 3 hours last night. A lot of fun. It was really good. So thank you everybody that was able to make it. B12, happy birthday. Tomorrow is your birthday, the big 50. Oh, shit. What you going to do? What you going to do for your B-Day? Sugar Buns, good morning. Thank you for the super chat. Says good morning, Mel. Thank you for covering this case. Yeah, don't forget to hit the like button. Yeah, please, if you guys could hit like, I'd appreciate that. It's Friday. Rebecca says, love this shirt, Mel. Thank you so much. I got it. It's a new shirt. I got it. I think I bought it last week, and I really liked it in the store. The funny thing with that shirt too is the last time I wore it on Friday, somebody texted me. They're like, "Oh, you got a date? You going out on a date?" I'm like, "No, I'm just doing YouTube. It's just for YouTube." I had a blast yesterday. That was so good. Thank you guys so much. Mandy L, happy birthday. Says tomorrow's my 40th birthday. Amazing. I wonder what do you guys do for the big birthdays? I'm 37. I don't want to do when I'm 40, but sit at home, watch iCkEdMeL. That's what I do. Fuck it. It probably depends, right? Like if it's on the weekday or the weekend. I don't really do anything crazy for my birthdays, but maybe like the 40th, maybe I'll do something. I don't know. Happy birthday. So yeah, when they first start, just give me a little bit to like set up the screens. I'll try to get the because it's going to be tricky. Well, I guess because we actually want to focus on the witness camera because we're continuing with the interrogation today. So I'll focus on that. I'll maximize that first, and then we'll figure out the other stuff as I'm doing it. Oh, and I got the new aux cable. So in case I want to like kick back, if I want to, I can do that. 10 feet. Miss Dog Lover, your birthday tomorrow too? Miss Dog Lover says, my birthday tomorrow too, already on wine. Amazing!
Right. Court call 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury is not present in the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Prosecution?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Last night, the counsel filed an SDT with regards to raw data of an MMPI-2 that Dr. Torres may be in possession of. It's my understanding that we already dealt with that issue as far as discovery goes, it was real clear, at least my recollection is that the court said that information could be transferred to experts for evaluation. And so at this time, we're asking that STT be quashed. I haven't had a chance to talk to Dr. Torres about this, but I'm assuming the state hospital's position has not changed, that they're not going to want to disseminate the raw data from psychological testing.
As you know, let me see, but I don't think I can get it yet.
I follow the history, and I can talk about what exactly.
Okay, tell me what's going on.
So, Your Honor, I had requested and Dr. Gray provided, as you remember before, the literature that they were basing some of their diagnoses on, and specifically they had one article, and I can file this over, we can supplement it to the court. They provided one article specifically dealing with the MMP2 and that certain scores on that. And the article says which ones that you're looking at are some generally dissociative identity disorder is hard to score on the MMP2. This article that was relied upon evidently by Dr. Gray, and he said primarily in this, has certain scores though on it that are higher for people that they believe are malingering. And so all I'm asking, I'm not asking for all of the raw data. I'm asking strictly for the raw data on the MMP2, which is basically, it's just a multiple choice questionnaire that people fill out and then it scores a certain way. The reason I'm asking for this raw data is just for cross-examination purposes. And so they're saying it's scored a separate way. This is not anything that's copyrighted. This is not all of the raw data. This is something very specific in relation to an article that they gave that said her scores don't fit more in what this article says would be malingering. And so what I want just is to have that raw data so I can just go through more than likely, and I have a social worker who knows who has some experience in scoring it and so forth, and to look over that exact raw data in an effort for cross-examination.
Can you point to the part in Dr. Gray's report that you're referring to? I mean, what I can says?
Yes, I don't have it in front of me, but I can bring that over for the lunch, and also the article that he referred to on that, and then I can give that to the court. And so, like I said, I understand the general thing with the raw data needs to go between the experts. But this is something that's very specific. And also this is not something that I don't believe is copyrighted or anything like that. So like some of the structured interviews, I understand there's some copyright and there's some issues why they don't run the raw data on the structured interviews. This is strictly a multiple choice questionnaire. And like I said, I'll bring all that for the court to be able to look at.
Yeah, if you can do that, because I would agree. It sounds like what you're asking for is what article was it that he was relying upon that said that perhaps the MMPI2 not applicable, and you want to see that article so that you can.
So let me rephrase. Okay. I have that article.
Okay.
That article says that certain questions on the MMP2, if answered in this way, indicate malingering. Other answers on this indicate a more legitimate dissociative identity disorder. And the article actually says what group of questions they're referring to that indicate this one way or the other. And Dr. Gray said he relied upon that article in scoring the MMP2 to come to his conclusions. And so I'll bring you Dr. Gray's report where he says that.
Bring me the report
and the article.
Yep.
And then so Your Honor can see that. Yes, sir.
That'll work. Because we're not getting to Dr. Gray today, so
no, it goes next week, and I put the SCT for Monday. I don't necessarily need it on Monday. I just picked a date that seemed like it would work.
Okay.
But I'm fine, and we can move that down once the court wants to look at it over the weekend and make a decision.
Yeah.
I don't think we're going to get to them even next week, and so if I could have that stuff by Thursday, if the court is appropriate, that would
all right, sit down.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else that we need to address?
Not many people there, thanks.
Defense?
No, sir.
Okay, let's go ahead and bring the jury in.
I'm going to set up the camera here in a second when the witness camera turns on. Because we're going to have to go to like a full screen thing again because we still got a bit of the video to do. So, them boys looking refreshed, like they found some shit on the internet, some articles. So MMP2, I was looking it up a little bit. detecting malingering on the MMPI-2, Western Kentucky University. I don't know which specific article they're talking about. Comparative analysis of MMPI-2, malingering detection. That's from the National Institute of Health. Malingering. You're malingering me. I'm not going to take your malingering. Exaggerate or feign illness in order to escape duty or work. While some thought I was malingering, they couldn't see the pain I dealt with.
All rise for your jury, please.
Hold aboard. Hold aboard. I forgot what was that other word that I liked. That weird word. I need to keep a note with the weird words that I like. Malingering. There's some other weird shit. Oh, duplicitous. I like duplicitous. I forgot I gotta use that word on somebody personally. You're being duplicitous. What? What are you talking about?
Thank you. May all be seated.
Tired of your duplicity.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Again, we're going to start the same way that we have every other day, and that is with a question. Has anything occurred since we were last together that causes any of you to believe you could not continue to serve as a fair and impartial juror in this case? If so, please raise your hand.
Fantastical.
No response. All right. When we took our break on Wednesday, we were towards the end, but still in the midst of a video deposition. And I think that, or not deposition, I'm sorry, a video interview of the defendant. And I think that's where we're going to resume. Is that right? Okay. All right. Go ahead.
Oh, Lord Almighty, help us. Lord, if you guys could hit like to it, I'd appreciate that. Thank you. Like.
Oh, no, sorry.
Laura Key, thank you for the super chat. Says justice for Gannon. Kiana Tucker, thank you for the super chat. Rebecca, good morning. Thank you for the super chat. Rebecca, I got that already. Thank you so much. Laura Key says, do you think she's going to wait till she takes the stand to do her crazy shenanigans? Possibly. If she takes the stand. There's some people that theorize she might take the stand because she's crazy. Well, that's offensive. What do you mean crazy? All right, so this is what we're going to do here, right, Pimpin'?
There we go.
All right, so give me a second. We're going to set this up.
Yep.
We're going to set it up.
Certainly not me.
Okay. Amazing. I can make it a little bit bigger if you want. If you want. What's she doing? Popping pills or something? What's she doing? If you guys remember she was trying to get out, and they were like, "No, ma'am, you're gonna have to stay. I gotta go to the bathroom." No, you can't leave. You're holding me against my will. Let me get the Letecia cam. Give me 1 second. I'm working on it.
I just accidentally peed a little. Now my pants are wet.
There we go. Tisha watching too. She watching closely.
Oh.
Okay. Didn't take long. We're set up. Thank you, guys. She was talking about she wanted to go to the restroom too. Remember last time? What did she do? Yeah. And think of the affidavit. It said something about her stuffing paper tissue into her pocket or something. Thank you, Anime. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. It's Friday, guys. Friday. I guess we're almost at the end of this video.
All right.
Stretching out. Okay. She's gonna start out working out and shit too. I wonder why they can't hear it.
Okay. We're gonna take you to the restroom. Okay. We're gonna stand there. The hall door is gonna be closed where you have your private seats, but we need you not to wipe. And please don't flush the toilet. Just so that we can verify that indeed you did not wipe, because what we're worried about is potential evidence of compromise. Okay. Okay. You can leave your things here, so we'll just come in right back into this room.
NYC X Beanie, thank you so much. All the way.
I'm sorry? I said I acted like I wasn't in like some secure area or something.
It's fine.
They're skipping it. Oh, so they're gonna skip ahead while she's in the restroom. Oh, too far. So I guess she went to the restroom and came back. They told her not to wipe, I guess for evidence, and don't flush the toilet.
I guess I'll go to sleep. Can I go to sleep?
She wanna go to. She wanna go to sleep. Wow. Well, the Pisha, Lipecia, cool tails. Yeah, she got a blanket laying down. Okay. Wow. Thanks, Heather. Okay, take a nap. Sure. GP, thank you for the super chat. Roasted with Thorns, thank you for the 4-month membership. Thanks for all you do. Thank you. Nubian Max UK, thank you for the 3 months membership. Amazing. Why? Adrian, 17 months. Thank you so much. Justice for Gannon. I don't think she will take the stand. Look at how she's hiding. That's true. Some people think because of her, what do they say, narcissism or whatever. I wonder if she has her ears covered too. She's not listening, or it looks like she got her ears covered. I know they said they gave her headphones or something, or earplugs. Cherry, thank you for the 4-month membership. Says, this is my second home. Amazing. Boss Lady, thank you for becoming a member. Appreciate it. Thank you for all the love and support. Yeah, I don't see this lady slipping through and getting away with the shit that she did to Gannon. I think it's really important for people to watch this kind of stuff too. To see the manipulation that somebody can do, right? She was trying to manipulate everybody around her. Was she groaning or something? Moaning? LNC, thank you for the 3-month membership. Justice for Gannon. G-Man. Oh, good question, Mabel. Mabel says, is this where she pretends to have chest pain? I forgot that happens. Oh, and so at some point, we should be able to see the ambulance. I don't know if it's audio and video or just audio. Ash, thank you for coming on, member, man. Ash is pretty funny. He has some really funny comments that I've seen lately. Fake heart pain. It kind of looks like it was cut though, like the video. Plain Jane says, do we know where the suitcase was during this time? That I don't know. I forgot when they said this interrogation happened. I thought it was a couple days after. I forgot when this happened. Amy, good morning. Amy. Oh, thank you, Amy, pointing out I forgot to put the N on interrogation. Fix. Thank you. Well, thanks, Lily. I see what you tagged me. On the break, we'll take a look at this malingering.
Uh,
Thank you, Dana. Or Donna. Donna, thank you. Oh, thanks, Jin. Jin says this was on the 29th of January, so 2 days after Gannon went missing. Thank you for that. Oh, it's actually on.
I just need to stretch. Oh. Is there anything I can read or do?
It went crazy. So is she trying to give the appearance that she's comfortable and stuff? So she's just stretching, or she's getting ready for the act? Or she get a heart attack, whatever, panic attack. hell she go? Oh.
Oh. You waiting for the one?
Yeah, when she comes home.
Will you think I read? Will I read those things?
Hey girl, thank you for the membership. Love email. This reminds me a lot of Jody Arias. Yeah, she is special one too. Step. Oh. Oh, here we go. She's starting them now. You want me to slow the chat? The chat is already 60 seconds. I can try.
I'm having really bad chest pain. Like right here.
Okay.
My chest. That's so
Okay, sit down. We'll call for help.
bad chest pain. I need to probably
Okay.
get out of the clothes in.
Just sit in the couch.
So you tell me we can't get.
I'm telling you, we're going to call for help right now, but I want you to sit down.
I can't breathe. I'm just asking to be out. I can breathe.
No.
Tight and closed, not claustrophobic.
You just need to sit down on the couch.
It's really hurting. So.
Sit down on the couch.
Yeah, I can't breathe. I'm just asking you to open the door.
Five minutes. It's medical response.
I just want to breathe. I'm asking you to keep the door. That's all.
No, we're gonna no. Now we're gonna have to call you an ambulance because you said you got chest pain.
I just told you my chest pain. It's claustrophobic. I didn't breathe.
So we're gonna call you an ambulance.
I asked for you to open the door. I just can't breathe.
Well, you're being detained right now, so sit down on the
I
couch.
can't breathe, but I just wanted the door open, and you refused that. That's all I asked
You're
for.
being detained, and the door helps that. Okay.
Anywhere.
So sit down on the couch.
You just leave the door open so I can breathe?
Sit down on the couch.
Come on. I told y'all earlier I was claustrophobic and had really bad anxiety, and I take Prosecutors for it.
Yeah, well, you're claustrophobic until.
No, excuse me, I take Restroom every day, and if I don't take it, I could have a panic attack. I take it on panic attack. So you are misquoting what you heard, sir. Just said open the door.
Okay, well, we're gonna have medical come check you out.
I mean, ridiculous.
You said you're having chest.
Yes, I just since the door's been closed. I haven't taken my anxiety medicine. I've taken it so many days in a row.
Okay.
So I'm having.
You had told me,
I don't ever take it except on panic attacks.
yes, but you had told me earlier that you don't take it on a regular basis.
I don't.
But whenever,
Panic attacks. When I put
are
it
you
in the last
having?
few days, I feel like I am. That's why I kept asking you to open the door. So now this gentleman thinks that I'm being frustrated to deal with him when I asked several times just to open the door and let me get fresh air. That's all I asked you several times.
Okay. Would it be helpful? Like, do you have your lorazepam?
No, I don't.
Is it in your car?
No, I
in your
don't.
house? Or,
That's why I asked that I open the door.
like, do you want to see a medical personnel or?
I mean, I wanted the door open because I was having chest pain. That's all.
So what I need very clearly from you right now is for you to tell me whether or not you feel like you are having a medical emergency.
Panic attack now.
Okay. Do you feel like you're having a medical emergency that you need to be seen by a medical provider for?
I mean, not probably at the moment, but I am having chest pains, and usually it's a panic attack overing.
Okay.
I mean, I haven't taken it, so it's like taking me off of it because I couldn't get to it yesterday. I do. I've had general anxiety since I was 16.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah. So I literally opened the door and asked him, could I just open the door? That's all.
And he started making accusations.
Well, I'm sure that wasn't his intention.
That never his intention, but I didn't come on interview. Have I came at you been disrespectful to you?
No, and I hope that you don't feel like I've been disrespectful
No,
to you either.
that was very unprofessional. What you did.
I don't think so. I told you we were going to call medical. That's
No, that's not what you said. That's not what you said. But
No, that's right then. That's on recording.
okay, but that is not what you said. You started making up reasons why when I do have testing.
Okay. Well, I believe that you have testing. So like I said, if you would like medical attention, then we can get you medical attention. Is that what you want?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. That's what he told me to getting. And he told me to sit back down and shut the
I'll
door.
sit here with her if you want to.
Thank you. Just leave the door open. That's all I'm asking.
Ooh.
Want the door open.
Ooh.
So we'll get somebody to come check you out. Do you have any kind of, other than the anxiety disorder, do you have any other medical conditions that we should be aware of?
No, I'm just hungry and tired, and
Okay.
when I get like this, I panic attack.
Okay. So, I mean, I gave you a hot pocket earlier. Is there something else that I can get for you? Do you want a sandwich? Do you want burrito? I have tamales. We have all kinds of stuff here. We can order something if there's something that you need to eat.
You said
You
Molly?
just got to tell me what it is. What would you like? I mean, obviously, I'm not going to buy lobster, but what would you like to eat?
First, I would like to see can they like help me with anxiety medicine?
Do you need somebody to bring us your anxiety medicine?
Like,
We don't have anxiety medicine here. So.
yeah, I'm saying you said you could call medical professional.
Sure, I can call an EMT. Like they're gonna call an EMT,
Thank you.
but they're not gonna be able to dispense medication to you. If you have a prescription, I mean, maybe your husband can bring it, and we can get you your medication. You can self-administer what you already have prescribed to you.
Sorry, I'm not right here.
Huh?
My throat is blowing now. When all I asked for was for the door to be opened.
Okay, well it's open.
I know, but he was very rude about it. Just to please read. That's all.
Okay. Well, maybe you two, y'all personalities don't click. Sometimes that happens.
But come on, I'm a human being. It's the door. Clearly, I'm not going anywhere. The door. Fine, open the door. That's all I ask.
Well, it's open now. So
Yes, I appreciate you saying.
Damn. We got to talk about that on the break.
You
We're
know,
gonna
if
talk
there's
about
anybody at your house that can bring your medication.
Right. My medication is not at my house. Probably. Book bag. So yeah, it's probably in my book bag. Put it my friends over here. I don't have a number because you guys took my phone.
Well, if you want to tell us your passcode, we can get the number out of the phone. If that's
You guys already had the passcode because I told you plainly earlier when you were here about something. I said the code for, I think it's the same passcode we use for everything. No.
I don't know what that passcode is. If you want me to get your friend's phone number out of your phone, if you want to give me the passcode, then I can.
Okay, but you said medical. By the time my friend would get here, medical people could already.
But they're not going to be able to dispense medication. Like the EMT is not going to be able to dispense medication.
So I have a chest pain, but you're just telling me I can't do nothing.
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying they're calling for medical personnel, but it's going to be an EMT. You're telling me your chest pains are anxiety related, and I'm trying to offer a solution to get your prescribed medication for that issue.
It's because I haven't taken it, so you. No.
Paramedics on the way in the lobby and bring them up here, okay?
Thanks, girl.
Let's move it. It's one air.
Do you have any, some people, whenever they have anxiety attacks and stuff like that, they have little songs that they sing to themselves or things that they think about that kind of help calm their mind, calm their anxiety. Do you have anything like that? Maybe a favorite vacation that you've been on?
I'm trying.
What's your favorite vacation you've ever been on?
Mm-hmm. Probably Aruba.
What? What did you do while you were in Aruba?
All right, gotta breathe.
Sure.
Fighting, like, right here, you know? Thanks, President.
Absolutely.
Oh. Not kind of spreading right here. Are they almost here?
I've been standing here with you, so I don't have that answer.
Damn. Wow. Yo, welcome to the new members, man. Thank you for joining up. I appreciate it. Gracias,
When was
gracias.
the last time you took your lorazepam?
Okay. I'm saying, like, you take that like that policy that's mild, you can't just not take it the next day. You have to, like,
Right. So I'm asking, when was the last time you took it?
so I was taking it yesterday. What's today? What is today?
Today
It's the
is
day of the week.
Wednesday.
Yeah, so I didn't take it Tuesday or today.
Chrissy.
So you said your favorite vacation was Aruba?
Mm-hmm.
Do you like to scuba dive or snorkel or?
And I'm being serious. I'm getting dizzy now.
Uh-oh.
Just lean back on the couch.
Yeah, like moving activities.
Floating activities.
Yeah.
Yep. Feel free to put your feet up. Do what you need to.
I don't care about y'all taking my what's your call? Writing my thing because of evidence. So don't think because I know that's what I do. He knows it and that's it. If you're gonna take it anyway and you can have it, that's the point of it. But I really have a chest pain.
Believe you.
So my body is not everyday condition, and I work out a lot, and put it down. I took a Tylenol. That's why I spoke earlier. I took a Tylenol. I started getting like a headache and a little bit like, but sometimes that helps, you know.
Sure.
Maybe I'll do it sunrise. What? like if I had like something fast and could I get something to read, that might would help. If you talked about focusing on the brain or something, I feel like that would help, you know? But he said I couldn't have anything to read.
Give her a placebo.
We haven't talked about other questions about the time pass. Can you give me your command? I can't hardly breathe. Okay. But I will certainly do that for you.
Are you okay listening to me? Is that okay?
What you're going to do? Absolutely, right?
Well, you can take your time to answer.
I want to answer you right away, so then that would trigger that. So it's going to take just like 3 minutes or so.
That's good.
Oh God.
Okay. It's great again. It's hard to breathe in here. Why does it sound like hard to breathe?
Please get stuffy after a little bit. They do.
They do?
Yeah, I mean, we got one.
Yeah.
You know. Where do you get those shoes?
Your old shoes.
It's in pattern before.
Yeah, your old shoes. All the Nike freaks are like that.
Are they? Well, not that same pattern. Maybe it was stolen that.
No. If it's a 5.0, a different 5.0 is that if it's the same one. But I don't ever really wear these. They're probably like a 2012 model. Maybe 14. Something like that.
Yeah, I've had my Nikes forever. They last for a while.
Are they coming? If I could just get some oxygen.
That's what's coming. Because sometimes if you
I did, I couldn't breathe.
still can't breathe,
Mm-hmm.
so do you have a bit of anxiety, is that right?
Well, I guess really that was by diet changes and like workout changes, and I can't breathe, so I asked that guy to open the door and he told me no and shut it and like leave. Is that light blinking out there?
Oh
Yeah,
shit.
it blinks.
They're there, the paramedics?
There.
Here we are? That's all there. Thank you.
You sure?
Yeah.
I am paramedic with fire department. What's going on?
I have a little bit of chest pain. Right, it's like right here, and now I can't breathe. I just tried to get him to open the door so I could breathe, but
Okay.
it wouldn't.
What did you put? Alright.
I didn't have like I took a Restroom, so I don't know if they might be anxiety related, but
Okay.
I don't
Just check it.
I had anxiety since I was like if I was 16.
Okay. Did you just take the Razam meeting?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I had taken it like a few days in a row, so without taking it, I feel like I'm doing
You can lay back if you're more comfortable.
even sick.
Okay. So we have chest pain right now?
Yep.
What does it feel like?
Right now it's going up more and more.
What does it feel like? Is it a stabbing pain? Is it a pressure?
No, it's like pressure.
Pressure. Okay.
Yada yada yada.
You
What does it feel like?
Abnormal short of breath?
Well, I could breathe in here, and I kept asking them to open the door so I could breathe.
Okay. We're just going to check your heart. Put some stickers on you and take a picture of the electrical activity of your heart there. Any other medical problems other than anxiety?
Any other one? I mean, like dealing with that area in general.
Do you have any other medical problems like cancer,
Yeah.
diabetes,
Yeah, like-
pressure,
Yeah, like asthma,
asthma?
but not those other ones that you
Do you
say.
have any other diagnosed medical history from a doctor?
So diagnosed, no.
Okay. Do you take any medication every day other than the lorazepam we already talked about?
Not every day, no.
What other medicines do you take today?
I don't know what it's called.
What is it for?
Sleeping?
Okay. Vital. Do you have any allergies to medication?
No.
What's the good thing?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this one up too. How old are you? How old are you?
Oh, yeah, 35. No.
Dan, what's your date of birth? What's that?
35.
No, what's your date of birth? What day were you born? In what year?
35.
Okay, we're gonna let police. Let's take it on the test. Maybe good look at your heart, okay?
Did I ask anything wrong? I don't understand.
I'm just asking what your birthday is. And you keep saying 35.
Oh,
Sir? Are you off in the back? What day in August?
Well, we're gonna have to put some stickers right underneath your left breast here so you can take a look at your heart.
August? What year?
Oh. 1983.
1980. Ma'am, I didn't catch your name. Give me your name, please. Letecia.
Can you spell Lisa, please?
Go ahead and write this name on it. We can write down for you. Ma'am, when's the last time you had problems with your anxiety?
I have it every once in a while, like, whenever I don't eat and don't, like exercise, different routines.
Any drugs or alcohol today?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
What have you taken?
it's been. Earlier before I went to the bathroom?
I'm asking if you took drugs or alcohol.
Oh, yeah, like, I don't know.
That's crazy, dude. Wow. Look at this shit.
I get really dizzy.
Thank you. Yep.
We're really dizzy.
The vital signs look good. I'm gonna take a look at your heart here, okay?
Okay, cool. Don't sit up, take a breathe.
Okay, sit up. Try to make yourself comfortable. Do you want to turn your legs over here so you can sit down and lean against the back of the couch?
Okay.
Nauseous?
Yeah, I'm dizzy.
Have your phone on that stuff?
That's too much. Wow. Yeah, she must love the attention,
I'm
right?
going down to my stomach.
I think she got everybody
Like right
fooled.
here.
Okay.
Oh. Can't really breathe, so.
You're getting enough oxygen?
I know, but I feel like I couldn't really breathe. I just want, like, is it like some oxygen, air?
That's one thing. You're getting enough oxygen. Right now, you need to control your breathing.
Okay, I'm trying.
Slow your breathing down, okay? As you know, with anxiety, if you start over breathing, then you're getting that can develop that chest pain. Right? So that's probably what's going on.
I'm trying.
I think that's gonna work.
Turn off.
Right now, the paramedics are discussing what they're looking at on the monitor.
Okay,
They're looking for.
right here.
Yep, they're looking at it right now.
Am I about doing this? I just am breathing. That's all.
I'm sorry?
I just am having breathing problems. That's all.
Mm-hmm.
Not,
Pretty consistent with your anxiety.
not like this. I don't need this.
Yeah, I got me. Did you go? Well, I'm sending it now. Then would you like to go to the hospital?
Yeah.
Your heart looks good, everything looks normal.
Yes, I will.
Okay, which hospital would you like to go to?
I mean, I don't even know where I'm at.
Okay, we're in town, so Memorial the closest.
Okay. Yeah.
Sounds good.
Bro, look at this.
Stickers.
Gotta watch out for people like this, bro. You kill somebody, you just, oh, I'm in pain. I got anxiety.
We're gonna have to do it when we get down to the.
Oh, help me. Oh, my chest. Oh,
I'm getting cold.
bro. Oh. How dare you?
Right there, if you feel like you're gonna get, then go ahead and hold on to the bag here. We're just gonna figure out what we got going on here.
Wow. Imagine that shit, bro. The gall you have to have to kill somebody, a child. Oh, help me.
All right, let's go ahead and we're gonna walk out here to the all your things. Are those your sunglasses? Yeah, your tools and your sunglasses.
I'm put them in there.
Do it. All right.
Everybody needs to see this, man. In case you have somebody in your life like that,
We need to get this done.
bruh.
Right out
Crazy,
there.
crazy.
Then just kind of on that top there. Okay. Your oxygen saturations are 100%.
It's almost over, guys.
Oxygen saturations are 100%. If you're having an anxiety issue, anytime you have anxiety issues or a common symptom is feeling like you can't breathe, although you're getting kind of. You can just flow in through your nose, out through your mouth, and take deep breaths.
Wow.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, take deep breaths in through your nose and out through your
Incredible.
We got it. Okay.
Amazing. It reminds me of that conversation too that she had with Al that was recorded, wiretapped.
Prosecution?
We just would bring Jessica Bethel back to the stand, Judge.
Ms. Bethel, if you would resume your seat in the witness stand, I remind you, ma'am, that you're still under oath.
How dare you question me? All right, I'm gonna have to flip around stuff. Let's see.
Good morning, Miss Bethel. How are you doing?
Good morning. I'm well, thank you.
Good. You told us on Wednesday when you were here how many homicide investigations you were involved with. Can you remind us again how many that is?
Over 100.
Is it fairly common in your experience that when people are at the sheriff's office on a murder investigation and detained that they can get very nervous?
Yes.
Is that what was apparent with the defendant there at the end of that video?
Yes.
Speculation about.
Speculation.
Overruled, I think she can offer an opinion regarding her experience based on other the responses of other people that she's been in contact with.
So go ahead and answer that.
Yes.
Early in the, I guess I shouldn't say early in the interview, but at some point in the interview, it appeared that the defendant was trying to leave the interview room, and then a separate person comes in and has her phone. Do you remember that portion?
Yes.
Who was that other person, first of all?
That was Lieutenant Mitchell Mahalko.
Is he with the sheriff's office also?
Yes, he is.
Was it very apparent by her actions at that particular time that she wanted to leave and wanted to take her phone with her.
Yes.
When she showed up at the sheriff's office, do you know how she got there that day?
She drove herself in her Tiguan.
And is that when we had testimony from another detective? Is that when it was observed that it appears to have just been recently washed prior to driving down to the sheriff's office?
Yes, that's correct.
We see the medical folks come in, the ambulance folks. Where did they take the defendant after leaving the video there?
They took her to Memorial Hospital on Boulder.
Is this, and we've already had testimony from forensic nurse examiner Amanda Van Nest. Is that interaction with the FNE, the nurse, does that occur as soon as she gets to the hospital when she leaves the sheriff's office here?
That interaction did not occur immediately when she got to the hospital, no.
I mean, the same day.
Yes.
That's what I mean. I shouldn't have said the word immediately. But she goes from the sheriff's office by ambulance directly to the hospital, and then at the hospital is where she interacts.
Sustained. Rephrase.
Sure. Does she leave directly from the sheriff's office in an ambulance?
Yes, she did.
Did the ambulance drive her directly to Memorial Hospital?
Yes.
At Memorial Hospital, is that when she had contact, she being the defendant, had contact with forensic nurse examiner Amanda Van Nest?
Yes, that's correct.
At that hospital, after being there for some period of time, did the defendant walk away from the hospital before completing a sane exam?
Yes, she did.
So did this purported anxiety attack achieve her goal of wanting to leave the sheriff's office?
Ultimately, yes.
She want to get out.
Would committing a murder and being detained in the sheriff's office cause somebody to have nervousness and potentially have a panic attack?
Object relevance.
Oh.
Sustained.
So I want to jump ahead in time. After the defendant left the hospital on January 29th, were you aware of where she was?
Throughout the investigation, I was aware at certain times, yes.
Okay. Were you aware of when she actually moved things out of her house on 6627 Mandan Drive?
Yes.
What day was that?
The 31st of January.
So 2 days after your interaction with her at the sheriff's office?
Yes.
In between those two events, did you have any other personal contact with her face to face?
I did not.
Did you attempt to have any personal contact with her face to face?
I did not.
Once that occurred at the house on January 31st, where she moved things out, are you aware that she had a TV interview with Spencer Wilson from KKTV?
Yes, I observed that.
In that interview, and we've had testimony from Spencer Wilson earlier, she complained that in her interaction at the sheriff's office, she was not allowed to eat or drink or take bathroom breaks. Was she allowed to do those things at the sheriff's office?
Yes, she was offered those things.
In that interview that we just watched over the later in the day on Wednesday and then this morning, at some point the defendant made a reference to you about, well, you've been in my house, you know what it's like there. When did you actually ever go to the house?
I went to the house, I believe it was in February.
February 21st, sound right?
That does sound correct.
Is it typical that the lead detective potentially wouldn't have to go to scene like that, at least early on?
Yes, they would go typically early on.
What about the idea that at the beginning it's reported as a runaway and you don't know necessarily that where a scene might be that you need to look at? Does that play into the fact that you don't go as early?
Yes.
This is leading.
No, it does not suggest the answer. Overruled.
Go ahead.
Yes.
Do you remember getting text messages from the defendant into February of 2020?
I know there were several times that she sent me text messages. I can't recall all of the dates specifically.
Sure. But were you getting text messages from her after she left the house on January 31st?
Yes.
Did you become aware of the defendant attempting to get her passport and bag back from evidence?
Yes.
Do you remember when that occurred?
I believe that was also on the 31st.
Okay. Did you get a text message specifically about those things, needing to get her passport and bag back?
I do recall asking about a passport.
Do you remember when that was?
I don't recall the date, no.
If I showed you your report, would that refresh your memory?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach the witness with her report, which is pagination 010980.
You may go ahead.
Take a look at this report and up when you're done.
Okay.
Do you remember that text message?
Yes, I do.
What was, first of all, let me ask you this. Was there anything odd about that text message? Was it coming from, strike that, was it coming from a phone number that you recognized?
No, it was not.
Did you, based on context, were you able to determine who it was coming from?
Yes.
What was that context that gave you that information?
The person texting said that they did not do anything to Gannon and that there was no negligence on their part.
Okay. And so that led you to believe that it was coming from who?
Letecia.
I'm going to retrieve that report from you. At some point, was a decision made to travel to South Carolina?
Yes.
When was that made?
Early March.
Why was that decision made?
Letecia had fled to South Carolina, and by that time I had obtained probable cause and authored an arrest warrant for her, which was signed off by a judge at the El Paso County Courthouse. And so we went to Myrtle Beach to arrest her.
When you say we, can you tell us who all was involved in that process?
It was members from the local FBI, Detective Mark Riley and myself, and also local law enforcement and members of the FBI in Myrtle Beach.
Was that arrest actually effected in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina?
Yes.
Was the defendant interviewed in South Carolina?
Yes, she was.
Do you remember by who?
Gruesome.
Who is John Grusing and who is he with?
He is with the FBI.
Okay. And we're going to hear from him at a later time, so I'm not going to get into her interview with you. Was there some discussion had as to how the defendant would get from South Carolina back to Colorado?
Yes.
What was the ultimate decision made as to that transportation?
That she would be driven back to Colorado in a rental van.
Who was involved in driving her back?
Myself and Detective Riley, and later on, Deputy Michaela James.
So did you actually stop somewhere in the middle of that drive from South Carolina to Colorado to pick up the other deputy that you just mentioned?
Yes, we did.
How long did that drive last?
More than 24 hours.
Were you with the defendant the entire time?
Yes.
What was her demeanor like during that transportation?
She was calm. She ate, she sang songs, she played trivia.
What?
Was she able to have conversations?
Yes.
Conversations that were not related to the investigation?
Yes.
Were they appropriate conversations, meaning if she's saying things, did they make sense?
Yes.
Was she able to eat and drink?
Yes.
Was she able to use the restroom?
Yes, she was.
And you mentioned trivia and singing songs. Was that something that all of you were sort of doing in the vehicle?
Yes, just to pass the time.
And was she participating in that in an appropriate way, meaning nothing seemed out of the ordinary?
That's correct, yes.
The entirety of that transport from South Carolina to Colorado was that audio and video recorded.
Yes.
Oh.
Thankfully, we're not going to play all of those hours of video. Okay.
Correct.
But why was that audio and video recorded?
I was concerned with her previous behavior that she may do something. And so I wanted to have documentation of the transport.
Okay.
Even the judge kind of smirked, I think. Are they going to play that? They were singing?
So I want to bring up to you People's Exhibit 338.
Okay. Guys, I'm going to have two setups. So when they do full screen, I can just click one button and we don't have to
Take
keep
a look at that.
readjusting. So I'm going to
Let
start,
me know if you recognize it.
start
Yes, I
adjusting
do.
now.
How do you recognize it, first off?
My initials and date are on it, and it is a GoPro video
Ooh.
of the extradition.
Can you say that it's a what video?
GoPro?
Oh,
What's a GoPro? No, just kidding.
Is it only a portion of that hours-long transportation from South Carolina to Colorado?
Yes, just a very small portion.
Have you had a chance to review that thumb drive containing that GoPro video?
Yes, I have.
Is it fair and accurate representation as to the contents in that portion of the transportation?
It is.
And does that thumb drive actually contain two different clips, so two different files on the thumb drive?
It does, yes.
Is it a fair and accurate representation of that transportation portion?
Yes.
At this time, I'd move for admission of People's 338.
Mr. Cook?
Your Honor, Mr. Allen and I speak very quickly.
All right.
All right. So yeah, so for the future guys, so it's a little bit smoother transition. So you don't have to keep constantly seeing me readjust. I made another area. So I'll have this thing already zoomed in when we're doing the full screen of the TV screen. So I can switch just back and forth. I just thought about that now to make it a little bit easier. So so when they start actually playing the video, we'll go to this and I can make it a little bit bigger if I have to. But it'll just be a easier transition. Thank you guys so much, man, for joining me this morning. If you could hit the like button, I'd appreciate that. Really, I had no idea where we're going to get this. So I guess the transportation of Letecia, how many hours was that? So they were singing along on this ride, I guess, to kill the time. And well, the detective is smart. She's like, I guess let's capture this because show the bitch ain't crazy. She knows what she's doing. She's there and she's doing a sing along. What? What? No. Oh my gosh.
All right. Exhibit 338 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
You may go ahead.
Well, actually, before I get into publishing that, so what are we about to see in People's Exhibit 338? Just to give some context.
The first clip is a view of Letecia along with
24
Deputy
hours?
James in the back seat of the van. They're sitting in captain's seats. And during that portion of the video, you can see Letecia moving around slightly. And that's because her hands are handcuffed to a belly band around her waist. And she is manipulating her hands out of the handcuffs. And she obtains a Monster Energy can and she strikes Deputy James in the face with that full unopened can of Monster Energy drink and then struggles with Deputy James. I myself have noted several pre-contact cues where she is glancing at Deputy James' waist area where her gun was kept. And then ultimately, whenever I come back to assist Deputy James once the vehicle is stopped, she also glances at my waist where my gun is kept. I took that to be a threat that she was attempting to obtain one of our weapons.
So let's have some context. Where did this occur in that travel from South Carolina to Colorado?
This is in Kansas on Interstate 70.
What approximate speed were you all traveling when this occurred?
About 75 miles an hour.
What was the reaction to this action by the defendant to who was driving?
Deputy Riley was.
What was his reaction to that happening in the backseat of the van?
We immediately start giving commands to Letecia to stop. And as we're doing that, Deputy Riley pulled over to the shoulder of the interstate. Thankfully, there was an area clear for us to pull over, and he slammed on the brakes, which put her into the back seat of my seat.
Was that a highly dangerous situation that was unfolding?
Absolutely, yes.
What made it highly dangerous?
Ms. Stauch was already suspected of murder, and she assaulted a deputy who was armed and attempted to obtain her firearm.
What about the fact that you're on the highway and that action or reaction by Detective Riley had to occur? Did that also enhance the dangerousness of it?
Yes, he wasn't able to exit the vehicle to immediately help us because of traffic that was traveling so quickly next to us.
Play the video. Jesus.
All right, let's go ahead and play that.
And I believe it's 21 minutes. Would you like me to stay up for this?
Is it
I'm
20?
fine with, yeah, it's roughly that.
Okay, you can go ahead and step down.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'll maximize it a little bit more. Lord almighty. Maybe I should do it even a little bit more. Lord.
You ready?
Oh, God. Thanks, Jen.
She keeps threatening me. Stop. She keeps threatening me.
Stop.
She keeps on threatening me. I have stopped it. She keeps on.
She got out of the streets.
She keeps on. Threatening me.
Put your arm down.
I will for you. She keeps
Put your arm down.
Put your arm down. She keeps threatening me the whole time.
Tisha, give me your arm.
I will to you.
Tisha, give me your
I will
arm.
to you, but not with her.
Cooperate with me. Cooperate with me.
I will with you, but not with her.
Cooperate with me.
I will with you, not with her.
Tisha?
I will with you. I said I will with you. Give me your arm now. I said I would with you. I said I would with you. And I couldn't do this.
Stop resisting.
I'm not resisting. I said I would with her. I'm not touching you.
Go ahead. I got her on.
I have some.
Stop
I'm not
resisting. Yes, you are. Stop it. Put her behind her back.
I would have elbowed her ass. Boom.
Tisha, stop it.
I'm not even doing anything.
You just got another charge.
Well, she shouldn't be doing me like this.
I should have tased her ass, yo. The hell? Maybe I would help her ass with her.
Stand up. Stop trying to turn. I'm not trying to turn.
She can stay that way the rest of the trip.
Please know what we want to do. We want to the nearest detention facility? No. We're everybody knows. Oh, could you please untighten it from my hands? Not right now, Keisha. Yes, it's all my arms. Lean forward. Lean forward so I can adjust it. Stop manipulating the cloth. Hitting you.
Bruh. She was all acting normal, kind of. She was just like, first she was like laying back, and then she's like, and then she just like takes the shit and just starts attacking. I would have elbowed her one good. She would have been unconscious. So they didn't have handcuffs on her ass. So what the hell is she doing? I guess because it's a long ride. Shouldn't they have her like in a cage or something in the back seat? Don't they have those cage things?
No, I don't know where we're at.
Okay, hang on. Lock the doors. I got her swept.
I would have jerked too. The way she turned so
Can you
quick.
turn the air on?
Is there my t-shirt?
Well, I asked for help for the air, and she's been nothing but mean to me the whole day.
Wow, bro, that was crazy.
I can't breathe.
Stop.
I can't breathe. Just open it so I can breathe. That's all I'm
please.
asking for is to breathe. I'm just asking to breathe. That's it. Is to breathe. That's all I want to do is breathe.
2600 Avenue. Right by Pretty Horses. On 70.
I'm not resisting her. You're hurting my arm.
My phone is jacking up. Oh,
You're hurting my arm. You're hurting my arm. I just want my arm. It's hurting my arm. Just let my arm up. It's hurting my arm.
The more you press against me, the harder I'm going to press on the...
I understand. It's not the pressure point. It's my arm. It's bent backwards and it's hurting. Can you just take
Yes,
pressure off
ma'am.
my
This is
arm?
Detective Bethel with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office.
Please, off my arm.
Need a Martin's unit
I am.
to the 2600 block of
It's pulling my
Interstate 70.
pulling my wrist.
Shut up.
Please.
I have Letecia Stauch in custody.
That is
She's
bullshit.
just attempted to escape and she's trying resisted.
I didn't try to
Hold on.
escape.
You just tried.
No, I didn't open the door to breathe.
Yes, ma'am. I'm on I-70 westbound in the 2600
You
block.
were calm. We were not doing anything, correct?
Can you please put it with my wrist?
Let me speak first, okay?
Okay.
As soon as you try to open that
Do you
door,
remember the last mile marker we hit?
The door so I could breathe. It's hot. I asked you to help me, but you just lean over and don't help.
Look at this chick.
I said, hey, could you please find out how to turn the air on? Hey, the whole time you've been nothing but rude to me.
Tisha.
I'm just putting my arm down because it's hurting. I didn't try to escape or anything. I legit opened the door to breathe.
Detective Jessica Bethel with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office. In Extradition and Restroom.
Ow, my arm is hurting.
I am in a gray Chrysler minivan bearing Michigan plates. We have a hazard zone and we're on the shoulder of the road.
Tell him to pick it up.
We need a code 3 response, please.
Bro, this is
Say
crazy.
you have my arm. I pressure.
Nope. She's assaulted.
Oh, it's hurting.
Boy, Edward Tom Henry Edward Kinnigan.
Hurting my arm. It's hurting.
8/4 of 83 is her birthday.
I did not try to escape.
No, ma'am, I have
Wait,
two other
Tell us
deputies with me.
story.
SRT.
Could not breathe. I asked you to open the door.
Yep. We've got her under
Yes, ma'am.
control right now. We've got Kansas coming out here now.
This is crazy, bro.
Well, we're gonna get some
Yes, ma'am.
other equipment to at least secure her, or
No,
at
ma'am.
least have somebody take us or escort us to the border, and then have one of our people come to the border.
Well, hurting my arm,
Okay.
please.
Yeah, everybody's fine. You're good. You hit her with a fist. She got out of her cuffs.
She slipped her cuffs.
She got out of
and,
cuffs?
She slipped
What?
them.
No, she did?
a deputy and tried to escape.
I did not try to escape.
So that's what our plan is. So if you can, I don't know how far we are from.
Nope.
But
We're all
as
okay.
soon as we get an escort to the.
We just need a secure unit to transport further.
Yep. We're gonna have, is that for state patrol? We'll have them escort us to the Colorado
Are
border.
you having a state patrol?
Well, my arm is hurting.
Or who's dispatching out, man?
Before you move, you have to know where you're trying to go, okay?
Okay.
No, I just want to get off my arm. It's hurting.
Okay.
I understand, but if I feel like you're trying to pull against me, one of those two, you're trying to make.
If I could get a state patrol officer en route as well to help me escort to the Colorado border.
Lift my head off.
We look like we're good, at least we're trying to understand, we'll see what we can do.
Bruh.
Yes, ma'am. I'm gonna put my partner, Detective Riley, on the phone with you. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, thank you.
We're at 284.
Okay.
Thanks. Let's see.
Yes, ma'am.
You okay?
Can you please lift up my wrist?
No, not up for that.
After what?
Once you're
Yes, ma'am. We're doing an extradition
I didn't try to
Piece of
escape.
that.
I opened the door to breathe.
back
You know
to
that.
Colorado. She
Yes, I
slipped her
did.
cuffs and
You know-
assaulted a deputy. We have her under control right now. But we would appreciate
I
it.
just feel like it's breaking my wrist.
And then we'll have our state patrol meetings, if that's possible.
relax.
I
Or
can't.
the pressure will get
But
worse.
if it gets worse, then guess what? I have to go to a hospital because she hurts me.
What's your number, Jess?
On that, 650-719. Should just be able to look it up.
That's correct. We're at the 284.
284 westbound.
My wrist. It's hurting. It's hurting.
Relax.
I can't. My wrist is breaking.
Your wrist is not.
It is hurting.
The more you wiggle, the more it's going to hurt.
Thank you.
Relax.
I'm trying, but it's hurting. Like things are hurting my
Stop
wrist.
moving.
No, that's fine. We'll wait here for officers.
You're pushing down on
Thank
me.
you, ma'am.
We've got some
Bye-bye.
right now.
They're coming right now.
Got 6 en route.
Stop trying to.
I'm not trying to resist.
And stop turning.
To you. You're holding me for nothing.
Okay, stop trying to turn against
I'm
my
not
man.
trying to turn against you. You're holding me.
Go ahead and buckle her. We're going to make sure she's not going to get out of her restraints this time. I'm going to see if they have a belly belt, a real one.
I'm hurting my wrist.
This isn't going to happen again.
Hurting my wrist.
Station.
Wow, dude.
I'm not doing anything. She's doing that. I'm not doing anything.
Turning again.
I'm not turning against you. You're doing that to me on purpose. See? Look what she's doing on purpose. Look.
Stop turning.
I'm not turning.
Stop moving.
I'm not moving.
Relax your body.
My body's relaxed.
So
Stop.
I'm not doing anything to you. You're trying to choke me now.
What?
Turn your head.
okay, you want to bring her out? She's out for cuffs right now. No, we got her back in. Okay. But
The vehicle.
they're slapped on. I mean, they're not good.
We'll bring her out. We're double locking.
Pull them out.
Bring her out. Just
Step out, Keisha.
Oh, she choked me now. It hurts.
Good. The woman, the only person she cares about is herself. The only person she thinks about is herself.
Read to her. You're not gonna get too far. You don't get a dog. You understand?
I'm not doing anything. I didn't try to.
You better run faster.
Well, I didn't try to run away. I opened the door so I could breathe.
yeah. Do you guys have a where are you going? Colorado? Oh Lord, you got a west. Yeah.
And we have a what?
Do you have a better belly belt than this? Because you're better.
I don't have a friend. I don't. Here, let's do this. Let's go out here in the ditch. Let's get her down on her knees. That's what we need to do. No. They had 3 of them transport one person. Yes, they did. They were all, he was outside too, living inside the firm, they got on
Not the kind of person you want to be around without cameras or alone.
If we could just have Miss Bethel come back to the stand, or do you want to take a break?
I was going to request you take a break now. Is this a good breaking
Yeah.
point? Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take our morning break. If I can have everyone back in the jury room at, say, 10:45, we should be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. Don't do your own independent research about any aspect of this case. With that, all rise for the jury, please.
It's so weird because somebody tweeted me, they're like, this chick is nuts. Not in the sense of crazy. And I was going to reply, insane. But then I'm like, damn, that's giving this nut job what she wants. So there's a difference. I want to watch that documentary by that psychopath, the psychiatrist, Crazy Not Insane or some shit like that. Or Crazy But Insane, whatever the hell they call that shit. Letecia's trying to cop out. She's one of those people that uses people's real experiences or real life things to her advantage. Like the alleged fake rape that she made.
Seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom.
Or the mental health shit.
Are we still going to finish the rest of that video, or is it?
No, I don't think there's anything more of her on there, and then I'm just going to jump into finishing up with questions.
Okay. All right. Just asking. All right. All right. Court will be in recess. Thank you.
All right.
Okay. Okay, I had to get a little bite because I was feeling a little hungry. Wow. Mamma mia. This is crazy. Let me I want to get the super chats. I did record that when we were watching it. I'm gonna want to play the whole thing again. I just want to play a snippet where she snapped because let me open up the file here. I just want to capture the moment where like she was like she was like laying back or something, and she's like, have I seen this weirdo doing that shit next to me? And maybe because the person was driving, I don't know. She just And then just, I was like, what the? And this just snapped. It's so interesting to see that. Wow. Let me see here. Scratch files. Streamlabs videos. Let's see. Come on. Open up. Man, if that woman's like that, I don't know if she's always like that. I mean, people like that, can she just turn that off and turn it on? Damn, if this guy was dealing with that shit and those kids were dealing with that shit and Gannon was dealing with that shit, oh my God. I don't know why it's taking so long to open this. It's supposed to be gangster computer, top of the line. Gangster hard drives, top of the line. Come on, let's go. Just working on it. What the hell? Let me get the super chats in the meantime. And thank you guys so much for the super chats. Thank you for the people that came through yesterday. The members live stream was really good. I had a really good time. Somehow we did 3 hours drinking wine. It was a Q&A. Talked about a lot. So thank you for people that came through. Let me get some of the super chats that I missed. Boss Lady, thank you for the membership. Rolls with Thorn, thank you for the 4-month membership. Thank you for all you do. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you for renewing. GP, thanks for the super chat. NYCX Beanie, thanks for the super chat. It says, here with you all day from Korea, in parentheses, South Korea. And that's what it was, the first super chat. He was like, yeah, not in North Korea. They can't watch YouTube and stuff, right? It's too bad. Like, what do they have? Like, they have their own version of YouTube where it's like, oh, they can only watch like Kim Jong-un, whatever, on... It's only one YouTube page for them or something. I wonder how that shit works. Like they only can watch one person. Marivith, thank you so much for the membership. Emily Biz, thank you for the membership. LNC, thanks for the 3-month membership. Justice for Gannon, thank you for resubscribing. That North Korea stuff is pretty crazy too. I'm not going to veer off into that, but I've seen videos of people trying to escape and all that. It's pretty horrible. Over here, thank you for the super chat. Thank you, the admin team, for Justice for Gannon. Appreciate that. I know you're somebody that's been covering this for a long time. I mean, well, I think you're like a day one, right? You're one of the people that have been... I know there's been Facebook groups and people that have been following this for a really long time. I'm just completely new to the story, so, you know, forgive me for the things that I get wrong or have to correct and fix, but I appreciate all the help. People send me information, screenshots, and all that. So thank you guys for that. I had no idea how crazy and insane this story was. So I can see why people now, for especially people that have been following for a long time, now it's like probably like, we've been telling you, you know, like telling you all this crazy shit. And then the thing for them, it's like they've heard about this stuff, but a lot of these videos hasn't been released before. So it's the first time being released. And it's like, oh my God, I just can't imagine, you know, what it. I mean, for me, it's shocking, but for them, it's probably like, you know. Hey, girl, thank you for the membership. Says, love you, Mel. This reminds me of Jody Arias. Okay, I got that too. Thank you. Britt Bomb, thank you for the super chat. Says, chest pain, can't breathe, claustrophobic, and anxiety, panic attacks. Oh, Lord. Here we go. Let me, I'll show just the portion where she went nuts. Okay, hold on. It's right like here. Oh, yeah, that's right here. This chick, bruh. All right, so she's chilling. She's like laid back, chilling type of shit. I wish we could hear the sing along. I want to hear the sing along shit. That would be eerie to see him. And then she just kind of moves up and like does this weird, like, fucking, I don't know what she's doing. The hell is that? On some demon shit. Then look, I told you, she just. What? From my peripheral vision, I would be thinking, like, looking and kind of thinking, like, what the heck? And so I guess she slipped out of the cuffs. Oh my God. How did she get that monster can? This crazy nut. And so is she attacking the driver? Or it looks like they might be up in the driver's seat, right? Or is that just, or maybe there's another front row and they're in the back row. There's like a second row because maybe they're in a van. I don't know what kind of vehicle they're in because it seemed like there was another person with them. Maybe they're just sitting like in the second row type of thing and the camera's like on the seat or something, no? Bro, that was so crazy. At that point, I would consider it life or death. At that point, I'd be like, yo, we're driving, you're trying to escape, you're trying to, I don't know, kill me, attack me. I would have hard, because she's already in the position with her hand there, hard elbowed her ass, right in the, if possible, in the temple. Put her out. But who knows? I don't know if she's reaching for her gun, so you don't know. Oh my gosh. Lord almighty, bro. So crazy to see that. I'm gonna have to post that clip for Twitter. So crazy. Kentucky, thank you for the super chat. It says thank you, have a great weekend. Thank you for being here with me. I appreciate that. Lizard Blizzard, I like that name. Lizard Blizzard, thanks for the super chat. It says she has shown her true colors. What an entitled piece of work. That's what it feels like, right? That woman only cares about herself. Imagine like killing somebody. I can't even imagine, but like knowing she killed this child, and it wasn't just like a horrendous multiple stab wounds, blunt force trauma, shooting, and then you can tell she has no kind of guilt, no remorse, no shame. She don't feel nothing, and she's giving Al, the father, shit just for questioning, where is my son? How dare you? The same thing in the interrogation room. Oh, that's disrespectful. You're not taking me serious. Now, the whole anxiety thing, I can sympathize with, like, as far if somebody's actually having it, maybe they could see through her bullshit. Because if you're actually having an anxiety, like, really bad, and the person doesn't believe you, type of shit, or if you're in some sort of medical place. I remember one time, a long time ago, I always can veer into a story, but many, many years ago, before Maddie was born and stuff, I was with an ex. It was like for a birthday. We took some pills, went to go have fun. The one I took, it just hit me really bad, and my chest was like, you know, like so bad that, because at first I'm like, is it in my head or is it actually really happening? And it probably made it worse in my head, but I went to the hospital to be safe because I'm like, I'm not gonna. And I went there. I don't feel like they took me as serious, but once they got me into the room, which was annoying having to wait because it was like a heart thing. Once they got me in, though, I did have tachycardia, and so they gave me Ativan IV. I was freaking out, but once they gave me the Ativan IV, once that Ativan hit, I think it was lorazepam. I think it's the same thing, right? I think it's brand and generic. Let me see, lorazepam. Yeah, brand and generic. Okay, so same thing. They gave me the IV, and I was good. I was like, if I die, I die. That's how that shit made me feel so relaxed. I was like, yeah, you know, shit happens. It just calmed me down, and eventually my heart rate slowed and all that stuff. But they didn't find, when they did the blood test, they didn't find anything in my system, which was interesting. So I don't know, was it in my head, or was it some sort of research chemical inside there that wasn't detectable? Because that happens too sometimes. They'll put research shit, makeup, whatever it was. I don't know. So I can sympathize if somebody's actually having some sort of panic attack, an actual one. Because these days too, everybody's like, oh, I'm having a panic attack. And they just say panic attack is like, oh yeah, I had a little bad day and that was a panic attack. No, I'm talking and you're in that cycle where you can't get out of it because you keep thinking about it. And there's something, I forgot what it's called, but like when you get that flight or flight, it takes a certain amount of time that when you get out of that for your heart to normalize. So you can get stuck like in a cycle. I forgot what it's called. Yeah, flight or flight cycle and anxiety. There was something about it I read a long time ago. I don't remember how it works, but I think if it's what I'm talking about, it's like some sort of cycle that you gotta chill, or else you can get like stuck for a while. I remember one time I got stuck in this shit for like an hour or something, long time ago. The flight or fight response is an automatic psychological reaction to an event that is perceived as stressful or frightening. The perception of the threat activates the sympathetic, if that's how you say it, sympathetic, is that right? Nervous system, and triggers an acute stress response that prepares the body for a fight or flee. I think there we go. Your body can stay in fight or flight for 20 to 60 minutes after the threat is gone, which is how long it takes for the parasympathetic nervous system to return to its pre-arousal levels. I don't know, some shit like that, but yada yada yada. Yeah, you must get a ickenmel yada yada. I think we might have to. I don't know. And the whole thing was kind of funny when somebody was like that. She was trying to say she was having this panic attack, heart attack, whatever. It would have been crazy. She would have been like, I'm suffering, yada yada yada. Like, bruh. Okay. So GGLLC, thank you for becoming a member. Nicole MB, thank you for the 4-month membership. Love watching with everyone. Thank you so much. Courtney Robb, this too much. Sunny California, it's about me. Charisma, Keith Dyke, thank you all for the super chats. Appreciate that. Granny Potato, thank you for the membership. MP, thanks for the super chat. Says, imagine doing what she did to a child and then having the audacity to be that much of an entitled piece of S. Yeah, put that head down, girl. Shame. I don't think she feels shame. I don't think she's incapable of feeling any kind of shame, any kind of remorse. I really don't feel she feels any of that. Courtney Robb, thank you for the membership. Maybe she only feels it for herself. SW4x4, Courtney, thank you so much. SW4x4, thank you for the super chat. Says, seriously, she complains a lot, but never thinks about what she brutally did to Gannon. Awful person, justice for Gannon. Yeah, I mean, those calls and those interviews and all that shit, she's not talking about Gannon. Bacon Mama, 16-month membership. Wow, thank you so much, Bacon. I don't even remember that long. Thank you. So natural for her to lie about what just happened. I think those people too that are liars like that, they could just on the spot adapt and keep making up lies. Jacqueline Carly, thanks for the super chat. Amazing. Tammy's Clips, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for being there yesterday for the members live. Faking and anxiety just like she's faking the ID. Yep. I think that's true. That's a good way that it's good that they're showing all this shit. And it's good that they're showing this whole interrogation thing with this hospital. Or not, well, she was on an ambulance to the, I wonder if we're going to get to see or hear that. Maybe not. I don't know. Or maybe that's a different witness that they'll show it on. But yeah, just like she lied and faked the rape, just like she lied and faked this an anxiety thing, just like all this stuff that she's making up, all these concoctions and stuff, you know? I'm a day one and we've been waiting for so long for this case. I told you this case was crazy. Wow. Thank you, Tammy. Lynn's Fit 23. Thank you for the super chat. It says possession in the flesh. And doesn't it look like that? Like what kind? Who does that? Like she just jerked around. Like, you know what I'm saying? Brooke Park, thank you for becoming a member. And Pamela Hodges, thank you for the 7-month membership. Amazing. LSD, thank you for becoming a member. You should check out my LSD story on the members playlist. So alrighty. All right. It's not just an anxiety, it's just an anxiety. Courtney, thank you for the membership. 2 months. Hey, thank you for resubscribing. Can never hear sled yada 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 normally again. True. I know. Laura says here, it's about me because sociopaths lack empathy and insight, so it makes perfect sense to me. Google antisocial personality and sociopath diagnostic criteria, and once you get a list of traits, you get it. Damn. Tony says, I want to see Harley testify. Well, she's on the list, so I guess she's going to testify at some point. That should be interesting. That's probably going to be a long testimony. Every day of this trial has been something. Like there has been one day where it's just like really not much going on. Every day so far, it's been like, wow. Jen Job. Hey, Jen Job. Miami. Hoax, you're late. Canceled. Bro, did you see, you didn't see what just happened? You need to go rewind if you didn't see this shit. Bruh. No, Hoax, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm taking this thing day by day. Hoax said I got 6 more weeks of this. I'm taking it day by day. I'm making sure I'm taking care in good health, sleeping, working out, eating good, taking my breaks. Wow, man. Wow. All right. So we're waiting on these people. A little break. Today's Friday. They closed no school today in South Florida, Broward. They closed school. I'm surprised because yesterday they closed it, I guess because of the weather. And then today they closed it, even though it's sunny and beautiful. But there's still some areas that are flooded. So they closed school. No la escuela.
Thank you.
We're back.
Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury's not present in the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take out outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Prosecution?
No, Your Honor.
Defense?
No, sir.
All right. And Ms. Bethel, if you would resume your, I assume that's what you were doing, right?
Absolutely, Judge.
Ms. Bethel, if you would resume your seat in the witness stand. I remind you, ma'am, that you're still under oath.
Good anticipation. You must have done this a couple times yourself, Judge.
Let's go ahead and bring the jury in.
Folks, man, you got to see this chick. If you haven't, bro, you got to see this chick, man. Like some sort of possession. Mel, get off those pre-workouts. Nah, not going to happen. Nah. Streaking and drinking in Mel's chat to get through this trial. Pre-workouts, bro. Selena, thank you so much. Selena 6, 15 months. Wow, amazing. I appreciate you still being a member. Thank you so much. Love you in the chat. Thanks for covering this. Thank you guys for being here with me. Appreciate it. Play for you. I was born in Fort Lauderdale. I didn't know that. I'm a Broward County brat. Amazing. Broward. Fort Lauderdale's
All right,
close to
for
me.
the jury, please.
Letecia, she's wearing red today. Like a red sweater or something. Letecia. I don't know how she could hold her head up. All this shit. Oh, defense over here studying and looking in the books. Like, oh, shit.
Thank you. May all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Mr. Allen?
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Bethel, in that video that we just watched, there's references made by you and I think maybe Detective Riley about escape, and then we can hear the defendant say, I'm not trying to escape. What was she doing that was leading you to believe that she was trying to escape?
Shit.
The fact that she had slipped her handcuffs, assaulted a deputy. Then later, she opened the back door of the van, which is why I returned to that position, led me to believe that she was trying to escape.
How did she open the door?
With her foot.
So when in that second clip that we watched, when you end up back in the back seat again, is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
You can't really see that necessarily on the video, though.
No, you cannot.
There's comments made in that video about stop resisting and that sort of thing, but maybe can't see what those resisting efforts might have been on the part of the defendant. So can you describe that for the jury, please?
She was tensing her body, and she was also using her hands to try and manipulate around in the cuffs. I was afraid she was going to slip out of the handcuffs again.
In that second clip of the video, are you actually holding her feet down?
I had placed my knee onto her thigh area to hold her leg down.
Okay. Were you actually injured during that interaction?
Later on, yes.
Okay. What happened to you as a result of that?
We placed her in a mechanical advantage control hold, or a mock hold, myself and another deputy, to escort her to a patrol car. And when we did, she dropped all of her weight, and I was carrying her, escorting her with my left arm. She dropped all of her weight, which caused me to have a shoulder injury, which needed surgical repair.
Was that another effort to resist or potentially cause you to exert law enforcement authority with her?
Yes, we'd call that passive resistance.
I want to go big picture with you for just a moment, Ms. Bethel. There were a number of searches of the home 6627 Mandan Drive. Why were there so many subsequent searches that build on each other over time in this particular case?
Initially, we did not, as I said earlier, we did not have a scene per se where there was a body and evidence lying around for us to look at and evaluate. And the information that we learned was during the course of the investigation. Letecia was the person that could provide us with that information, yet she had given us several different stories. And so as the investigation proceeded, we learned new things, which made us have to go back in and then look for these new developments in the home.
So the fact that the investigation developed the way it did, was that driven largely by the defendant's own deliberate actions?
Yes.
Did she mislead the investigation?
Yes, she did.
Did that misleading the investigation start at the very beginning of the case?
Yes.
Did it continue until her arrest?
Yes.
The fact that Gannon's remains were found 1,300 miles away, is that part of that misleading the investigation?
Yes, it is.
Are you aware of whether a sharp object was ever located in the home that was used to cause those sharp force injuries that Gannon suffered?
No, I'm not.
There were reports that we've heard from already from the medical examiner and people in Florida that there were 3 gunshots carried out, 2 that hit a pillow and 1 that hit Gannon. Were there any shell casings ever found during the course of this investigation?
No.
Were there any of Letecia's clothes, the defendant's clothes, that had Gannon's blood on them?
Yes.
What were those?
Her shoes?
Okay, but what about her clothing?
No.
Does the fact that those things were missing, a sharp force instrument, the shell casings, and bloody clothing, did that complicate the investigation?
Yes.
You mentioned earlier that the drive from South Carolina to Colorado was many hours long, but you also had contact with her prior to that as well. During the totality of your contact with the defendant, did she ever talk with a Spanish accent?
No, she did not.
Did she ever appear to be in a different personality than what she had been in any other time that you had contact with her?
No.
Was her personality and persona consistent throughout your time with her?
Yes, it was.
Were you able to develop, based on your interactions with her, an opinion as to her sanity during the time that you were with her and during the course of this investigation?
Your objection found.
All right, overruled.
Were you able to develop an opinion as to her sanity?
Yes.
And what is that opinion?
I believe she is sane and she is manipulative and very calculated.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Cross-examination, Mr. Cook.
Thank you.
Oh, let's see what they got. What they got.
Miss Bethel, good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Will Cook. I represent Miss Stauch, who I know you're familiar with. So your first contact with her was with Gannon's father, and it was at a Starbucks in Felton?
That's correct.
Okay. And we listened to that recording?
Yes.
Okay. And you testified that she seemed to be apprehensive during that interview?
That was during the phone call, leading up to the ultimate in-person meeting with her and Albert. Yes.
Okay. And why do you say apprehensive in the phone call?
When I contacted Letecia, I explained who I was and that I was assigned to the investigations division. And Letecia said, I've already spoken with 8 other people. And I asked her if I could meet her at the home. And she did not want me present in her home. stating that there were several young children in the home and she did not want them to overhear our conversation. And that later turned out to not be correct.
Okay. Now, in the video interview at the sheriff's headquarters downtown, was that the office just right across the street from the courthouse?
Yes, sir, it is.
And it seems at times that she's very cooperative. Like she won't stop talking. She just keeps going on and on and on. And she seems very personable. Is that your recollection of what was going on in the video?
In terms of her willingness to have a conversation, yes, she was willing to have a conversation.
Okay. So she didn't seem apprehensive at that point as far as talking and meeting with investigators.
I wouldn't say that to be completely correct.
Okay.
Tisha, yeah.
So in this, at least the first couple of hours, you say that she was still apprehensive?
In certain areas, yes.
Okay. During this interview at Starbucks or at the interview room at the El Paso County Sheriff's Office, did she ever try to physically assault you or any of the other deputies?
No, she did not.
Okay. And in one of the interviews at Starbucks, speaking with Gannon's father, do you remember when he said that they had put Gannon into counseling because of custody issues?
Yes.
Okay. Did Gannon's father ever mention that Gannon was put into custody or put into counseling because of issues between Letecia and Gannon?
No.
Okay. How long would you say you were in the car or the van total with Miss Stauch from South Carolina back to El Paso County?
Oh, we never made it back to El Paso County.
Well, yeah, but to where it stopped, I'm sorry.
Over 24 hours.
24 hours.
I would say close to 24 hours at least.
Now, did y'all stop in a hotel at one point, or were y'all just switching off drivers and doing it straight?
We were just switching off drivers.
Okay. Was this some sort of police van? Was it marked, or was it just a white cargo van that you rented somewhere?
It wasn't a cargo van. It was a commercial. It was a passenger van that the sheriff's office had rented for us.
Okay. What was Ms. Stauch's demeanor during, other than the video that we were watching, what was her demeanor for the other 23 and a half hours or 24 hours you were in the van with her?
She was calm.
Calm? And you said y'all were doing trivia, singing, that sort of thing?
Yes.
I want to see it.
Where was everybody seated in the van when she slipped the cuffs and threw the drink at the other deputy? Who was driving?
Detective Riley was driving.
Okay, your front passenger seat?
That's correct.
Okay, where was the other deputies?
Deputy Michaela James was seated next to her behind Detective Riley.
Okay, and was Miss Stauch seated directly behind you?
Yes, she was.
Okay. Did you nap during this ride any? Fall asleep? Or were you awake and aware the whole time?
No, I wasn't able to sleep.
Okay.
Bitsy said, "Did you watch the video, dude?" That's it.
Now, you said that Ms. Stauch and your encounters with her seemed calm and collected.
I said she seemed calm, yes.
Okay. And that she seemed like she wasn't switching between personalities.
No.
Okay. So there was no switch in her personality from when she was calm for 24 hours in the van till she slipped her cuffs and assaulted a deputy. Was there no change in her behavior at that point, in your opinion?
There was a change in her behavior, but I don't believe a change in her personality.
Okay.
Good answer.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Ms. Bethel, do you know what this is?
It's a diagnostic and statistical manual of mental disorders.
DSM.
And you see right there, it says DSM-5.
Yes.
Numeral 5. Do you know what this book is?
It's a mental disorder book, I assume.
Okay. Have you ever seen it before or ever read it?
No.
Okay. Did you know in the field of psychiatry that this is more or less the Bible for diagnosing psychiatric disorders?
No.
Okay.
The Bible.
And did you know that borderline personality disorders is listed in this DSM-5 manual?
Objection. She's already said that she's not familiar with the book.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand where you're going. She's not being.
Your Honor, can we
qualified.
approach?
Pull a DSM. That's what he was researching, I guess. Oh, we got it. We got it right here. Diagnosis. I can't wait to see the psychiatrist come on and speak. So you were in the vehicle. Yes. Or did you fall asleep? No. Okay. Well, I mean, I see what he was trying to catch her with the whole, you didn't notice any personality disorders or any kind of change in the 24 hours where she was chilling and she assaulted, and she was like, well, her behavior changed, but her personality didn't change. That's her crazy ass, but that like whatever, you know what I mean? She replied really good. I was like, oh shit. Tasha. Desperate. Eva Kobai, thank you for the super chat. Says, it's a good day for exorcism. Thanks for the coverage. Thanks. Crafty Florida Lady, thank you for the super chat. Says, so far seems like her lawyers are not into defending her. Looks like today they came in refreshed, possibly sober, but they're ready to get it on today. They got the books ready, the DSM-5 shit.
Objection sustained. You can rephrase.
So, Ms. Bethel, your definition of sanity that you told Mr. Allen that you believe Ms. Stauch was with your dealings with her, it is not based on the definition of sanity is contained in the DSM-5.
Judge, I would just further object. There's no definition of sanity in that.
Well, you can examine somebody about that to your heart's content, but the question is a fair one, overruled.
And let me rephrase. When you told Mr. Allen that Ms. Stauch was sane, you're not basing that opinion on anything found in this book, the DSM-5, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Just a moment, Your Honor.
All right.
Okay. The defense trying today.
That's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
Redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor. How long have you been in law enforcement prior to you leaving the sheriff's office?
14 years.
During your time with the sheriff's office, what were your different duties?
I began my career as a civilian, and I worked with inmates incarcerated at the El Paso County Criminal Justice Center. From there, I became a deputy in 2010 and received my post-training to become a peace officer. And then from there, I worked on patrol and ultimately into investigations.
In your experience of working at detentions at the jail, would you have contact with people that are suffering from mental health disorders?
Yes.
Would it happen fairly often?
Yes.
During your time with the sheriff's office, did you also have contact with lots of people in the public?
Yes.
Did you see people in the public that had mental health disorders?
Yes, I did.
During your time as working at the sheriff's office, did you encounter people that had severe mental health disorders?
Yes.
Did you have contact with people that had that you might have had concerns with, that they may be a threat to themselves or others, their safety?
Yes.
Did this defendant ever get anywhere close to that during your interactions with her?
No.
Thank you.
The jurors have any questions for Ms. Bethel? All right, looks like we have at least one. Council approach, please.
I wonder who the next witness is. What else they got up their sleeve? All right. Yeah, I wonder what's next. Let's see. Wandering sub, could you find out if the same juror? Oh, that's a good question. That would be a question for I'm gonna text Jen. So the wandering sub says, could you find out if that's the same juror asking questions or it's different ones each time? That's a really good question. Really good. Let me see. Let's see, where is Jen? Jesus. Okay, there. Question. I don't know if she's in there today because she texted. Oh, that was yesterday. She texted me. Yeah, she's probably there, I guess. Is it the same juror asking questions? Okay, asking questions. Can't type for shit. Or different ones. Let me do this. So today, guys, too, I'm going to be with you for the long haul, meaning I'm not actually leaving for lunch break. Maddie's with grandma today. No school. They close it for the next 2 days, or well, Thursday, Friday. And so grandma was nice enough to offer, so I brought her there this morning. So I'll be hanging out. I'll probably lunch break. I'll stop for just. I'm gonna leave the stream running, of course, but I'll just grab something to eat here, warm something up. I'm actually pretty full now, though, so I'll probably maybe just get something to drink or whatever. And we will chill, talk about different things.
I've received a juror question, and you might be sort of thinking ahead. There are some other witnesses. I think that those questions these questions may be able to be answered through, but not this particular one. So with that, Ms. Bethel, you can step down. Thank you.
I'm going to retrieve the exhibit off the witness stand, Judge. You already did it.
Oh, okay. All right, prosecution, call your next witness, please.
Christian Liewer.
Okay, so who's next? That is the question. I'm wondering.
Sorry, who was the witness?
Christian Liewer.
Christian Liewer, I think.
Liewer.
All right.
Liewer.
You would step forward. Raise your right hand, please, sir. You swear affirm the testimony about to give in this man will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
You got a camera on him?
See too many people bring a camera up with them. Okay.
Or record.
I'll explain.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, everyone.
Would you state your name for the record and also spell your last name?
My name is Christian, and my last name is spelled Liewer, and it's pronounced Liewer.
Liewer, okay.
And where are you employed?
I'm a crime scene investigator with the Colorado Springs Metro Crime Lab.
And how long have you been employed with the Metro Crime Lab?
I've been employed with the Metro Crime Lab for a little under 4 years now.
And in terms of your role with the Metro Crime Lab, generally, what do you do?
As a crime scene investigator, we respond to scenes, vehicle processings, autopsies, and person processings for general documentation and evidence collection purposes.
Can you tell the jury a bit more about what type of educational background you need to perform that particular role?
I have a bachelor's of science in criminal justice with an emphasis in forensic investigation. And I also have a master's degree in forensic science from the University of Florida.
In terms of certifications that you hold, can you explain the jury some of those?
Current national certifications, but through our crime lab training program, we have to go through a 6-month training program where we are reviewed and observed by a certified crime scene investigator until we are deemed competent enough to perform crime scene investigations independently.
What about continuing education or things that you do on an annual basis to ensure that you're up to date with the current technology, science? What do you do?
We go to many trainings within our scope of work. That includes blood stain pattern analysis, shooting incident reconstruction, latent print processing, and whatnot.
And how many scenes have you responded to over the course of your career thus far?
I've responded to approximately 75 crime scenes and a total of approximately 220 total callouts.
And the 75 crime scenes, was that specifically as your role as a crime scene investigator?
That is correct, yes.
And how many times have you testified in an expert capacity?
A little bit under 10 times now.
And specifically, what capacity was that?
Crime scene investigation.
Okay. And were all those in this jurisdiction?
Yes, they were.
Your Honor, at this time, the people had tendered the report Christian Liewer as an expert in crime scene investigations.
Oh, good. Witness will be so qualified.
All right. Mr. Liewer, I'd like for you to explain to the jury your role as it relates to the disappearance of Gannon Stauch as you understood it from the get-go. How did your role start?
Absolutely. On February 3rd, I was informed that I was requested to respond to 6627 Mandan Drive to complete a search for latent blood stains and or projectile defects within the residence regarding a missing child.
And what was the specific address you were tasked with responding to?
6627 Mandan Drive.
And is that in the county of El Paso?
That is in the county of El Paso.
State of Colorado?
In the state of Colorado.
You mentioned that particular response. How many responses did you ultimately have to that residence?
I responded to that residence 3 times.
And can you break down for the jury each one of those responses, the dates and the times approximately?
Absolutely. As I alluded to before, I responded a little bit before lunchtime on February 3rd. I responded later in the evening around 6 p.m. also on February 3rd. And then I also responded on February 5th around a little bit after lunchtime.
And in terms of the Metro Crime Lab, how many people were you generally working with for your role in this case?
Each of my responses, I had an additional CSI that was in training with me. And then there were 2 other crime scene investigators that also responded on multiple days to the address.
So subsequent to your last time at the residence on February 5th, were there additional crime scene investigators that were present that helped process the scene or collect evidence?
Yes, there were.
Now, you mentioned that you were tasked, briefed with some additional information regarding looking for latent blood stains. Can you explain to the jury in very basic terms what you mean by blood and blood stains?
So blood, as you all know, is the red fluid that runs through your body that does contain genetic code and carries oxygen. When I refer to latent blood stains in a crime scene, I mean blood stains that are either very dilute or cleaned up to where you cannot see them anymore. So we have to use additional processing to make them visible.
And generally, what is contained in blood? Why is it important to you and what you do?
In a broad sense, what we're concerned about when it comes to blood is the genetic code or your DNA that we are trying to collect with blood stains.
And so in terms of your processing, is your role related to collecting, preserving blood or DNA for additional use by your team?
Yes, it is. Our role is to document and collect as much as we can.
Okay. Now you mentioned collecting, documenting. What is a specific tool that you may use when you're given information that a scene may involve blood?
There are multiple options that we have when it comes to looking at blood stains. However, when we are looking at latent blood stains, we will use a chemical called Blue Star that will assist us in visualizing the blood stains.
And generally, what is Blue Star?
Blue Star is a presumptive test for blood, meaning that it will react with blood, but it can react with multiple other substances. However, with Blue Star, when it reacts with the heme component of blood stains, it will chemiluminesce or glow a bright blue color in the dark.
You said heme?
Correct. Heme.
What do you mean by that?
It's a molecule in the blood that specifically is targeted by Blue Star in our presumptive testing.
So while Blue Star can presumptively test positive for blood, can it presumptively test positive for other substances?
It can. Most of what it will react to is any oxidizing agent, which can include cleaning agents, bleach, even horseradish. So it's presumptive in the sense that we can search for blood, but there has to be additional testing to determine if it is blood and if there is any DNA present in that sample.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness?
You may.
Oh, let me switch the screen for you guys.
Mr. Liewer, do you generally recognize what I'm holding here, which has been marked as People's Exhibit 442?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
This is a diagram that I created of the main level and the basement level of 6627 Mandan Drive.
And generally, are there various markings on this Exhibit 442?
Yes, there are. It has the address, it has what level of the scene it is, and then there are also additional blue, yellow, and purple dots within the diagram that I placed, indicating positive Blue Star reactions on my multiple visits.
And is People's Exhibit 442 a fair and accurate representation of what you created with regard to floor plan?
Yes, it is.
At this time, we would move to admit People's Exhibit 442.
No objection. Exhibit 442 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Mr. Liewer, there is a pointer. I'll ask you to use that as you walk through your testimony here. Is this the right positioning that you prefer for this? It's very big.
It's fine. It's most important that the jury be able to see it. I think maybe if you cant it a little bit, turn it the other way.
Which way, Your Honor?
Like this. Other way.
Facing the
Sorry.
There you go. There you go.
We're good now?
Yep.
Please follow. Okay. Mr. Liewer, can you walk the jury through the diagram that appears in People's Exhibit 442, basic layout of the house?
Absolutely. Is it okay if I stand up next to the diagram as well?
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you.
Even better.
But if
yes.
you're going to do that, you'll need to stand to one side or the other so that the jurors at the far end will still be able to see. So you just need to stand to one side or the other of the diagram.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Thank you. So as you can see on the top of the diagram, or the first section of this, that is going to be the main level of 6627 Mandan Drive. And when it relates to my crime scene processing, my first response was predominantly focused on it's in the upper right-hand corner over here. That is the garage. We were tasked with searching for latent bloodstains in the garage earlier that day. As you can see at the bottom left corner of the garage, there's a doorway. That will open into the laundry room, which the laundry room will continue to open into the main level of the home. Towards the center of this top half of the diagram, there is a stairwell. This stairwell leads to the basement, which the basement is highlighted on the bottom level or the bottom half of this diagram. Can you guys see the bottom half over there? Is it okay if I move the didiagram slightly?
That's fine.
And Your Honor, if the jurors need to stand up or move around to see the diagram, would that be permissible in their chair?
Yeah, if you need to, especially the guys in the hole over there. That's
And Mr. Liewer, just so we can make sure that your voice is projected, just make sure that your voice is projecting.
Absolutely. Can you all see the whole diagram now? Fantastic. So
can all of the jurors hear him? We have a microphone if it would be helpful, but if everybody can hear him, okay. Everybody's nodding, it's all good.
So on the bottom half of this diagram, this is the basement level. And towards the middle of this bottom half of the diagram, you can see the stairwell again. This is the stairwell that connected the upper level and the lower level. But now on the bottom right side of this half of the diagram, you'll see two rooms. The room to the bottom is the southeast bedroom, which I was informed was Gannon's room. And then the room above Gannon's room, that is a storage room or storage closet that I also searched for Blue Star. And then towards the left side of this diagram, you have an entertainment area in the bottom left corner. In the upper left corner, you have a bathroom, an additional bedroom, and an additional walk-in closet.
We can't say anything, guys, by the way.
Great. And
the camera's cut off,
so when you responded
unfortunately.
initially to the residents on February 3rd of 2020, can you walk the jury through what your method of approach when you approach a scene is?
Absolutely. When we respond to a scene in any capacity, we will always go at it in the least intrusive measures. That means I will work outside to inside. So in this case, I was tasked with searching for bloodstains within the garage, between the garage and his bedroom. Because I don't want to go to the most intrusive method, I'm not going to go straight to his bedroom. I'm going to start in the garage and work my way down. And that's the same with any crime scene. We'll always start outside and get closer to what is of interest.
Okay. And you can take a seat. I'm going to ask you to look at a set of photos. You're under permission to approach the witness with what has been marked previously provided to the defense as People's Exhibits 443 through 450.
450.
443 through 450, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Mr. Liewer, can you take a moment to familiarize yourself with that set of exhibits?
Absolutely.
If you guys could hit like too, I'd appreciate it. It helps out the stream, the algorithm. Thank you for hanging out with me today. It's been pretty interesting so far. Somebody said, what kind of happy pills is there?
And do you recognize People's Exhibits 443 through 450?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize them?
These are photographs that I took during my initial visit or my initial processing the morning of February 3rd.
And are they a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw during your initial processing on February 3rd of 2020?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time, the people would move to admit People's Exhibits 443 through 450 and permission to publish.
No objection.
And just FYI,
443
again,
through 450 will be admitted.
I don't know what they're going to show, so, you know, it's live, so just whatever, warning. I don't think it's going to be graphic, but we'll see.
Mr. Liewer, Whatever is going to work better for you. If you want to stand between the screen and the diagram, I'll defer to you, but I will ask you to point out various locations on People's Exhibit 442.
Absolutely.
Sorry, go ahead.
I'm going to stand in front of the diagram so I can turn and show the best way for the jury.
Perfect.
Now, Mr. Liewer, you've explained that you approach a scene from the outside moving inwards. And so what we see in People's Exhibit 443, what are you documenting here?
I'm documenting the front side of the residence. So I am facing south towards the garage. And what's important here is during our overall photographs, we want to document what address we are at. So along the right-hand side of this image, you can see 662 and then something covering the bottom part, but this is the overall view of the front of 6627 Mandan Drive.
People's Exhibit 444, what are you documenting here?
This is an overall photograph of the interior of the garage. I'm standing in the northeast corner, facing southwest towards the laundry room.
People's Exhibit 445.
Now I'm standing in the southeast corner of the garage. And again, I'm facing west towards the laundry room.
People's Exhibit 446.
Standing in the southwest corner of the garage, facing east. So I'm standing right in front of the stairway to the laundry room.
People's Exhibit 447.
This is right at the base of the stairs to the laundry room. And I'm showing that there's a rug there and stairs leading into the laundry room.
Now, as you're walking through this garage area, how do you know which areas of the garage to specifically focus on?
There are multiple case considerations we have to take into. For example, the question was if there were latent blood stains between the garage and his bedroom. It's not observed in these photographs yet, but there is a woodworking shop in the garage that would have been difficult for a vehicle to be parked or anybody to be present. So what we focused on were the open areas where you could walk or park a vehicle.
And in terms of the scope that you're allowed to document and process when you're on a scene, is that dictated by anything?
Yes, we have to work within the parameters of a search warrant. If there's something that we want to collect that are outside of the search warrant, we have to apply for another search warrant to be able to collect that.
And that goes directly to my first question really should have been, are you just allowed to walk into a house and start processing?
No, we are not. We are initially first requested by a law enforcement agency, traditionally the Sheriff's Office or Colorado Springs Police Department. And once they receive a search warrant, we are able to enter a home for our documentation and evidence collection purposes.
And so now what we see in People's Exhibit 447 is a piece of carpet. What was important for you to do next when you observed this piece of carpet?
For the purposes of what we were doing, again, we were searching for latent blood stains. So our next step was to start spraying the garage with Blue Star to see if we could get a chemiluminescence.
And can you explain for the jury the steps in very basic steps of even just beginning to spray Blue Star? Where do you get it?
So Blue Star is a proprietary chemical and it comes in 2 vials. We have to put these 2 vials with a certain amount of distilled water and mix that up. Once it is mixed up in a spray bottle, we will lightly spray over wherever we are trying to search for bloodstains. And we lightly spray over it because it will fluoresce or it will chemiluminesce very quickly. And once we see the chemiluminescence, we'll try to photograph it. But what's most important is that we swab it and note it.
In terms of timing, is that important when you know that you're going to use Blue Star to when you start spraying it?
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
Timing, is that important when you're using Blue Star? Can you, mix the reagent and use it for 3 hours later? Is that important? Does it matter?
So there is a shelf life to Blue Star, but we are able to use it for, if we mix it when we initially get to a crime scene, we're able to continue using it throughout the duration of the crime scene, whether it be a day or not.
Okay. And People's Exhibit 448. Again, what are we seeing here?
People's Exhibit 448 is another photograph from that same location. However, now I've slightly moved up to show in relation to where the doorway is, where I was standing.
People's 449.
This is another photograph of the rug, but it's taking facing southwest now. So it's just an additional angle of the stairwell and the rug itself.
And specifically with regard to those stairs, is there a difference how these stairs appear now versus the other photos that we've seen?
Absolutely. In the previous images, the stairs were dry and kind of a lighter shade, but now you can see that they're a darker shade. That is because I had sprayed Blue Star on these stairs, resulting in them being saturated.
People's Exhibit 450. What are we looking at here?
People's Exhibit 450 is a Blue Star photograph showing the chemiluminescence of the positive reaction with Blue Star, predominantly on the rug and slightly west of the rug.
And in terms of photographing Blue Star, are there anything that you encountered when you were there on February 3rd of 2020 that morning?
When it comes to photographing Blue Star, it is difficult to photograph because you have to manually control many settings on your camera that force a certain amount of light in for a certain period of time. So we have very high-powered cameras that we can adjust those settings to take photographs like this.
And would now be a good time to use your camera?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
We did see you walk up to the stand with the camera. Would explaining how Blue Star is photographed and using that camera be helpful for you in demonstrating that to the jury? Your Honor, permission for the witness to use his camera for demonstrative purposes only.
Defense?
No objection.
Don't flex the
You may go
camera.
ahead.
All right, go ahead, flex it up, man. Flex it. What kind of camera is it?
Now, Mr. Liewer,
Oh,
you
we
started
can't
to
see it.
explain the fancy settings of your camera. Can you explain that to the jury?
Absolutely. So what I have here is a Nikon D500 camera. And the reason we use these, like I said before, is that we can manually adjust many settings on this camera to take photographs that you normally wouldn't be able to on your cell phone. So we're predominantly concerned with three settings in general. The aperture, which if you look at the front of the lens here, that's the opening in which the light will come in. That's kind of like the pupil of your eye. We're concerned with the ISO setting, which is simply saying how sensitive the camera is to light itself. So if I have a higher ISO, that means photographs will appear brighter because it's more sensitive to light. And then additionally, when I take this lens off, being very careful, you can see here there's this mirror. There's going to be a shutter in here. That's what opens and closes when we're trying to capture a photograph. And the reason that is important is because we have to focus on the shutter speed of our camera. And what that means is if I have a very fast shutter speed, it means it opens and closes very fast, not letting much light in. But if I have the shutter speed open for a very long time, it allows more light to come in, meaning I can take photographs in the dark that are brighter, but that can also show the chemiluminescence of Blue Star. Additionally, I didn't bring it up, but the aperture is an additional way to allow light in. But for the purposes of Blue Star, it is predominantly the shutter speed that we are concerned with.
Now, what are the ideal conditions to even do this photography in?
With Blue Star, you have to have a dark room. It doesn't have to be completely dark, but to see a reaction, it has to be mostly dark. So with that being said, we have to have our camera settings allowing us to take photographs in the dark with very minimal light.
And
I apologize. I was going to say, but as you can see here in the bottom portion of this photo, you can see that there is some light. We have to have some light present within the scene to show what the conditions look like with the Blue Star chemiluminescence, because it doesn't really tell much if we have bright blue but nothing behind it to show what it's on.
Can you walk the jury through the different areas where reaction is being observed here in People's Exhibit 450?
Absolutely. So this is at the base of the stairs leading to the laundry room in the garage. So this is along the south wall of the garage in the southwest corner.
And would you point that out on People's Exhibit 442 for the jury as well?
Like I said before, the upper half of this diagram is the main level of the residence. In the upper right-hand corner, that is the garage. You can see along the south or the bottom wall of this diagram that there are many blue dots. Each blue dot represents a blue star reaction that I had on my first visit on February 3rd. Going forward, the green dots will be my second visit and the purple dots will be my third visit. But I'm sure we'll get there.
So after you see this positive reaction in People's Exhibit 450, what is your next step?
When we have a blue star positive reaction, we have to consider the substrate that it's on, or what the blue star is reacting with. So in this case, we have a rug that we could easily collect. So we just collect that easily. However, if we have blue star reactions on a wall or floor, we can't collect the wall or the floor. So we'll have to collect a sample of that blue star reaction itself.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness with People's Exhibit 451, and I will show it to the defense as well.
All right.
Okay. Okay. Oh, smiling, bub.
Mr. Liewer, do you recognize People's Exhibit 451?
Could I handle it real fast?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I do recognize this.
How do you recognize it?
This is the rug that I collected from the base of those stairs. And the reason I recognize it is the label has the description of where it came from. It has my employee ID number as well as the item number. And then there are additional tape seals on the back with my initials and the date that it was sealed up. However, there are additional tape seals and markings on the rug indicating it has been examined by further lab personnel.
Aside from those differences that you pointed out, would you say that it is in the same or substantially same condition as when you last observed and collected it?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time, we would move for the admission of People's Exhibit 451.
Exhibit 451 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Now, after you note the reaction in People's Exhibit 450, what do we see now in People's Exhibit 400 Went ahead myself, Your Honor. Your Honor, permission to approach the witness with what has been marked as People's Exhibits 452 through 458.
Exhibit 452 through 458 will be admitted.
Thank you.
So, no objection to those.
I'll lay the foundation, Your Honor. Mr. Liewer, would you take a moment, familiarize yourself with People's Exhibit 452 through 458?
Absolutely.
How do you recognize those exhibits?
These are additional photographs that I took during my first visit to 6627 Mandan Drive.
And generally, what area do those photos show?
Generally, this is going to be along the south wall of the garage.
And are they a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw that day?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time, we now move for the admission of People's Exhibits 452 through 458.
I still have no objection. Okay. Exhibits 452 through 458 will be admitted.
Now we can show 452. All right. Mr. Liewer, can you explain to the jury what we're looking at in People's Exhibit 452?
So as you can see along the right-hand side of this image, you can see the carpet that we've alluded to before. So this is facing, or this is slightly east of that carpet, looking at the floor.
In 453, what are we seeing now?
This is a blue star photograph of the ground nearby the rug.
Now, is this fair to say that this is a bit brighter?
Yes.
Okay. And when you see this blue star reaction, again, what is important for you to do next?
again, what's important most is to document it in our notes and collect a sample of it.
People's Exhibit 454. What are you documenting here?
This is a photograph of a military backpack along the south wall of the garage.
455.
This is a photograph of that bag moved, so we can search for blue star reactions underneath the bag.
456.
And this is a blue star positive reaction photograph after the bag had been removed.
457.
We've rotated slightly to the east. This is a photograph of the southeast corner of the garage, highlighting those boards and the box directly south of the boards.
And 458.
This is a positive blue star reaction on the boards and on that box that I alluded to.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness with what has been marked as People's Exhibit 459.
It's a good picture.
Go ahead.
It's very clear to see. You did a good job. Gina Lee, thank you for the super chat.
Recognize People's Exhibit 459.
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
This is an envelope with swabs that I collected of the positive blue star reactions within the garage. And again, this is based on the label indicating where it came from with my employee ID number and the tape seals. And again, there are additional tape seals indicating that this has been examined by additional lab personnel.
And in terms of the various swabbings that you did in that area, area of interest for you in People's Exhibit 458, are those swabs contained in People's Exhibit 459?
Yes, they are. If there was a blue star reaction and it was swabbed, it is collected and placed in this envelope.
And again, is that envelope same or substantially same, given the differences that you pointed out to the jury?
Other than the additional tape seals, then yes, it would be.
Your Honor, at this time, would we move for the admission of People's Exhibit 459?
Mr. Tellini?
No objection.
Exhibit 459 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Now, Mr. Liewer, there's some particular areas that you noted in People's 458, and just to be clear, the reaction includes the boards, but it also includes another object?
Yes, it does. As you can see, the multiple boards in this photograph have a blue star reaction. But if you look at the box to the top of this image, there's some blue chemiluminescence. That was swabbed, whereas the boards were collected.
And can you just clarify for the jury on People's Exhibit 442 where that reaction is taking place?
Absolutely. As we can see on the top right-hand portion of the main level in the diagram, we have 3 dots on the southeast corner of the garage. That's going to include the box as well as the boards in the photograph that you see here.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness with what has been marked as People's Exhibits 460 through 476.
You may.
Thank you.
For that set of exhibits, Mr. Liewer, do you recognize those?
Let me take a look.
So much. I appreciate you.
Okay.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness. These are slippery.
Sorry?
Permission to approach the witness. The pictures are
Oh, yeah,
slippery.
go ahead.
All right. Do you generally recognize People's Exhibits 460 through, I believe, 477?
Yes, I do. These are additional photographs that I took during my first scene processing.
And Your Honor, sorry, just to clarify, 460 through 476 is actually the number of exhibits there.
Go ahead.
Are they fair and accurate?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time, we would move for the admission of People's Exhibits 460 through 476.
Mr. Tellini? No objection. Exhibits 460 through 476 will be admitted.
Okay, more pictures. Let's see. Let's check it
Now,
out.
Mr. Liewer, behind you is People's Exhibit 460. You'd mentioned some presumptive positive reactions that you noticed with the boards. What are you documenting in People's Exhibit 460?
What I'm documenting here is that there was initially an additional black bag right in the center of the photograph to the right or the east of the last board. And I moved that bag, and that's what I'm photographing in this depiction right here.
In 461, what are we seeing here?
This is a blue star positive reaction photograph slightly east of those boards and on the boards as well.
462.
This is a photograph directly of the boards at their south end.
463.
Again, a blue star positive reaction photograph. It's difficult to see, but it's on the farthest bottom board or the farthest east board in this photograph.
And Mr. Leeward, would you use the pointer just to point that out to the jury?
So using the pointer, it's going to be slightly in the middle of this image, but it's going to be the board that we are going to refer to as, I believe, 4. And it's this blue chemiluminescence towards the center on the screen right here.
People's 464.
This is another photograph of the boards, but as you can see towards the bottom of the image now, I've labeled the boards. I've labeled north, and I've given them arbitrary numbers as 1 through 4.
And would you point that out to the jury as well?
Absolutely. So I previously testified that that board was number 4. It was actually number 1. I apologize for that. But here on the bottom side of this image, you can see towards the center of these boards, I've labeled them 1, 2, 3, and 4. I've indicated a north arrow, and I've written top, indicating that that is the top of the board.
465.
This is a close-up image of that information.
466.
This is after I cut the boards. We decided to do this because the boards were very long. They spanned the entire length of the garage. So instead of having to contain all of the board, we cut the samples that we had presumptive positive reactions on.
And would these boards now be made available to other members of law enforcement or other people for additional access?
Yes, they would.
People's Exhibit 467, can you orient the jury as to where we're at now?
Absolutely. This is kind of a difficult photograph to discern where we are. But along the left side of this image, you can kind of see the end of a stairwell. And on the diagram here, in the bottom left side of the garage, we're in the southwest corner, looking directly in that corner. So where the rug initially was, it'll be slightly west of that.
People's 468.
This is a blue star reaction underneath the items within that southwest corner.
469.
We've moved some of those items to better visualize what was under those items.
470.
An additional blue star reaction photograph of that same area.
Now, you did explain that you like to work outside in, and so as you've documented various areas around the garage, what is the next area of focus for you?
Naturally, our next indication would be to move into the garage. So what we did after we blue star this area was move further into the laundry room.
So in People's Exhibit 471, what are you documenting here?
This is a photograph of the door to the laundry room, but we're within the garage. We have not crossed that threshold yet.
And People's Exhibit 472.
This is a blue star positive reaction photograph. And it's kind of difficult to see, but at the top of this image, towards the middle of the screen, there's a blue marking on the door.
People's Exhibit 473.
This is a photograph once we've opened up the doorway to the laundry room.
People's Exhibit 474.
This is a photograph of blue star positive reactions on the floor of the laundry room. Again, it may be a little bit difficult to see, but it's right on the floor, right as you cross the threshold, and it's towards the center of the image.
People's 475.
Now we're standing within the laundry room, facing the doorway and looking at the ground towards what would be the entrance of the home.
Equals 476.
Additional Blue Star reactions along that floor between the doors of the home and the laundry room.
And Mr. Liewer, would you go ahead and point out those different spots for the jury?
Absolutely. So we can see the washer and dryer along the left side of the screen. And we can also see some laundry baskets on the right hand of this image. And we're facing south now. So you can see some of these blue speckles along that walkway between the washer and dryer and the laundry baskets.
And are you also documenting that on People's Exhibit 442?
I am. So you can see we've alluded that the garage is in the upper left-hand corner. Now, as you move south, you can see the doorway. And this linear stretch that orients north-south, that is the laundry room. And you can see three blue dots indicating the positive Blue Star reactions that I viewed. However, the 3 is arbitrary. It's documenting the location. It's not the number of reactions we saw.
And People's Exhibit 400 and let's see. You can take a seat now if you'd like. Now, at some point, you'd explained that certain ideal conditions for photographing Blue Star. At what point in the day are you now coming back? Can you explain that again to the jury?
So as I mentioned before, we are there around noon, the noontime, so very bright outside. You can see that in this image depicted that there's light coming in underneath the doorway, which can be troublesome when we're trying to take very dark photographs for a Blue Star. So at this point, we decided with the amount of Blue Star reactions that were observed, that it would be beneficial to respond to the address in the evening hours to search for Blue Star. So because we could make the house darker.
And did you actually respond later in the evening hours on February 3rd of 2020?
Yes, I did. I responded around 6 p.m.
And did you respond with anybody else from your team?
CSI Robert Zaleski responded with me in a training capacity.
And Your Honor, permission to approach.
You may.
You.
Oh.
Sure. I was confused as well.
All right. Yo, if you guys could hit like, I'd appreciate that. Really pretty interesting day so far.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our
lunch break.
Lunch recess. If I can have everyone back in the jury room, say 1:20, we should be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss the case among yourself. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. And have a good lunch. We'll see you back at 1:20. All rise for the jury, please.
Okay.
No, you're just going to need to different.
Good stuff. And switch that one's way out in my courtroom. Let's bring that thing down too.
What a day! What a day! What a day!
I don't think we have one that's in the middle. We have ours, and we'll take that.
So I have a couple of things to show you guys, and there's a kind of a lot of behinds. 120 to coming back, so that's 320.
Thank you. You may all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Is there anything that we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time?
Nothing from the people, Your Honor.
Defense? Okay. All right. Thank you.
All rise.
Court will be in recess then. Thank you.
Official return will be 3:20 p.m. Eastern. I have a couple of things we can talk about though. So the plan for the lunch break is, I'm going to hang out for a little bit. I'm not ending the live stream for the new people. I'm going to talk for a bit, and then I'll take a small mini break. You guys could just hang out, and I'll be back before they even come back for the lunch. So, all right, let me get the super chats, and then I have a couple things I can show you guys. I've been doing kind of a lot of stuff behind the scenes too sometimes, so that's why I'm kind of like, you see me looking down, veering off. Apparently the membership link wasn't working for iPhone people, so I think we fixed it, I think. So because before I had to tell people that you got to go on the computer if you have an iPhone because it doesn't work. So I think we got another link that possibly works if you have issues with that. Dr. Edward Moskowitz, thank you so much for the super chat. I haven't gotten to my P.O. box yet. I still haven't gone. I don't know, man. Hopefully this weekend or something. So I need to go because I have 2 things waiting for me. Thanks for sharing the trial with us. You're amazing. Hugs to Maddie. Thank you. Thank you. Help is on the way. Thanks for the super chat. Says, let's give a round of applause to Mel. Amazing. Thank you. Gold Girls 9 Rodriguez. Thank you for the super chat. Gina Lee. Thanks for the super chat. Thanks, Mel. And Val. Thanks for the super chat. Says, Mel, the moment her head snapped, right? I'm going to clip that to post it. I want to clip my reaction to that too, because that was crazy. Mel, the moment her head snapped was the moment her hands got out the cuffs. If you guys haven't seen that, go back and rewind a little bit to like we had the little break and I replayed it and I reacted when Tisha was in the car and she threw a monster can at the officer and started attacking him in the car. It goes nuts. Okay, let's see a couple things. So let's do this first here. I want to show, let's see, what can we show? So this thing hopefully doesn't have music on there. This is with regards to Tisha. Let me do this too. There's a Facebook group on Facebook. Let me see if I can fix the link. If anybody that's on Facebook, you want to check them out, I'll put it in the description too if you want to check it out after. Oh, it's a private group. Okay. So over here has been really kind. And they posted us on there in the group. I just want to share the love. If you have Facebook, join this group for Gannon, Justice for Gannon. I'll put the link in the description as well. Let me do that real quick. Gannon Stauch case. Doing too much. Okay. Justice for Gannon. Gannon. Facebook group. Okay. So I dropped the link there if you ever want to check them out and follow. And by the way, we're trying to get to 180,000, which I really believe we're going to do it before the end of the month. My goal is the end of the month. We're at 178,904. That's nice. We got less than 100 to go. Okay. So maybe by the end of the day, probably by tomorrow, we'll be able to get 179. And hopefully by the end of the month, the 180. Now, this video that I wanted to show you guys, let's see here. Okay, I think it has music probably. Let me see. Hold on. I don't know. Let me see. Yeah, not going to happen. But we can watch the video, though. Take me down. Take me down. This is from over here. Letecia Stauch at Copperhead Road Bar. And what is this? Copperhead Road, 12/31/2019, New Year's Eve, 27 days before she allegedly murdered her 11-year-old stepson, Gannon, Colorado Springs. Oh, so here's Letecia getting down. Oh, Lord. Okay, so she's partying it up. Amazing. There's another video. Let me see real quick. And we watched this. So, Crime Curious. Oh, by the way, that reminds me. Crime Curious. So I texted her and she texted me back. She's watching. She's not in the trial today. You should definitely check out her channel. I think I might have it in the description still. I don't know. It depends what updated. Yeah, I do have her. I got the page for the Gannon's Law, the Kickstarter. I might have to update it. Crime Curious, though. Check out her YouTube page. I had her as a guest on here, too. It was a really interesting video. But I asked her about... Wrong text. A whole bunch of text. Okay. I asked her, is it the same juror asking questions or different ones? And she said, I'm not there today because I'm coughing and sneezing and I don't want to disrupt, which I was like, wow, she's courteous, because a lot of these people that I've seen in these trials, you hear them coughing, hacking. I feel like that happened in the Johnny Depp trial. even the Alec Murdaugh trial. And I mean, it's not just like a little couple people like, and like the audio, that's all you hear, and like coughing on top of each other. At one point, wasn't there like some jurors that got COVID and like they're telling people to wear masks? And some people are just like, they don't care. They'll go in there, ride or die, infect everybody. But she's actually not sick. She says she has allergies, but she didn't want to disrupt. She said, but to your question, different ones, a lot of the time, there is one guy who asks more than others. So there's different people asking questions, but there is one guy that's asking more than others. He also stands up and stretches a lot. Late 50s, early 60s. Okay, that's the answer to that. So let me put the link to her channel too in the description. Crime Curious. Boom. All right, so she's there. I'll put it in the chat as well. Okay. And so I wanted to watch a little bit of this video. I believe it's okay to play. She told me the other day, I told her to use whatever she wants on my channel. And I think she said likewise. So, but she got like a lot of heat and static for posting this. This is Harley Hunt. Let me see if I have the other screen. Whoa. Let's do this like a mini setup, not full screen display. This was Harley Hunt. Well, I don't know about this music though.
So that she could buy another. Harley Hunt, Letecia's daughter, who recently asked the general public to donate $5,000 so that she could buy a new car in order to get to and from college courses, has left the country, and she's posting about it exactly 2 weeks before her mother's trial.
So this is a video from, so we know, a month ago, okay?
Received a subpoena to testify on behalf of the prosecution. Will she be there? Hi, my name is Harley. For any of you who don't know my story, I lost both my parents a few years ago when I was 17 years old. During this time, not only was I struggling, coping with this, but I was also struggling with navigating my way through life and getting myself back on my feet. I had to provide myself a place to stay, transportation, college, and everyday necessities for livelihood. I never really asked for help during this time and always tried to figure everything out on my own. It was a struggle, filled with both highs and lows, but God has always provided a way. I feel sometimes I have avoided asking for help out of fear that it admits failure or fear that it will burden others. But the truth is that God created us with a need for help. Asking for help isn't admitting failure, but recognizing the way God made us. Just recently, I lost my car that I had been using in order to commute to work and my college campus. I've been having to rely on asking friends for rides and Ubers. As you can imagine, this has become very costly, and I've been very short of money and opportunities to stride. I've had to work less hours and drop some of my class courses because I haven't been able to always get to work or school. I am asking for help to raise...
No, that's not Harley. This is Harley's GoFundMe, but Crime Curious is reading the GoFundMe for us.
Money.
We're going to actually see a video though.
With me to go to another country and see my boyfriend. Little backstory, he lives in the Caribbean, and where I live right now, it's really cold, so kind of annoyed that I'm going to looking pale, but I'm going to do a little bit of self-tanner first. And excuse my hair in this video because I just look an absolute mess. I got this suitcase from Amazon, and it's in pink, and I'll link it in my storefront. I feel like the easiest way to start is just to start with the little stuff. So I have these cute little shorts and like a matching top for this little PJ set that I'm going to bring. Other than that, we're just going to bring some t-shirts, probably going to sleep in his anyway. We have...
I mean, I don't know. So she has like a YouTube page or TikTok. So like she does, social media. I mean, I don't know. I guess this was like a month before the trial. And so, I mean, I don't know. I don't, maybe I'm missing context. I don't particularly feel anyway. I mean, I guess the GoFundMe is interesting, but I think the whole story is kind of sus a little bit that, I don't think that she was involved at all, like in killing Gannon, but it's just weird that, like, I don't know, you didn't notice anything, or that ride in the van, or like all that shit, or the day of. It's just weird. I don't know, getting the cleaning supplies, all that stuff, but.
These Abercrombie ones that have like a little slit on the side. Light Levi's, ripped Levi's, and then these black Levi's. Then I just have these cute little mom shorts from Forever 21. They have these khaki color like jeans from Pretty Little Thing. They're super cute. They're a little big on me, but I feel like they'll look okay with heels. And then just some light wash Levi's to bring black jeans or to not.
Look up, boys, stay awake.
I'm gonna bring them. They have some dresses. I don't know where I think we're going, but I love a good dress, so.
Oh, well, the thing is, too, the other thing was they were talking about, like, the whole suitcase stuff, you know, because Gannon was found in a suitcase. And, I mean, I could be innocent, but,
They have some dresses.
I don't know. The suitcase post. I don't know. But, there's a doggy. I don't know what these people. Does the flight? I'm curious. Okay. The other thing that I thought I could share. Couple things. Let's see. Should we do this now? I feel like almost every time we come back on this, we have a little update with Noel Rodriguez. And I have a couple of clips because I think I'm gonna put one video together and put everything together. And make a video out of it. Let me send myself the link real quick. I thought I did this morning, but let's see. Damn, I gotta really scroll. Okay, so Noel's foster mother spoke up. Okay. Let me just send this to myself. Bloop. And let me see if there's another. There's two videos. Oh. I think one's better than the other one, maybe. Send myself the videos. Hey, the foster video. Do I need to watch both of them, or is the last one you sent good enough? Or last one? Okay. Oh. Okay. All right. Thanks. Okay. Bye. Let's see. Okay, so I got two versions. So this one is just foster mom talking, I think. Yeah. Okay, so we'll watch the foster mother talking. So this is a story that we've been covering on the channel, and Noel is a 6-year-old child from Texas that, I mean, it's kind of convoluted, but basically his mother, his mother and stepfather and the other 6 siblings fled the country. He's been missing. He's presumed dead. There's a lot of people that are on this channel. We've been kind of following his story. If you're a little unaware, I am going to be putting clips together and reposting some of the stuff so people can understand. But this is the foster mom now speaking.
Hi! He was small but mighty. A playful boy who always had a toy in hand, a smile on his face, and a giggle that filled the house with joy.
That was my son. That was my baby. Noel way over there. Look.
Back in 2020, Patricia Paris fostered Noel Rodriguez Alvarez.
Wherever I went, he was like my shadow.
And in 1 year, they formed a special bond.
That was my buddy. My cool dude.
Noel, look at the camera.
And they shared memories she can't forget.
You want a burger?
Yep.
Yeah. I would say, Sweet Pea. He would say, Mommy. I would say, no, Noel, I'm not your mom. I'm Sweet Pea. He'd say, no, you're Mommy.
And that's why, when Everman police announced the boy, who hasn't been seen since November, is believed to be deceased.
And I still couldn't believe it.
Can't believe the boy she watched overcome so much despite his disabilities is gone.
What's that been like every day for you?
It's been very stressful. Every time I pass by a wooded area or a bunch of trees, side of the road, I say, you know, is he over here? He needs to be found so he can be laid to rest.
Yeah,
Harris says Noel's mother, Cindy Rodriguez.
This woman's grimy as hell. And not only just her, but that guy that's with her, that guy's a piece of shit. I don't know how you can co-sign that and be with a woman like that and have your kids with a woman like that and be around a woman like that and flee with her. That's just crazy to me. Scumbag too.
Singh had a support system.
She could have given us to us. We asked for him.
The idea that he's gone is starting to set in for the Paris family.
He gonna be okay. You okay?
And together, they're trying to hold each other up.
We showed him love while we had him, right?
Paris finds some peace,
You want a burger? Yeah.
knowing that in the year Noelle was with her family, he was loved. Noelle's foster siblings miss his laugh and his hugs. In Everman, I'm Adriana De Alba.
Yeah, that's messed up, jacked up situation. So I wanted to give a little update on that. I am going to put the clips together with some of the recent updates and post it. I don't think I'll have time today to post it, but maybe sometime this weekend I'll put it all together. So people that are not too aware of that story, it'll have a recap, a mini recap, and then also all the new updates and some of the live stream clips that we've done together. I've recorded them, so I'll slap them together. So we're just keeping an eye on that. Noelle's still missing. Santa Muerte, weirdo stuff. Now, I wanted to look at as well, so Lily in London, she tagged me on some of the posts about, let's see if I can find it still. Oh, was it mentions? Maybe I gotta go to mentions. I don't know if this Twitter shit works. There we go. This whole MMPI thing that we're talking about. Original, so let me show you this. I don't know what the hell it is. What the hell? The original MMPI2 questions provided under the Fair Use Act for educational purposes. I like mechanic magazines. I have a good appetite. I wake up fresh and rested most mornings. I think I would enjoy the work of a librarian. I'm easily awakened by noise. My father is a good man. Or if your father is dead, my father was a good man. Let me see something. MMI2. Let's see. So it's basically the MMPI2 is a self-report inventory of 567. We ain't gonna go through all that. I'm glad I read that. True or false questions about yourself. Your answers help mental health professionals determine whether you have symptoms of mental health illness or personality disorders. And this is from the Minnesota of Multiphasic something. So it's a true and false questionnaire. My sex life is satisfactory. I enjoy detective or mystery stories. I work under a great deal of tension. Okay, at times I feel like swearing. You're ill. You're mentally ill. How dare you? I have nightmares every few nights. Mentally ill. All kinds of regular shit. Mentally ill. I'm a very sociable person. I have not lived the right kind of life. Yeah, it's like depressing and shit. I enjoy reading love stories. My feelings are not easily hurt. My soul sometimes leaves my body. God damn. I give up a false. I'm certainly lacking in self-confidence. I would like to be a florist. I usually feel that life is worthwhile. I would like to be a nurse. I'm happy most of the time. Some people are so bossy. I get angry sometimes. I like dramatics. I like to cook. I used to keep a diary. It's 150. Find out if psychologists and employees think you're normal. Wow. I do not tire quickly. I like school. I've never had a fainting spell. I'm worried about sex. My memory seems to be all right. I'm afraid of losing my mind. I'm against giving money to beggars. Damn, that's kind of savage. Beggar. Get off of me, beggar. I frequently notice my hand shakes when I try to do something. I'm against giving money to beggars. I have very few headaches. All right. I gossip a little at times. I like science. All right, amazing. Many of my dreams are about sex. I'm easily embarrassed and worry about money and business. Sometimes I enjoy hurting persons I love. I enjoy it. It's fun. I usually expect to succeed in things I do. I feel uneasy indoors. I'm not usually self-conscious. I enjoy children. I enjoy gambling. So I wonder what her answers. Did they have her do this? Did she fill this shit out? You can't even trust what she fills out. No matter what she does, you can't even trust her diagnosis from a psychiatrist, whatever, because she's a liar. I guess they're supposed to see through that shit, but she's a manipulator. You can't trust nothing she says, fills out, does, nothing. Her actions, behavior, nothing. I hate my whole family. Others tell me I eat too fast. Once a week I get drunk or high. I mean, there's some crucial ones in there. Something about cutting yourself. Are you normal? Find out what your future employee wants to know. Take the MMPI test online for $3.99. Find out if you're normal and what they think about you. All right. That was an interesting read. Let me see. I think she tagged me in something else. Let me see. Lily in London. Oh, I closed it up by accident. Damn it. Oh. Mentions. Validity scales. Malingering detection. I'm going to detect malingering. Or malingerer. The validity scales in all versions of the MMPI-2 contain three basic types of validity measures. Those that were designed to detect non-responding or inconsistent responding, CNS, VRIN, TRIN. Those designed to detect when clients are over-reporting or exaggerating the prevalence or severity of psychological symptoms, FFB, FP, FBS. And those designed to detect when test takers are underreporting or downplaying psychological symptoms, LKS. A new addition to the validity scales for the MMPI-2RF includes an overreporting scale of somatic symptoms, Fs, as well as revised versions of validity scales of the MMPI-2, VRIN, blah, 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 A, B, C, D, E, F, G. The MMPI-2RF does not include the S or FB scales, and the FR scale now covers the entirety of the test. Amazing. So you got CNS, means can't say, questions not answered, left blank, or both true and false. L means lie, intentional underreporting of symptoms. F means infrequency, overreporting symptoms in first half of test. K means defensiveness, unintentional underreporting of symptoms, defensiveness, denial. FB, back, overreporting symptoms. VRIN, variable response inconsistency, answering similar or opposite question pairs inconsistency. TRIN, true response inconsistency, answer questions all true, all false. What does that mean? FK, F minus K, honesty of test responses, not faking good or bad. S, super, what is that? F, superlative self-presentation, improving upon case scale, appearing excessively good. FP, psychopathology, overreporting symptoms in individuals with psychopathology. FBS, faking bad scale, symptom validity, overreporting somatic or cognitive symptoms in disability/personal injury claimants. RBS, response bias scale, exaggerated memory complaints in forensic settings or disability claims. FS, infrequent somatic response, overreporting somatic symptoms. And CRIN, combined response inconsistency, combination of random and fixed consistent responding. So Yeah, whatever that means. So I guess it's like their grading scale for malingering detection. I don't really trust all that shit, but okay. I mean, who knows what I would fall on the scale? He's crazy. We gotta give him meds. You're too happy. You need to be more sadder. So yeah, I don't know if Harley's testifying or not. She is on the list. I mean, somebody had mentioned to me before that like she could possibly be on the list so people don't bother her. But I think she's probably pretty crucial to this case and story. She was there, you know. Let me put the thing on the screen when we come back. Where's that at? I'm gonna take a little break here soon. Just go use the restroom, grab something to drink, put a little snack in the air fryer. Text live. Okay, yeah. So yeah, we got a bit to come back. So Harley, I don't know, maybe. It would be so interesting if Letecia took the stand. I don't know if she will. It probably wouldn't help her, but that would be really interesting to see. I hope she does. Let's see what else. Oh, there was something somebody sent me on Instagram I want to show you guys too. Lord. Let me show you this shit. Instagram. Has Kachava helped you? Or are you using it as a meal replacement? Thinking of ordering some. Kachava, bro? I'm a different person. Ever since I started Kachava, now you're gonna start getting Kachava ads. My life has changed. I've lost weight. I'm happier. I'm fulfilled in life now. By Kachava. No, Kachava, I think it's nice. Has it helped me replace meals? No. So you're supposed to pour 2 of the things. Carly asked me that question. You're supposed to pour 2 scoops of that in, but I feel like even that doesn't replace a meal for me. When I do Kachava, which is actually, I should do that for lunch today. Actually, I should really do that. I lost a little bit of weight, so I want to keep it going. But I normally do the 2 scoops and then I do protein powder on top of it. I do protein powder because I feel like that's more filling. Even though Kachava has protein, I just feel like I don't think it's a good meal replacement, honestly. But they say you can mix stuff in there like fruits and yada yada, whatever, yada yada. But I normally do the Kachava and then I do protein on top of it, which I could just do the protein by itself, but I do that on top of it. And I don't like Kachava in the daytime. I don't know. Last time it made me kind of sleepy. I take it in the evening, but the protein I'll take during the day. And sometimes I put fruit in there, or sometimes I put like frozen kale in there. I'll like put pieces of that in there, mix it with some ice as well. I have this nice keto frozen fruit blend as well. It has like a little bit of strawberries, some avocado, some berries. You just take a little handful and throw that in there as well. Kachava tastes really good, but it's pretty expensive, I think, too. Oh, there's different flavors. I got the vanilla one. Kachava, bro. Everybody gets Kachava, bro. Okay, so Alexander sent me this earlier. He said, check out the guy behind Letecia's shoulder. Let's check this out. Watch it together. Let's watch it together. So Alexander, let's see. Alexander sent me this and he said, check out the guy behind Letecia's shoulder.
Any audible comments or emotional outbursts? Thank you. With that, I'm going to go ahead and call on 40158 Letecia Stauch. Thank you, Mr. Allen.
Catherine Strobel. Sorry, Judge. Catherine Strobel on behalf of Ms. Stauch. She appears in custody.
Okay, thank you.
Is he hot?
Go ahead and state your name, please.
Okay, Letecia Stauch.
Maybe he has a disability or something. I don't know.
Your advisement went over your rights. Do you have any questions with regards to your rights?
Amen.
And Ms. Strobel, are you waiving advisement?
We are, Judge. We'd ask the court to set it for first appearance.
Might be high.
Have you had an opportunity to go over charges and possible penalties with Ms. Stauch, or do you need to do that at a later date?
Judge, we have advised Ms. Stauch of the arrest charges in this case. Obviously, when formal filing is conducted, we will do it again.
Okay, all right. So Ms. Stauch, at this point, I'm not going to read through the charges with you. Your counsel will do that at the appropriate time. I do need to set it for the first appearance. I've been given the date of March 11th at 4 p.m. in Division 15. However, Mr. Allen, Judge Warner reached out to me and asked me to find out if you were requesting the 18th instead. I don't know if there's a need for additional time for filing.
Actually, if I can ask my victims that are in the courtroom judge what she would prefer, I can be fine with either one.
Okay, and then obviously I'll find out from Mr. Strobel what her position is.
Judge, we're available either day.
Okay.
And Judge, we're fine with the March 11th at 4 p.m.
Okay, then this matter will be set for March 11th at 4 p.m. in Division 15.
Wow,
Ms.
I don't
Stauch
know.
continues to be held with no bond. Anything else for today?
No, Judge.
Okay, all right, thank you, and you're all set.
Wow, what was that? Looks like they took the meth lab and its victims on a field trip to watch Step Monster. No! What? May God help everyone on the back that look worried and lost. That guy behind her has that. Oh my God, look. Wow, dude. It's like a scene from One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. Dude behind her looks like the scene in Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas when they're in the motel room. It kind of almost looked like he was tripping or something. Oh my God, the guy behind is tripping out. Dude behind is proof that's intoxicating being in her presence of the devil. Wow. The men seem more shocked than the woman. Oh man. Damn, bro. That guy behind in the back tripping is funny. What's wrong with the inmate in the back? Wow. Dude is high as hell. He might be. He looked like he was tripping or something. I don't know. The way his eyes and stuff like that. I don't know. All right. So I guess I'm gonna take a little break. I'm gonna leave the stream up. Gonna step away for a little bit, go use the restroom. Lori Austin, thank you so much for the super chat. If you guys could hit like, thank you so much. Be back like in 10 or 15 minutes, I think. And we'll just see what other news is out there, kind of chill. What else we got to talk about? We'll also be back Monday as well. Monday, staff spitting. Letecia's also doing this when she tells the one officer you can, but she can't. Trying to play one staff member against another. So yeah, I set up the stream for Monday, 10:45 a.m. Eastern. And yeah, I'll be back. What do we leave here? Leave this here. Yeah, we'll leave that there. Put this on a big thing. All right. All right. What's up, guys? I'm almost back. I'm going to make a little smoothie. Protein smoothie. Hope you're good. What's up? What's up? What is up? My hands feel cold. I don't know why. Or maybe because I was making a smoothie. Okay. So I made this the green thing you see there, that's kale. This is so good. This is gangster. I only put 1 scoop of cassava because I don't want to sleep. And I put, I think, 2 scoops of protein. But it's the Fruity Pebble protein, which is like really gangster. Yo, I'm telling you, don't shit on the Fruity Pebbles unless you've had it. The protein stuff, it tastes just like Fruity Pebbles cereal. Doesn't have all the sugar. I don't know how they did it. A research chemical that probably has carcinogenic properties. Probably, right? Yeah, no, it's great. Oh yeah, no, just take this. Years down the line, you suffer. This thing has 1 gram of sugar. How do they do that? Oh, pero mira ahí. Mira ahí. I'm going to show you this. Maybe that's how they did it. Maybe that's how they did it. So, all right. So they got less than 1 gram of sugar. That's amazing. It almost reminds me of that Seinfeld episode with the yogurt thing. Like, oh, this yogurt's so good. Yeah, it's sugar-free. And they're all just gaining weight and shit. So total carbohydrates, 1 gram. Dietary total sugars, less than 1 gram. Okay, so like, what's wrong, right? So we got hydrolyzed whey protein isolate, natural and artificial flavors, yada yada, right? That's all that is. But they say artificial flavors, yada yada. Less than 1% of edible glitter. What's that? Gum arabic, FD&C red 3. I thought I heard like those red and blues are like bad and yellow. Or it's just food dye? It's food dye. Salt, soy lecithin, sucralose. That's actually the sugar right there. Sucralose. Stevoglycol. Oh, they put stevia in there. That's how they get around. Stevia is actually good though. Stevia is a good sugar alternative. What's that red shit? Red 3, red 4. What is that bullshit? Imagine that for the ingredients they just put yada yada, like all the hazardous, cancerous, chemical shit. Food dye is not good for ADHD. Sucralose is Splenda. A lot. But they have to put that here, so if they do put some, it's not a lot, I guess. Something ain't right with this thing. It tastes too good. Something ain't right. Sodium is salt. That's not bad, I guess, right? 4% daily value. That's not a lot. Gangsta. Dr. Pamela Sholett, gangsta, because gangster. Red 40 comes from Beetle, somebody said? Oh, Lord. Let me see. Where does Red 40 come from? Where does Red 40 come from? Red dye 40 is a synthetic food colorant or dye produced from petroleum. Every batch of red dye 40 must undergo FDA certification process. As if that makes you feel better. Oh shit. Experts believe that red dye 40 and other synthetic color additives may cause behavioral changes due to a depletion of minerals that play a role in growth and development, including zinc and iron. Chemical changes in the brain, hypersensitivity, which cause allergic reactions such as inflammation. They have been banned in many European countries, but legal in the US. In the US, food and pharmaceutical industry, since the artificial coloring better entice consumers to ultimately drive a profit. Hell nah. Damn. The truth about red dye made from bugs. Let's see, Life Science. Shit is so good though, man. That Beetlejuice. Why can't they just answer the question? Yes or no? Everything is bad for you, huh? This is so good. Marissa says Letecia must have been fed a lot of Red 40. You can find all kinds of shit. If I ever do something crazy, I could just talk about this video that I took the Red 40, used the Rolodex of mental health, DSM-5, and say, hey, you know, I had some sort of whatever. Right? Red dye is bad for ADD. If that's all, I'm okay. I'll take it. What else? I was talking to Sylvia on the phone too. I had a really funny conversation with him. Sam Panther, thank you for the super chat. I missed it earlier. Appreciate that. Let's see what else. What else is going on around the world? I have some I have egg rolls in the air fryer. Not the best, but they're veggie egg rolls. I don't know if they're real vegetables or synthetic vegetables. But what happened with that is that I ordered them by accident one day. I think they ran out and they substituted it. And I got the veggie and I was really angry and upset about it. And I cooked it anyway and I was like, yo, this shit's actually really good. And so now I order the veggie ones. The back writing? Oh, it's time.
All right. Court call 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury is not present in the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time?
Not from the people, Your Honor.
Yes.
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, let's go ahead and bring the jury in.
Don't spill it, right? I know.
And Ms. Gratiano, you can move that once the jury gets in and whenever you're ready.
Yes, Your Honor, I'll do that.
Synthetic vegetable? Who knows, man? Fake stuff, filler, plastics, digestible plastic. You know, and I thought in China they had like fake rice. They're just giving people plastic and shit. Fake China rice. Why people believe the myth of plastic rice? Oh, I thought it was true. Didn't they have like fake fish too over there? Some distributors are selling fake rice. In Taiwan, Shanxi province. A mixture of potatoes, sweet potatoes, and plastic. Amazing.
Yeah, that's okay.
Fake plastic rice seized in Nigeria amid rocketing food prices. That was 2016. About fake fish.
All rise for the jury, please.
Fake seafood. Let's see.
Thank you. You may all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. When we took our break, we were in the midst of the testimony of Mr. Liewer. That's where we will resume. Ms. Gratiano.
Yep, and we'll continue on. Well, good afternoon now.
Everyone.
Your Honor, permission to approach to move the easel?
You may go ahead.
Welcome back, guys. We're back.
Mr. Liewer, we were at a good point where you've now transitioned to another part of the house. I would like to take a moment to take a step back. There are two exhibits, I believe, in front of you.
I just have the one.
Sorry?
I just have one photograph.
One photograph. And what photograph exhibit is that previously admitted?
This is People's Exhibit 446.
I project that. Mr. Liewer, if you can take a moment to point out some specific items that we see in People's Exhibit 446. Next to the boards, you testified about a bag that you'd moved, done some Blue Star on, but can you point out that bag in People's 446?
Absolutely. So as you can see in the center of the screen, you see a blue bag next to the boards that I've testified about. This bag appeared to be a softball bag or used for softball materials, but I did not open it to examine what was in there.
And can you point out that bag? To be clear, there may be maybe 2 bags in that particular photo. Can you point out each of those bags?
Absolutely. I'm going to stand up if that's okay with you.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So as you can see in the center of this image here, the blue bag I was referring to earlier, there's a big E in the middle of it. But additionally, there's a box to the south end of the boards. There's also another Easton bag with what appears to be a pink softball bat as well.
Thank you. Now, you'd explained that your work on February 3rd of 2020 was split basically into 2 parts. The second part was to maximize the advantage of what?
We wanted to respond again in the evening to take advantage of the darkness so we could see the Blue Star reactions if present.
Okay. And in terms of that, were you able to document any Blue Star reactions that you noticed?
Yes, we were. We were able to document it via notes and some photographs. There was a camera malfunction during my response, which I can explain in further detail.
Go ahead.
So I mentioned before the shutter of a camera is what opens and closes for a photograph to be taken. And that when we take our Blue Star photography, we want to make sure the shutter is open as long as we can to get as much light in. So traditionally, if you have a shutter that is open for a very long time, you're going to have a brighter and brighter photograph. With my camera, there was a shutter issue where I had my shutter open for a very long time, 30 seconds, and my pictures were coming out almost completely dark. And there was a weird noise that my camera was making. So we equated this to a shutter malfunction. So instead of trying to photograph and continually diluting the Blue Star reaction, we decided it would be best to make a note of it and sample it directly. Because if we kept trying to photograph the reaction, eventually that would continually dilute the sample, which would make it more difficult for a DNA sample to be pulled from it. So in a long-winded answer, we had issues with the camera shutter. So instead of trying to photograph it, we took swabs and noted it immediately. And the camera was eventually replaced that year as well. So,
Your Honor, permission to approach with what has been marked as People's Exhibits 477, 486 through 502, previously provided to the defense.
All right, go ahead.
To familiarize yourself with the exhibits that I've handed you.
absolutely.
Not real tuna? Oh, Lord. Oh, that's what I think I heard too. Tuna, fake tuna? Some tuna. That whole safe fishing thing is BS too, like the safe thing that's on the tuna. Somebody got a fake tuna lawsuit. Oh, Lord. Hell no. What they been serving over there? What kind of... Oh, contains animal protein like chicken, pork, and cattle. Oh, hell no. Woo.
Mr. Liewer, do you recognize those?
I do. These are photographs that I took during my second visit or the evening of February 3rd, 2020.
And In terms of the documentation that you did, you were able to actually use your camera, but as far as some of the documentation for lighting and things like that, that became problematic with the Blue Star, right?
That is correct. During the second visit we were there, the CSI Robert Zaleski had his camera. I did switch to that momentarily to photograph some Blue Star reactions, but overall my camera was having those shutter issues. So again, we predominantly decided that it would be best to note and swab.
And our People's Exhibits 477, 486 through 502, a fair and accurate representation of what you saw that day?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time, we would move for the admission of People's Exhibits 477, 486 through 502.
Exhibits 477 and 486 through 502 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Great. Mr. Liewer, what we have projected here is People's Exhibit 477. Why did you document this?
This is an overall photograph of the storage room that's in the basement. And depicted on the diagram here, we have the child's bedroom in the southeast corner of the bottom half of this diagram. And that storage room just north of it, that's what I'm photographing here. And when we do our crime scene processing, we will take overalls of every room to document how it looks before we begin our processing. So this is one of those photos. In relation to where this location is at, it's in the northeast corner of this room facing east. So when you walk in, it's the wall on the farthest.
And as a part of the Metro Crime Lab, fair to say other members of the team also did crime scene work in that room as well?
That's correct.
Okay. Your Honor, if we can mute the screen so I can move forward.
Yep.
Okay. Great, thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, who knows what we're actually eating? Yeah.
You can go ahead and unmute it. Appreciate it, Your Honor.
Right.
Lost it. Thank you.
Zoom in.
And now as you move forward throughout the house, continuing your documentation with specific areas of the house, what are we seeing in People's Exhibit 486?
This is a difficult photograph to recognize because we don't have any labels for it. Traditionally, when we see visible possible bloodstains, we will label them. But with how small what I observed here was, I didn't want to lose it. So what we're looking at here is that first landing. And when I refer to the landings, the first one, we're referring to going downstairs. So the first landing is the first one you hit when you're going down the stairs. The second one is the second landing when you're going down the stairs. So in this diagram, in the center of the top level, it's going to be this north wall of the first landing. And it's kind of, you can't see it, but there's a zoomed in photograph.
Okay. The zoomed in photograph that you're referring to, would that be People's 487?
Yes, it is. That there was a red possible biological sample on that north wall that we thought it would be probative to take a sample of.
Okay. People's 488. Ooh. Can you orient the jury as to where we are now?
So now we are in the southeast bedroom, or Gannon's bedroom. And this is the location. This is right when you're standing in the doorway. So we're standing in the doorway at the top left side of his room on this diagram, facing the southeast corner.
People's 489.
This is another photograph of that corner. However, now we're standing in the northeast corner facing southeast.
People's 490.
This is the direct east wall of that corner we were just referring to.
And based on what you're looking at here, photographing this particular wall, are there any apparent abnormalities that you're seeing when you look at this photo in terms of blood?
Overall, no, but there were observations later made, but at the time there weren't.
Okay. People's 491.
So this is another photograph of the southeast corner. It is very yellow because we will take a photograph before we do any blue star without any flash photography. So it will come out usually this yellowish hue. So this is the photograph I took for any blue star processing. And then any photographs subsequent to that will be of that blue star reaction in the same exact location.
And Mr. Liewer, are you familiar with what object generally is in that corner of that bedroom?
I was informed that there was a bed there at one point.
And by the time you'd enter that room, had that bed been removed?
Correct. I did not observe a bed in that corner. However, I did observe a bed in the southwest corner, so on the opposite side of this corner.
People's Exhibit 492. Can you explain to the jury what you've documented here?
This is the photograph from that corner. This is a blue star reaction. And this is after I did switch cameras on the second visit or the second processing. But this is a blue star reaction with blue and whitish blue chemiluminescence around that southeast corner.
And Mr. Liewer, would you be able to use the pointer to distinguish between the floor versus the wall area?
Absolutely. So with this photograph being so dark, it may be difficult to tell. But towards the bottom of the screen here, you can see kind of a white upside down V. To the upper left side of that V is the east wall of the room. To the upper right hand side of that V is the south wall. And then directly below that upside down V is the floor of that corner of the room.
And based on the color of the reaction that you see here, is there anything that you can say or opine as to the color and what that means?
So with it being a blue chemiluminescence, it is presumptive positive, is a presumptive positive reaction with blue star, indicating that it could be blood.
People's Exhibit 493. What are you looking at and documenting here?
This is another photograph of the same reaction. However, the spray has been distributed differently, so that's why there's a different appearance now. But again, this is another photograph of the presumptive positive reaction in that corner of the southeast bedroom.
Compared to People's Exhibit 492, would 493 show a greater height of the wall, or is that just additional spray that you put to document that?
I wouldn't make any conclusions based on that alone, but because when you're spraying with blue star, you're spraying where you can. You may not be hitting every single possible area, possible blood stains, but I will say the reaction does span a higher level in this photograph than the previous photograph.
People's Exhibit 494. What are you documenting here?
We saw a reddish brown stain consistent with blood stains on the underside of the carpet.
And as we had gone through the prior exhibit showing the carpet, was there any discoloration that was apparent on the top of the carpet as you documented?
Yes, it was darker and brown, but it was faint, but it was still present.
And can you point out, let's see, on People's Exhibit 495, what are you specifically showing in here?
This is a zoomed in photograph of the underside of the carpet, kind of highlighting that reddish brown that area of possible blood stains.
Wow.
And given that you're seeing some possible blood stains soak through the carpet, what's the next level or layer that you're interested in?
When we're concerned about absorption, we're going to continue on to see how far down it goes. So with carpet, traditionally, there's also padding underneath. So we pull that padding up, which will then have the concrete sublayer. So we're just trying to see how far down that absorption of any biological material will go.
People's Exhibit 496. What have you documented here with regard to the padding and the concrete flooring?
So as I alluded to, we're going to keep searching further down. This is after that padding has been pulled back. So now you can see there was an amount of saturation through the carpet and the padding that resulted on the concrete subfloor.
And to be clear, the padding that we see with a large reddish spot, would that, if it laid back down, would that go directly over the corner area of that room below the socket?
Correct. Any of the reddish stains you're seeing in this photo would have been superimposed on top of each other.
So you're essentially peeling back layers of an onion, so to speak.
Absolutely.
And People's Exhibit 497, what are you documenting here?
It's the zoomed in photograph of the underside of that carpet padding, highlighting that reddish brown possible blood.
In 498?
Similarly, we're looking at that same staining on the concrete subfloor now.
499.
As we kept pulling carpet back, we observed additional areas of possible blood on the underside of the carpet. And here we're showing how far we pulled the carpet back and seeing additional possible blood stains.
People's Exhibit 500. This is a close-up photo, but what are you focusing on here?
So this is slightly rotated from the previous image, as you can tell by that cutout L. But now in the center of the screen, you can see sort of a brownish stain there as well. We thought that was consistent with possible blood stains, so we wanted to document and collect that as well.
People's Exhibit 501. I do see what you see here is now some layers of measurement that you've applied to the back of the carpet. What are we looking at here?
We're looking at that same photograph that we just observed, but this time I put a scale down showing the size and dimensions of that possible blood stain.
People's Exhibit 502.
This is a further zoomed in photograph of that same area.
Now, as you explained, noticing that you likely think that it may be blood, are you going to blue star these areas?
No, when we are using Blue Star, we will exclusively use that for latent blood stains. And the reason is if you have visible blood stains, you can sample that and test it later. However, you do not have that opportunity with latent blood stains because they are invisible, you can't see them. So if we were to have visible blood stains, all we're doing is diluting it further for any subsequent DNA testing. So when we saw this, we didn't want to test it any further. We wanted to cut it out and collect it in a way that it would be preserved best as possible.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness with what has been marked as People's Exhibit 503 and 504, previously inspected by the defense.
You may go ahead.
Now, Mr. Liewer, I'm going to ask you to look at what's been marked as People's Exhibit 504 and first here.
Oh boy.
503.
Perfect.
You recognize it?
I do. Could I look at the seals real fast? Yes, I do recognize this. This is that carpet that was directly in the southeast corner of the bedroom, and it also includes the padding. And again, I recognize this based on the label indicating where it was at, having my employee number, and then the tape seals on it having my initials. However, with it being having the package been open, there were additional analyses done by additional forensic personnel.
No, and that's specific to People's Exhibit 504. I think just below that is 503. Can you also take a moment to inspect People's Exhibit 503 as well?
Absolutely. This one was 503.
Oh, okay, 504 then. And in terms of People's Exhibit 504, do you recognize it as well in the same way?
Yes, this is the carpet sample from that second area of possible blood stains we observed. I separated them out because there was enough of a delineation between the one blood stain pattern, possible blood stain pattern, and the second one. So this is that carpet and that padding, again, with the label and the additional tape seals that it is the same item.
And would you say that's in the substantially same condition as when you last collected it?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time we would move for the admission of People's Exhibits 503 and 504.
No objection. Exhibits 503 and 504 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Mr. Liewer, as you move forward in the room, you're continuing to document the different stains, et cetera, that you see in the room. What else, in addition to blood, were you also tasked with looking for? In terms of defects, projectiles, that sort of thing.
So when we were initially called, we were told to look for blood stains and defects, or latent blood stains and possible projectile defects. During that search, we didn't observe any additional or any defects at all, but we did do the searches for the latent blood stains.
Okay. Your Honor, permission to approach the witness with what has been marked as People's Exhibits 505 through 509.
You may go ahead.
It's interesting, you know, how they did the testing and seeing the positive reactions, and then, you know, they ripped the carpet apart and they found, it's like you could see more blood under the carpet because I guess she was trying to clean it up and stuff. And so they took out all that carpet, examined.
Do you generally
under.
recognize those?
I do.
How do you recognize?
Sorry.
It's okay.
These are photographs that were taken the evening of February 3rd during my scene processing.
And they include People's Exhibits 505 through 509. Are those also fair and accurate representations of what you saw that day?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, we would move for the admission of People's Exhibits 505 through 509.
Exhibits 505 through 509 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Now, Mr. Lee, we're seeing a lot of photos of carpet. How many photos would you normally take at a scene?
So during a crime scene processing, it's not abnormal to have anywhere between 500 to 1,000 plus photographs. Most photographs we use are to show the conditions of the scene before, during, and after our scene processing. However, there are times where we take photographs, we'll have placards out, we'll have labels out highlighting particular items. But during a search warrant, we're documenting as we're searching.
Okay. And so what we see in People's Exhibit 505 here, what was important again for you to document closely here?
As you can see along the right hand side of this image, that's the original possible bloodstain that was under the carpet. What we're looking at here is an area on the concrete subfloor under that second possible bloodstain that we observed.
People's Exhibit 506, we see some measurements here. What are you documenting?
This is additional possible bloodstains that were on the concrete subfloor under that second pattern we observed.
And is the idea behind putting this sort of measurement indicator to give you a sense of scope, some sort of frame of reference?
Absolutely.
People's Exhibit 507.
Again, this is a photograph of that first area of possible bloodstains, but now a scale is included to show the overall dimensions of that possible stain.
And Your Honor, permission for the witness to publish People's Exhibits first 503 and then 504 to the jury by walking past the jury box.
Oh, yes, you may. Go ahead.
Mr. Liewer, if you would go ahead and walk 503 past the jury slowly so that they can review it.
Crazy.
This is People's Exhibit 503. And you can see in my left hand is the carpet, in the middle is the carpet padding, and in the right hand is the original packaging that I placed the padding and the carpet into.
Wow. So they actually got it in there.
And based on the way that it's packaged, you're actually able to show the jury the other side of that carpet as well?
Correct. It's placed in this packaging for display purposes. This is not something that the lab itself would do.
It's kind of limited what we can see.
This is the underside of the carpet padding and the underside of the carpet itself. Now that it's flipped, in my right hand is the underside of the carpet. In the middle is the underside of the carpet padding, and in my left hand is the underside of my packaging.
We still got to say a little bit. Yeah,
Thank you, sir. And if you would do the same with People's Exhibit 504 as well.
Thank you, Sam Panther. Appreciate that. Thank you for the gift and the membership. Congrats at Murha. Congrats. Yeah, so I guess
this is People's Exhibit 504. This is that secondary carpet area that I alluded to before. In my left hand is the packaging. In the middle is the upper side of the carpet. And in my right hand is the upper side of the carpet padding.
And if you would show the jury the back side of People's Exhibit 504 as well.
Same thing now, but in the left hand is the padding, all the underside. In the middle is the carpet. In the right hand side is the packaging.
Thank you. We talked about various abnormalities that you would be interested in documenting. And so what we see in People's Exhibit 508, is there anything that's of note for you and why you photographed this?
Yes, I photographed this highlighting a chip in what looks like the windowsill. Towards the center of this image, you can see a white windowsill with kind of what appears to be missing paint. This was consistent with being in the area of where the bed originally was. So I thought if an incident did occur there, based on the Blue Star reaction and the amount of possible bloodstains, this may be noteworthy.
And what we see in People's Exhibit 509, would this be the close-up of that defect that you observed?
Correct. I can't determine what that came from. Again, I'm sure we all have nicks like that somewhere in our home, but I thought it would be of interest to photograph just in case.
And as you noted, there were various reactions along the wall of Gannon Stauch's bedroom. And there was a particular area of a focus that you had with regard to an outlet. Can you explain to the jury what you noted there?
Yes. So in that southeast corner where the bed originally was, there was an outlet cover along the east side of the wall, kind of towards the floor trim. With that being said, when we observed the outlet cover, there appeared to be dilute possible bloodstains. So we photographed it and collected that item.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness with what has been marked as People's Exhibit 510, 511, and 512.
Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Liewer, I handed you People's Exhibits 510 and 511. We'll take those to start. How do you recognize those?
These are photographs that I took during the second visit of the outlet cover in that southeast corner of the southeast bedroom.
And are they a fair and accurate depiction of what you observed that day?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, permission to admit People's Exhibit 510 and 511.
No objections. 510, 511 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Permission to publish as well.
You may.
So here what we have projected behind you is People's Exhibit 510. Does that depict that outlet you were talking about?
Yes, it does. And as you can see, I've alluded to the upside down white V in the photo many times. This is, again, that southeast corner of that room. And along the east wall, you have that outlet cover towards the center of this image.
People's Exhibit 511 for scale. What are you noting here?
So I put a scale on there to outline the dimensions of the outlet cover. But then when you examine the outlet cover more in depth, for example, along the right-hand side of that cover, you can see very faint reddish brown staining consistent with dilute blood stains. So I'm documenting the outlet cover as well as any possible stains on that outlet cover.
And Mr. Liewer, can you point to those areas that you're noting specifically for the jury?
Absolutely. So on the bottom part of this electrical outlet, you can see some what appears to be brownish staining under that first, the bottom part of that outlet. And then additionally, you can see some, it's faint and difficult to see on this screen, but you can also see what appears to be some flow marks or very dilute marks with linear orientation.
And People's Exhibit 512 is not a photograph. Do you recognize what that is?
I do.
What is it?
This is the outlet cover, again, based on the label with my initials and my employee number. And there are additional seals on here indicating it's been examined by further forensic personnel.
And in terms of, again, the method that you use to process, would you have swabbed this? What would you have done to this particular area?
Again, I would not have swabbed this because I want to make sure the sample is unsaturated as possible. With that being said, we did blue star this corner of the room. We knew there was a reaction in that corner of the room, so I would note that there was a blue star positive reaction in the outlet cover, indicating that there is presumptive blood present. So there's no further swabbing that needed to be necessary, and it would be handed off to the DNA unit.
Now, you had mentioned dilute, some dilute blood stains there. Can you remind the jury what you mean specifically about dilute?
Yes. So obviously, when you cut your finger, you have very red, thick blood that comes out. And then when you try to clean it up, like if you're in the sink, when you wash it off, it starts to appear runny and starts to become a little bit more clear. That's what I'm alluding to here, is that when I say dilute blood stains, that you have very clear, very faint reddish brown staining instead of the very obvious present red color of blood.
In terms of this, you've sprayed this area with Blue Star. Is there anything that you would have noted as it related to the Blue Star reaction in this area? Is there anything that could have told you, or anything that you noticed there?
Other than the reaction being blue, indicating that it was presumptive positive for blood, there wasn't anything else that I noted outside of the reaction.
And so the volume of Blue Star that you spray, how would you describe it? Is it a fine mist? Are there large droplets? What is it?
It's a very fine mist. So it's a standard spray bottle that you receive. It's not like a Febreze spray. It's more of you pump a few times, and if you usually will get a reaction after 2 or 3 pumps. So we try to hold off after using as much as we need to see the reaction.
And so in terms of, you're noting that there's dilute bloodstain marks, what appear to be that on this outlet cover, would that have been due to the Blue Star spray creating that? Or could that have been done, for example, by something like cleaning?
It could be both. Because the Blue Star is a liquid that is water-based, there will be some dilution, but the amount you're spraying isn't going to dilute it to this level.
Okay. And based on what you're seeing with the outlet cover, you're working outside in, what are you going to do next?
I'm going to take that outlet cover off. I'm going to collect it. I'm going to see what's underneath the outlet cover.
You're under permission to approach with what's been marked and previously provided to the defense as People's Exhibits 513 through 515. $516 and $517 as well.
Go ahead.
You're under permission to approach?
You may.
Mr. Liewer, I'm handing you People's Exhibits 513, 14, 15, and 17. But before I get there, Your Honor, based on the foundation laid by the witness, people have moved for the admission of People's Exhibit 500.
Defense? No objection. 512 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Mr. Liewer, can you take a moment to review that?
Absolutely.
Now, you explained that you collected the cover, which is People's Exhibit 512, but you also mentioned that you're going to work outside in. And so, Your Honor, if I haven't already asked, permission to publish as well, People's Exhibits 513 through 515.
You may. Go ahead.
Thank you. Oh.
Actually, did you ask to admit those?
I thought I did without objection, but Your Honor, permission to formally admit People's Exhibits 513 through 515.
Through 517.
Through 517. I just thought I would take them in kind of different chunks or different items.
Mr. Tellini?
No objection. Yeah.
Exhibits 513 through 517 will be admitted.
Great. Now, what we have projected behind you is People's Exhibit 513. Can you explain what you did now in terms of processing this area?
This is a photograph of the electrical outlet itself with the cover removed, highlighting what could appear to be on the outlet itself.
People's Exhibit 514.
This is a photograph from a different angle, slightly askew and up to the right, of the outlet cover because we observed dilute possible bloodstains. And this is a good example of that reddish brown color. Instead of a very strong solid red, it appears that there's a clear middle with some of that coloration on the outside. So this would be a good example of possible dilute blood.
People's Exhibit 515.
Another photograph just from a slightly different angle.
Great. And on the witness stand before you, you have People's Exhibit 516. How do you recognize what that is?
These are the swabs of those possible bloodstains on the cover, on the outlet itself, because I wasn't going to remove the cover based on possible electrical hazards, and it's easier to swab it and take it with us. But I identify it based on my employee number on here and the tape seals on the back, with additional tape seals on here indicating it's been tested.
And so, for example, do you need to open that envelope to know that those are the swabs that you collected?
No.
Okay. For those reasons, while the defense hasn't objected, Your Honor, I would ask if People's Exhibit 516 can be admitted as well.
No, good. 516 will be admitted. Go ahead.
And sir, I believe you have People's Exhibit 517 as well. How do you recognize what that is?
This is a photograph of the room I took after we had removed the outlet cover and finished cutting out the carpet from that corner.
Okay. And when you exit or finish processing a room, are you also documenting that as well?
Yes, I mentioned earlier that when we are taking our photographs of our scene, it's before, during, and after processing, and we want to document how we left the area after we finish processing as well. So that's this photograph.
Great. And again, Your Honor, while not objected to by the defense, based on that, permission to admit and publish People's Exhibit 517?
Objection. 517 will be admitted. You can go ahead and publish.
Okay. And so here, this is the last documentation of the work that you did in Gannon Stauch's bedroom.
Correct.
Based on the overall observations that you observed specifically related to that corner, what was the next step in terms of processing the scene at Gannon Stauch's residence where he lived?
So now that we had observed what appeared to be a larger amount of possible bloodstains, indicating that there was a potential bloodshedding event, there was going to be, it was going to come down to trying to find what could have caused that. So whether it be a blunt force instrument or a firearm or whatnot, it would have to be trying to narrow down and collecting anything that we could regarding a possible injuring item.
And where were you directed to document and search?
During my overalls, I said I photographed the entirety of the house. There was a firearm, a pistol located in the upstairs master bedroom on a chest of drawers that was of interest now because of the possible bloodshedding event.
And Your Honor, permission to approach the witness with what has been marked as People's Exhibits 478 through 483.
You may go ahead.
Thank you.
Do you recognize those?
I'll take a look real fast.
Go ahead.
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize those?
These are additional photographs that I took within the master bedroom of the room and of the handgun we observed on the evening of February 3rd.
And are they a fair and accurate depiction of what you observed that day?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time we'd move for the admission of People's Exhibit 478 through 483.
Defense. 478 through 483 will be admitted.
Great. Your Honor, can you mute the screen just to be safe?
Oh, yeah.
Unmute it, Your Honor. Thank you. Mr. Liewer, can you explain what we're looking at in People's Exhibit 478?
This is a photograph of the master bedroom on the main level of that 6627 Mandan Drive. We've alluded a lot to the southeast bedroom in the basement, but referring to the diagram, you can see at the top right hand of the main level, when you walk through the laundry room, if you keep walking south, that's the master bedroom on the main level with the doorway at the northwest corner.
All right, and just for the purposes of the record, you're pointing to the diagram on People's Exhibit 442?
That is correct.
Great. Projected behind you, 479. Again, what are you moving forward in the room for?
This is another photograph of the room, but now we're standing in the northeast corner facing the southwest corner.
People's Exhibit 480.
We're facing the chest of drawers that was in the southeast corner of the bedroom. And in the center of the image, you can see a black rectangle. That is the firearm that we collected.
People's Exhibit 481. 481.
This is mid-range photographs showing the firearm itself now.
And 482.
This is a close-up of the firearm before I've rendered it safe. Whenever we collect firearms on a scene, we will render it safe. We'll check the chamber for any ammunition and we'll remove the magazine, but we want to photograph it in its condition before we do any of that. So this is that photograph.
And again, did you collect this particular firearm?
Yes, we collected this firearm.
Okay. People's Exhibit 483. What are we looking at here? Where is this taken?
So now I've placed this on an envelope to show, to have a cleaner area to take the photograph. But as you can see now, the slide is locked back. There is no round or cartridge in the chamber, and there's a scale above the gun helping indicate size.
Now, you had indicated that based on what appeared to be some sort of bloodletting event that occurred in Gannon Stauch's bedroom, is this what allowed you to then seize and take this particular firearm?
Yes.
You're under permission to approach with what's been marked as People's Exhibit 484 and 485.
You may go ahead.
Okay.
Oh, I haven't seen that yet in the neighborhood. I heard about that the mom of the 6-year-old that shot the teacher. Oh, she got arrested. Amazing. The mom.
Yes, I recognize these.
How do you recognize those?
So the box that I was holding that contains the firearm that we collected here. I recognize that with the label and my employee number, as well as the tape seals. And then the envelope that I was holding, which is People's Exhibit 485. That is the magazine from within the firearm, containing approximately 16 cartridges.
Now, at this time, I'll direct your attention to People's Exhibit 484. What can you tell based on the markings on that box?
I can tell that it's been processed for fingerprints as well as DNA sampling, and that it appears that there have been additional exams done by the firearms unit as well as the DNA unit.
Okay. And at this time, would you use the scissors that are next to you to open that box?
Absolutely.
And to be clear, while you're doing that, when you receive a firearm and you take it into evidence, what have you done specifically with this particular firearm that we see photographed in People's Exhibit 583?
So when we collect a firearm, when I say render it safe, what that means is I will lock the slide back. That will disengage the firearm. And when that occurs, a chambered round, if there is a round within the chamber, that will also be expelled. So now there's no cartridge in the chamber that can be fired. And I will also remove the magazine, meaning that there is no ammunition in the gun and that is not able to be fired with the slide lock backed.
And when you checked the chamber of this particular firearm, was there Was there a round in the chamber?
There was no round in the chamber.
Okay. Do you recognize, after you've opened the box, People's Exhibit 584 before you?
May I handle it to observe the serial number?
Your Honor, just to confirm, that particular item has it still been in the state that it's been rendered safe?
Yes, it is safe.
Your Honor, permission for the witness to further inspect?
I want to check the serial number. All right.
Got to put some gloves on.
What's up, everybody? Welcome. Thanks for watching the trial with me.
I'm just pointing in a safe direction.
And Mr. Liewer, why are you taking a moment to look at the firearm more closely?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Why are you taking a moment to look at the firearm more closely? Is that to ensure that is in fact no chamber in the round, et cetera?
Correct. I'm ensuring that there is no chamber in the round, that it is a safe firearm, and that it has the same serial number as what is labeled on the label.
I guess I should say round in the chamber.
Correct. So I remember with this firearm, there is a particular grip cover that is covering the serial number. So to preserve the evidence, I'm not going to remove that cover, but it is consistent with the firearm that I observe here, especially with that grip cover being there. It's giving me a friendly reminder.
Okay. And would you say that's in substantially the same condition as when you last handled it and booked it into evidence?
I would. There is a yellow discoloration on it now, which is indicative of something we do when we fingerprint process our items of evidence. But other than that, it is in the same condition.
Your Honor, at this time, permission to admit People's Exhibit 404 at this time.
484?
484.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Defense?
As long as 484.
It's 484.
Okay. 484 will be admitted. Go ahead.
All right. And Your Honor, permission to publish to the jury by the witness walking past the jury box.
You may. Go ahead.
So as I'm walking by, for you guys to take a look at that discoloration I alluded to before. As you can see in the photograph, the firearm is black, but now there's this greenish white yellow hue on it. That is a process that we do when we fingerprint process, and that's why there's this discoloration. But again, there's also no magazine here, and there's no chambered round. I would have collected the magazine separately from the firearm.
Thank you. And now for People's Exhibit 485, how do you recognize that exhibit?
This People's Exhibit 485 is the magazine that was collected from the firearm itself.
And it's in an envelope. Do you need to open up that envelope to be sure that that's the magazine that you collected?
I do not. There are additional labels and seals from individuals within our lab, which would have it be in substantial condition as it was collected.
And Your Honor, at this time we'd move for the admission of People's Exhibit 485.
Okay. 485 will also be admitted. Go ahead.
Thank you. And now, Mr. Liewer, you explained what you noticed about the magazine and the cartridges. Can you remind the jury what you observed with regard to how many cartridges the magazine appeared to have a capacity for and how many cartridges you observed as an approximation?
Yes. So whenever we have a magazine for a firearm, there's usually an indicator on the magazine saying how many it can be loaded with. That number may not always be true, whereas sometimes someone can force an additional cartridge in. So for the purposes of this magazine, I put an approximately 17 round capacity magazine. And on this magazine, there were window spots where you could see the cartridges. And I could count 16, but sometimes that number is deceiving because one could be hidden in there. So I put there are approximately 16 cartridges within. So in total, it's an approximately 17 round capacity magazine with approximately 16 cartridges within.
And specifically, again, that magazine was found in relation to the firearm with the firearm?
Correct. It was within the firearm when I collected it, and I removed it and collected it separately.
And is that pursuant to the policy that you have with the Metro Crime Lab?
Yes. With our policy, we cannot put loaded firearms into evidence. So we will always remove the magazine. And additionally, when we have magazines with ammunition in them, we do not want to remove the ammunition from within because it may destroy fingerprints and any DNA evidence. So instead of pulling out the cartridges and counting them, I believed it would be most probative to preserve the fingerprints and DNA if present.
And based on how you make that item of evidence, that firearm specifically available, is it now available to other members of the Metro Crime Lab for additional processing?
Yes.
Testing?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Your Honor, permission to approach the witness with what has been marked as People's Exhibit 518 through 527.
You may, go ahead.
Mr. Liewer, I'll first take 518 and 519 separately. Do you recognize each of those?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize them?
People's Exhibit 518 are the swabs of the Blue Star presumptive positive reactions I observed in the stairwell between the main level and the basement. And then People's Exhibit 519 are the presumptive positive Blue Star reactions within the basement level of the residence, which would include the storage room and the southeast bedroom at the base of the stairs.
And so you saw a number of photos in the basement level of the residence, some nearby Gannon's room and nearby those stair areas. Those swabs generally taken from those areas?
That is correct, yes.
And just to be clear, can you also point out on People's Exhibit 442 for the jury where those swabs come from?
Absolutely. So I mentioned the camera malfunction before. So again, what was most important was collecting those samples and noting it. One way to diagram where those came from is to include them in my diagram here. So on the main level, or the top part of the diagram here, we're focusing now on the green dots. The green dots in my diagram represent Blue Star reactions on my second visit, or the evening of February 3rd. So as you can see here, we have one on the first stair set going downward. We have one that looks like it's outside of the stairwell. That was an error on my part. That one was within the first landing of the stairwell. I placed that incorrectly. That is my fault. We have a Blue Star reaction on the second landing, the second set of stairs going downward. And then on the bottom half of this diagram, now that we're in the basement level, we have one right at the base of the stairs, the floor right in front of the storage room and Gannon's bedroom. And then we have a green dot within the storage room and within the southeast corner of his bedroom. So essentially, we have Blue Star reactions along the stairwell and then at the storage room and his room as well.
And what would have been the path of travel if someone were to travel from the basement area to Gannon's room? Can you point out on People's Exhibit 442 what that path of travel would have been?
Actually, the most direct path of travel between Gannon's room to go upstairs into the garage would be out his room, up the stairwell, and then directly to the garage. And as you can see here, we have Blue Star reactions in that general pathway.
Thank you. I've also handed you People's Exhibit 520 through 527. Those are different, right?
These are different.
Okay, what are those?
I responded to the address on February 5th for another search, and these are photographs that were taken during that search.
Okay, and are those also fair and accurate representations of what you saw on February 5th of 2020?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time, we would move for the admission of People's Exhibit 518 through 527.
Exhibits 518 through 527 will be admitted. Go ahead.
And Your Honor, permission to publish People's Exhibits 520 through 527.
You may go ahead.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you, Corners Mom, and thank you, Snow Bunny. I'll read them. I'll be pause.
Mr. Liewer, behind you is going to be People's Exhibit 520. Can you point out to the jury what you've documented here?
Yes, so there isn't a mid-range photograph showing what this is, but at the bottom of the screen, you can see the red washer and dryer we've mentioned before. So what we're looking at here is the top of that washer and dryer in the laundry room. And what's of interest, or what was of interest for us in this photograph, was a bottle of vinegar on top of one of those appliances.
And based on seeing, again, the bloodletting event, or at least what had occurred, the remnants of something in Gannon Stauch's bedroom, what was the specific scope of what you were looking for on February 5th of 2020 now?
We wanted to document and search for any cleaning products because now that we had a bloodshedding event with dilute possible bloodstains, there was evidence that there may have been possible cleanup. So we wanted to search for any possible cleaning materials that would have been used in that action.
Okay. People's Exhibit 521, what is this a close-up of?
This is a close-up of a bottle of distilled vinegar from top of one of those appliances.
People's Exhibit 522, where are we at? Can you orient the jury now what we see and what room we're in?
Yes, now we are in the kitchen, which is on the main level of the home. And now we are looking under the sink because we wanted to pull out any cleaning supplies that would have been for carpet or upholstery, not specifically for any dishes. But this is a photograph of the under sink doors open with some products pulled out.
People's Exhibit 523, what are you close-up documenting here?
This is just a close-up photograph of the contents that have not been pulled out from under the sink.
People's Exhibit 524, what are you documenting here?
This is a zoomed-in photograph of smoke and odor eliminator, a bottle of it under the sink.
And in People's Exhibit 525, what are some other cleaning products that you notice below the cabinet?
Again, this is the other side of that sink cabinet now, where there's a box of Arm & Hammer cleaner under the sink, or baking soda, I believe.
People's Exhibit 526, is that a close-up of that box you're referring to?
Baking soda.
People's Exhibit 527, is this the overall shot of the various substances that you found under the kitchen sink in that cabinet area?
Correct. This is with some of the contents pulled out.
And you can take a seat. You walked us through at least 3 instances that you were present to document in the residence at 6627 Mandan Drive. Those 3 dates were 2 dates with 3 instances that you searched. Or what again?
February 3rd around 11 o'clock, February 3rd around 6 p.m., and then February 5th closer to the lunch hour as well.
And while you were present on scene, was there any obvious signs of blood or a struggle that you observed on any of those times?
So when we responded on February 5th, it was much more lit in Gannon's bedroom, and we had many individuals focusing on the walls, and we observed very, very tiny non-diluted bloodstains or possible bloodstains. So we called in one of our crime scene investigators to help document those bloodstains.
And another member of the Metro Crime Lab team would have done an in-depth review of those smaller, very clear bloodstains.
Correct. They would have done a documentation of those stains, which would have allowed them to do any bloodstain pattern analysis going forward.
That's not your area of expertise, right?
That's not my area of expertise.
To be clear, the 2 times that you were present on February 2nd of 2020 and February 5th of 2020, at any point, did you see any shell casings?
I did not see any cartridge casings during any of my visits.
Aside from the gun, did you see any other items such as a knife that would have been misplaced or in another area of the house?
I did not see any knives in any odd places in the house.
Okay. In terms of documenting what you saw and observed in Gannon Stauch's bedroom or other areas of the house, such as the master bedroom, was there any obvious signs of blood-stained clothing?
No, I did not see any blood-stained clothing. I did collect a sheet with apparent blood or possible blood stains on it from the additional bedroom in the basement. I was informed it belonged to the teenage daughters. Seriously.
Ms. Gratiano, do you have a response?
Your Honor, he's just testified that he's collected it, but also in his practice as a CSI, he's relying on information from other members of law enforcement in the collection of evidence.
And without further foundation, I'll sustain the objection.
Specific to that particular item, were you given some additional information in terms of other members of law enforcement, either a supervisor, that had evidentiary value? Potential evidentiary value?
Yes.
Okay. And in your role as a CSI, in the collection of evidence, are you relying on information and or briefings that other members are providing to you to collect evidence?
Correct. There is a level of requiring information from individuals so we can place the scene. For example, if I did not know the southeast bedroom was Gannon's bedroom, we would have started searching in other places. So when we are provided information, it's to help scope down our search, and which can also help with identifying items of evidence.
Okay. And so based on a briefing that you had received, did that particular item become of evidentiary interest in the investigation?
It did, with there being possible bloodstains on it.
Thank you. Your Honor, we'll pass the witness.
Cross-examination.
Hey, sir, how you doing?
I'm doing great today. How are you?
I'm not doing too bad. So let's go to that, what we were just talking about. That, was it a sheet or a comforter?
It was a comforter on the bed that I collected, and I collected an additional sheet from the closet of that room that had a blue star reaction.
And I
apologize.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I'm so sorry.
It's from the northwest bedroom.
Correct. That's the basement northwest bedroom.
And based upon everybody that was there, and also based upon what was in that bedroom as far as color schemes, clothing, so forth, that appeared to be the bedroom of a teenage girl.
Correct.
You're aware that Ms. Stauch has a 17-year-old teenage girl by the name of Harley Hunt?
I did not know the name, but I knew that a teenage female resided in the home.
And there was actually a blood stain on that mattress, and that mattress was collected?
We did not collect the mattress, but we collected the comforter because the comforter was superimposed on the mattress. You could say that the possible bloodstains were transferred transferred onto the mattress. So we collected the comforter in lieu of the mattress.
Okay, because it looked like there would have been, whatever that blood stain was, would have been the same source of blood, both for the comforter and both for the mattress, in your opinion?
It appeared consistent with that, yes.
And so you don't necessarily have to collect the mattress, you can just collect the comforter, and that will be enough to tell you whose blood that was.
Correct.
And then there was also stuffed in the laundry basket of that same teenage girl's room, a sheet.
Correct.
That sheet looked like it had blood on it?
It had a blue star reaction that we documented.
Okay, and a blue star reaction would indicate that there may be blood on that sheet.
Correct. It would indicate that there is possibly blood present on that sheet.
So in the teenage girl's bedroom on that February 5th search, you found two items that appeared to have blood on them, correct?
Correct.
No further questions.
Redirect.
Your Honor.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Mr. Liewer?
I think.
All right. Looks like we have one. All right. Counsel, approach, please.
So yeah, this was pretty long testimony. It was interesting too. I mean, we got to see a lot of the inside of the house. Actually, Tammy sent me a pretty interesting video too.
Mr. Liewer,
we can take a look
if
at on the break.
Blue Star is a presumptive test for blood, how is testing accomplished to separate Blue Star from an actual blood sample?
So Blue Star is reacting with the heme component of the blood, whereas when we have a DNA sample, they're looking for DNA within different components of the blood. So the Blue Star itself is not overriding the DNA because the DNA component is still present in the sample.
That may have answered this question, but I'll ask it. Does Blue Star impact or affect the actual blood sample?
What would impact the sample is how much we're spraying or diluting the sample, but Blue Star does not negatively affect DNA processing further on down the line.
All right. I will allow reasonable follow-up as to that question or those questions only. Prosecution.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Defense.
Nothing, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you
all.
Membership says
Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
Judge, our next witness is an expert, and we need to gather some exhibits together. And I'm wondering if we could just give the jury about a 10-minute break to do that.
Yeah, that's fine.
Or if you want to do the afternoon break too.
No, we'll probably do two of them because it's a little bit early. So what we're going to do is take about a 10-minute recess. Again, you may not discuss the case among yourselves, may not discuss the case with anyone else. With that, all rise for the jury, please.
I'm about to get lit, man. We're about to get lit. Yeah. We're gonna get lit. Woo. The pumps, bro.
Thank you. May all be seated. The record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Who is the next one?
Stephanie, how?
My thought would be that we go with her until like 4 o'clock, then take about another 10-minute recess or so, something like that. Otherwise, they're going to be sitting there for like 2.5 hours. So.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
All right.
All right, guys. So we got a little break. 10 minutes. Tammy sent I had to do a little cleaning too. This desk is got stuff all over it. Gotta clean today. Tammy sent a clip, a video of let's see. Tammy. Real estate video for the address so we get an idea. I mean, we've been getting an idea, but we get a little virtual tour, I guess, of the place. Virtual tour. They got music on that thing? We'll do without the music in case. Okay. Oh, okay, they use like still images. So a lot of these. Oh yeah, I've seen some of these. Okay. Cool. Oh, and on the topic of this house, so I had heard about this before, but I completely forgot about it. And Graham Curious texted me and told me that, you know, for those that don't know, so there's people rented out this house in April 2020. New renters in home by April of 2020. The murder was believed to take place January 27, and by April, the home already had new owners, renters. Amazing. No, I haven't even drank it yet. Now I'm gonna be. You heard me when I was saying that? Lit. I poured the wrong pre-workout into my cup at first. I don't know what the hell that is, where I got that from, but I poured the thing in my cup. The water just turned black. I picked it up and I was about to go like this. I'm like, whoa. What the hell is going on? I'm about to drug myself on some Dahmer shit. I was like, oh, hell no. So I put the cup back and I threw the shit out in the sink. I was like, what the hell is that? Some pre-workout I never tried. I think I bought it because I ran out of the other stuff one time and it was out of stock. And so I just bought it in case, but I never took it. I almost took the wrong shit. All right. Drake Bell. For those that have been concerned about Drake Bell, he was found safe. There's some people concerned about his safety and stuff. He was missing over the weekend, and they found him. I don't know where they found him. Drake Bell. Oh, Nickelodeon, former Nickelodeon superstar. Let's see what else we got.
Transport from South Carolina to Colorado was at audio and video recorders.
Yes.
Oh.
Thankfully, we're not going to play all of those hours of video. Okay.
This is funny. Mo caught the reaction of the judge. I don't think I caught this. To show you. I think it's okay. Let me just make sure it's nothing crazy here, right? Let me just download this shit. Not to show the chat.
Yes.
Oh.
Transport from South Carolina to Colorado was at audio and video recorders.
Yes.
Oh.
Thankfully, we're not going to play all of those hours.
He's like, thank God, Lord. The whole ride. He's like relieved and shit.
Transport from South Carolina to Colorado was at audio and video recorders.
Yes.
Oh.
Thankfully, we're not going to play all.
His face is like, oh no, they're not going to play this shit.
Of those hours of video. Okay.
Correct.
That is funny. Let me post that clip on Twitter. from, what was it, South Carolina to Colorado, I think, right? It's weird. It's a weird thing that this thing does. Once you play it, it doesn't want to play again.
Transport from South Carolina to Colorado.
Yeah, South Carolina, Colorado. Okay. Boom. Great clip for Twitter. That was a good catch. Okay. What else we got? Oh yeah, let me get these super chats too before I forget. So Sam Panther, thank you for the super chat earlier. Cali Girl 06 Chavez. Thank you for the super chat. Holly Tamale, I like that. I had a tamale one time. I only tried it once. I thought it was I didn't think it was like so gangster as people make it out to be. Oh, tamales, I gotta have it. Oh, it's so good. Oh, it's all right. Maybe I just didn't have the right one. You know what it was too? It wasn't a Mexican tamale. Maybe that's what it was. I think it was like a Peruvian tamale or some shit. Maybe it's not authentic. It's just the imitation. Yeah, it was a Peruvian thing. That should look weird. Sandy Dorsey Cachon, thank you so much for the super chat. Snow Bunny, she's not insane. She's pure evil. Demon child. And you just remind me, I'm so glad to read these things because it always makes me remember something that I forgot. I wanted to show you this screenshot that Mara sent me on Twitter. The world of Twitter. Let me do this move kind of quick in case they come back. I don't know how much time we got. 10 minutes. Oh damn.
All right, court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury's not present in the courtroom. Are we good to go?
We are here.
Yeah, okay, so you have everything you need.
Yep, all on the table in front of the witness stand there.
Perfect, okay. All right, let's go ahead. Is there anything we need to bring up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Prosecution?
Not from us, Judge.
Defense?
No, sir.
All right, let's go ahead and do it.
Lord. So we got an expert witness now. Who the expert? Is it the psychiatrist from the hospital? Or not?
Oh, that's a good way to do that. Somebody was smart. Either that or it did it on its own.
So, well, I think so. Those clips, all the clips have to hold.
And it usually tips the other way because the paper on it.
Yeah.
So,
Pat, you think of the super chat. She says, as a Peruvian, I'm very offended right now. There's always somebody. Hell no.
They don't work.
No, maybe it was just the restaurant. Maybe it wasn't the Peruvians in the restaurant.
If they stay up. Just remember the poor guy that almost got hit in the chin.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Or 3 photos, I should say.
All rise for the jury, please.
All aboard.
Thank you. May all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Prosecution, call next witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. We would call Stephanie Happ.
Ms. Hepp, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, ma'am. You swear affirm the testimony about to give in this man will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Yep. Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand. Mr. Allen?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am. How are you?
Good afternoon. Good. And you?
Good, thank you. Will you please introduce yourself to our jury and then spell your first and last name for our court reporter?
Yes. My name is Stephanie Happ, HAPPSTEF.
A-N-I-E. I am the senior firearms examiner with the Colorado Springs Metro Crime Lab.
So what education do you have that allows you to do that job?
My education consists of a bachelor's of science in chemistry with an emphasis in criminalistics. I received that from the Metropolitan State College of Denver. During my degree program, I was required to complete an internship, and I did so with the Jefferson County Sheriff's Department's crime lab for a period of about 2 years. While I was with them, I had the opportunity to work in all the different areas of their laboratory, so I got a good understanding of a variety of different forensic analyses. I had training in latent print processing and examination, crime scene investigation, controlled substance analysis, and question document analysis. After my time with them, I spent a short period of time with the Colorado Bureau of Investigation, and then I was hired in my current capacity in October of 2007 as a firearms examiner. And that's where my firearms training began. That first year was very much like an apprenticeship where I simply shadowed the senior examiner so that I could get an understanding of the types of things I would be asked to do. After approximately a year, I was accepted to the California Criminalistics Institute, where I completed an additional year of intensive study in all the different types of firearms-related analyses. I had training in serial number restoration, shooting incident reconstruction, a variety of armorers courses that were designed to teach me how to identify how different types of firearms should work and how to identify abnormalities if there were any present. I spent a large period of time focusing on the microscopic tool mark comparison process as it relates to firearms as well as other types of tools. At the conclusion of that year's period, I returned to the crime lab and I completed a series of competency and proficiency tests and became established as the primary examiner for the lab. To date, I've had over 1,000 hours of training with respect to all those different types of firearms-related analyses and thousands of additional hours of research and study in the lab.
Thank you so much for covering all that. Easiest question I've ever asked.
Wow.
Have you been qualified as an expert witness?
I have.
How many times?
To date, it's been 145 in both local and federal courts.
So when you say local, do you mean the 4th Judicial District here?
I do, as well as the 18th.
So up in Arapahoe, Douglas County areas?
Douglas, yes.
Okay. Your Honor, based on her excellent answer on her qualifications, I would move to have her qualified as an expert witness as a firearms examiner.
Defense?
No objection.
Witness will be so qualified. Go ahead.
So let's get some groundwork stuff out of the way just so that we're all talking the same language. You mentioned tool marks. Tell the jury what we mean when we talk about tool marks as it relates to firearms.
Tool marks as it relates to firearms. In this particular instance, we would be talking about the firearm acting as the tool. And that firearm has a series of components, like the barrel, for example, that impart different markings on the surfaces of the fired ammunition components, like the cartridge cases and bullets. So the tool marks are produced by the firearm on the surface of the bullets and cartridge cases.
And then when we're talking about a cartridge or a bullet, tell the jury what we are talking about there.
I'd be happy to. Would it be all right to use the demonstrative piece?
Yes, did you bring your demonstrative? So yeah, go ahead and bring that. It's just a demonstrative of a bullet components.
Right. So this is just a large plastic demonstrative piece. It depicts, rather, a cartridge of ammunition in its unfired state. When a cartridge of ammunition is fired, the firing pin component of the firearm contacts this silver portion right here, the primer. The primer contains a shock-sensitive material that, when it's struck, ignites a powder charge that's located inside the body of the cartridge. As that powder charge burns, there's a very rapid buildup of gases, and it's those gases that are responsible for forcing the bullet down the barrel of the firearm and almost simultaneously forcing the action of the firearm open so that the cartridge case, or the empty piece after it's been fired, can be extracted and ejected or kicked out of the chamber of the firearm, readying the firearm to be loaded the next time. So the cartridge ends up in two pieces. We have a bullet or a projectile. Sometimes fragments or pieces of the bullet and projectile are recovered. And then we have the cartridge case.
In the way that you're describing using that particular demonstrative, is that for a semi-automatic firearm?
That general description would cover most firearms, but semi-automatic would fit in that.
And then as far as handguns go, tell the jury the difference between a revolver and a semi-automatic.
So with a semi-automatic handgun, and to be clear, when we're speaking in those terms, semi-automatic means one cartridge of ammunition is fired for each pull of the trigger. With a semi-automatic firearm, the primary difference, other than the way it looks, but in terms of its function, is the cartridge case is extracted and ejected and often found left behind. With respect to a revolver, the cartridges of ammunition are loaded into a cylinder, and those fired cartridge cases remain in that cylinder until the operator chooses to manually remove them.
As it relates to this particular case, did you have a chance to review items that were recovered from autopsy?
I did.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
I'm going to start out by showing you People's 89 that was previously admitted by Holly Smith, a crime scene technician from Florida. Did you have a chance to look at that item?
I did not evaluate this specific item.
Okay. Those little plastic red tips, do you recognize what those are?
They appear to be consistent with the polymer plugs that are incorporated into various hollow point designs of bullets.
Did you send over some pictures to give us an example so that the jury understands what we're talking about, the polymer plugs?
I did.
And, Your Honor, at this time, I'd ask for permission to publish 2 demonstrative photos of Hornady rounds of ammunition that show that polymer plug.
Has the defense seen these?
Yes, they have. And
Is there an objection?
No.
All right. Go ahead.
we're pulling them up now. So this is the first, just please describe what we're talking about there.
Sure. This is an actual live cartridge of Hornady ammunition. You'll see the projectile or the bullet is the copper colored portion sticking out at this side here. The cartridge case is the silver or nickel colored portion on this side here. You can see in this profile picture, the nose of the bullet located right here has a material that's placed inside. This particular type of bullet is referred to as a hollow point bullet. It's a bullet designed to expand when it comes into contact with tissue. That expansion is to facilitate staying within the target at the time it enters. It's also to facilitate a larger wound tract.
Does that mean basically that the bullet head is the way I'll say it, expands so that it has more friction?
It opens up, looks very much like a mushroom. It's actually called mushrooming. So the top of that opens up like flower petals and it increases the diameter of that projectile.
Okay, and if we could pull up the next demonstrative. Tell the jury what we're looking at there.
This is a photo looking down at that same cartridge. So now instead of looking at it like this, you're looking at it from this way. And it's just capturing an example of what that polymer plug that some ammunition companies utilize. That polymer plug is designed to prevent that hollow point cavity from filling up with other materials, preventing the expansion of that bullet when it comes into contact with tissue.
And then the item that I put on that I just handed you, People's Exhibit 89, those plastic red tips, is that consistent with what we're looking at in this demonstrative exhibit that would prevent the round from being plugged as it's fired through something?
Yes, they do appear to be consistent with that.
Okay. I'm going to retrieve that. With your job as a firearms examiner, were you asked to examine some firearms in this particular case?
I was.
What exactly were you asked to examine for this case?
I was asked to look at 3 different firearms, complete mechanical functioning examinations on those firearms. So an examination to determine whether or not they work and whether or not they work the way the manufacturer intended. And then to evaluate those firearms for comparison to recovered bullets.
So tell the jury which types of firearms you were asked to examine.
The first firearm that I have listed was a FMK Model 9 C1G2 9mm pistol. The second firearm, and this is really in no particular order, the second firearm was a Smith & Wesson M&P Bodyguard caliber .380 auto pistol. And the third pistol was a Smith & Wesson M&P 9C 9mm Luger pistol.
So when we're talking about those 3 different firearms, Are two of those 9mm and then one is a 380 caliber?
That's correct.
Tell the jury the difference between 9mm and 380.
The primary difference is going to be the size of the cartridge that those fire. The 380 auto is going to be a lower velocity, smaller cartridge.
Okay. And then as it relates to, I just put the box and an envelope up there, people's 484 and 485 that were just admitted through crime scene investigator Christian Liewer. Did you have a chance to look at those items?
Yes, I did.
Is that the same as what you just described as the Smith & Wesson M&P? I'm sorry, not the Smith & Wesson M&P, the Smith & Wesson model M&P 9C 9mm?
Yes, it is.
Is that one of the, so that's one of the weapons that you tested?
It is.
What did you determine as it relates to whether that was a functioning firearm?
I was able to determine that this was an operable firearm capable of causing serious injury or death, and I did not note any abnormalities in its function.
Okay. So when you test that, do you actually test fire that weapon?
Yes, I do.
Or may I approach with people 713?
May.
You recognize 713?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
I recognize it from the label that I created when I created these items, as well as my dates and initials on the seal.
Is it in the same or substantially the same condition today as when you packaged this up?
It is.
I move for admission of people 713.
Defense. Exhibit 713 will be admitted. Go ahead.
So when you do a test fire, what do you do? How do you do that to compare maybe rounds or projectiles that are found in an investigation to what you're test firing?
Once I have documented all of the identifying characteristics of the firearm, like the make, the model, the serial number, and the caliber of ammunition it's designed to fire, the final step in confirming function is to load that with the appropriate caliber ammunition and actually fire it.
Okay. And then once you have an expelled round from your test fires, what do you do with that expelled round?
I recover those cartridge cases and the bullets. The bullets are fired into a giant steel tank full of water. That water serves to slow those bullets down gently and without imparting any additional markings or details on the surface of those bullets. So when I recover them from the water and I look at them, I know that any marks produced on the surface of those bullets are solely produced from the barrel of the firearm that I just fired them through. I recover those bullets from the water tank as well as the cartridge cases, and those now become an item of evidence in the case.
And is that what we have in 713?
It is. It is both the test-fired bullets, the test-fired cartridge cases, and a silicone cast of this barrel.
So tell us about a silicone cast of the barrel. What does that mean?
The barrel of firearms, when we do comparison and evaluation, has to be looked at for the types of markings that are present inside the barrel, the types of tool markings that were produced when it was manufactured. It's those different markings inside the barrel that are then transferred to the surfaces of the bullet when it's pushed through the barrel of the firearm. And it forms more or less a signature of a particular firearm. I cast the barrel of these firearms after I complete my test firing so that I can evaluate those markings and determine if they're going to be suitable for comparison and identification purposes.
Does this process allow you to potentially compare a projectile that kills somebody to your test fire to see if the gun that you test fired is the same gun that was used to kill the person?
It certainly could be done for that purpose. It's also very often done for the purpose of eliminating a gun as a possibility.
So let's talk about eliminating. You mentioned those other two firearms that you tested, that 380 caliber handgun, the Smith & Wesson Bodyguard, and then the FMK model 9C1G2. Did you test fire those weapons?
I did.
Were they functional weapons?
Excuse me. Yes, they did operate as they were intended.
And were those capable of causing serious bodily injury or death?
They were.
Did you test or compare the test fired rounds from those two guns to projectiles that were recovered in this investigation?
I did perform that evaluation.
Were you able to determine whether those were used to fire those projectiles, or did you eliminate those weapons from being used in this case?
I was able to eliminate both of those firearms as potential sources of those bullets.
Okay, I'm going to approach and show you people's exhibits 103 and 88. I want to start with people's number 103, which was previously admitted by crime scene technician Kelly Smith from Florida, 2 projectiles that were recovered from a pillow. Had you had a chance to look at those 2 items?
I did.
Were you able to compare your test fire rounds from this particular firearm sitting up there with you today to those particular projectiles?
I was.
What does that analysis tell us?
In this particular instance, I was able to conclude that one of the bullets in People's Exhibit 103 was fired in the Smith & Wesson pistol, 9mm pistol, People's Exhibit 484. The other bullet had similar general characteristics, but due to the damaged condition of that particular bullet, I was not able to make a conclusive identification in that instance.
So let's talk about that just a little bit. If like you described there, that damage, what can cause damage to a projectile that would make it difficult for you to conclude that it came from the same weapon?
The first issue to contend with is any of the target surfaces that bullet travels through. So anything it travels through has the ability to impart additional damage to the surfaces that may obliterate the markings that were left behind by the firearm. In this particular instance, the extended period of exposure to biological substances also left significant damage in the form of corrosion, if you will, on the surfaces of these bullets. And in this case, the first projectile that I discussed, I was able to clean up well enough to be able to still visualize the tool marks from the barrel. In the second circumstance, it just simply was no longer in suitable condition.
Okay, and then when we talk about People's Exhibit 88, which was previously admitted again by crime scene technician Kelly Smith from Florida, projectile recovered at autopsy. Did you have a chance to look at that item?
I did.
What did your analysis of that item tell you?
I was able to conclude that bullet was also fired in the Smith & Wesson pistol, People's Exhibit 484.
Meaning that the pistol that's in the box in front of you was fired and struck Gannon and was recovered in Gannon's autopsy.
That bullet was fired through that pistol, yes.
Okay. We also have some photographs. Before you got on the stand with the photos.
I can assist you. Are you looking for any of these up here? Mr. Allen?
Yes, sir.
Are you looking for that stack there?
Oh.
Okay.
No, those were previously.
What they do? Oh man. So this is the firearms, senior firearms, Stephanie Happ.
All right. Approaching you with People's Exhibit 680, 681, and 682. Recognize those photos?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize them?
These are photographs that I took using the comparison microscope when I was making the comparisons of the evidence bullets to the test-fired bullets from the Smith & Wesson pistol.
Will these exhibits help explain the way that you do your examination of your test-fired rounds to the known rounds or the rounds recovered in this case?
They do.
Are they fair and accurate representations as to what you saw when you performed your analysis?
Yes, they are.
I'd move for admission of People's Exhibit 680, 681, and 682.
Mr. Cook? Exhibit 680, 81, and 82 will be admitted. Go ahead.
In permission to publish?
You may.
I think you just turned the screen off, Judge.
I did.
Okay.
Let me know when you're there. I didn't want to have anything else appear.
So I'm going to show it. Let's see.
That's it.
So you've got presenter mode. So you need to slide that back over to our side. It's, yeah.
Ooh.
We'll just work through this. So we've got 6, go back, please. There we go. So the main picture in the center of the screen, my eyes are getting bad, so I can't read the exhibit number when it's smaller like that. Does that say 680?
Yes, it does.
Okay. So tell the jury what we're looking at in People's Exhibit 680.
So People's Exhibit 680 is a photograph of one of the bullets that I received for comparison purposes. To me, at the time, it was known as item 727. This photograph is taken using a camera that's hooked up to the comparison microscope. The comparison microscope is simply a large scope that has one set of eyepieces to look through and 2 stages. So when I mount items on those stages and look through the eyepieces, I can see both of those items simultaneously side by side. And I can increase the magnification at varying levels as I work through the analysis to look at those different tool marks that are present. In this instance, what you're looking at here is the hollow point bullet expanded. So when we talked about the mushrooming effect, that's what you see here. This is the nose that opened up, and this is the base of the bullet here. And in this photograph, it's just documenting the overall condition of the projectile, as well as one of the land impressions that I evaluated.
What is, just so we understand it, what's that opaque blob in the front of the bullet?
This material right here is just a sticky wax substance that I use to hold the bullet in place so that I can turn it and rotate it on the microscope as I work through all the different surfaces.
In this particular Exhibit 680, can you point out some of the tool marks that we talked about earlier on this particular item?
I can. So in this particular area right here, this thing that looks like tracks right in the center, that's what's known as a land impression. The area above it right here and the area below it right here is what's known as a groove impression. Those are, lands and grooves are high spots and low spots that are formed into the barrel of a firearm. They're formed in a particular number and with a twist to either direct the bullet to spin to the right or spin to the left when it's fired. The purpose of rifling is for spin stabilization. It allows that bullet to travel in the straightest possible distance for the longest amount of time accurately. It's very much like throwing a spiral football down a field as opposed to just lobbing it out there. Those markings are impressed then onto the surface of this bullet as it passes down the barrel of the firearm.
Okay, and then if we can move on to 681. What are we looking at in 681?
681 depicts only one photograph of many that were taken during the comparison process. And what you see here is item that was known to me as item 727, so one of the evidence bullets. There's a black line that runs down the center here separating the 2 images. And on the left-hand side is a portion of the test-fired bullet that I generated using the Smith & Wesson pistol, People's Exhibit 484. And what I'm capturing in this photograph is the overall size dimension correspondence, as well as an area of detail that I'm interested in right in through here. And then there was some additional detail in through here.
When you say the item that you understood as number 727, what specifically, for your purposes, is item 727?
727 was the bullet that was recovered from the victim at autopsy.
Okay, thank you. And then if we can go on to 682. tell the jury what we're looking at in 682.
People's Exhibit 682 is essentially the exact same photograph that you just saw previously. Test fire on the left, evidence bullet on the right, only now it's a much higher magnification of this area of the projectile here. And I'm looking at these lines that run through the center line and correspond to one another. As I work through my comparison, I look at all of those different surfaces of the bullet, either observing the agreement or disagreement that's present so that I can render my conclusion.
Was there agreement or disagreement in these two images?
In these two images, there was agreement not only here, but additional agreement that was captured up here and in other areas. As you evaluate those photographs for yourself, keep in mind that this photograph is taken of a curved surface and the camera sits right above the curved surface. So there's only a small area that's in focus when I'm completing this evaluation. So the stuff that you see that starts to phase out of focus is not necessarily in misalignment. It's simply not the area being focused on for the photograph.
Again, does this photo show that the item recovered from autopsy came from the same gun?
This was one of many photos taken that depict that, yes.
Okay. You can go ahead and take the photos down now. What I would like to have you do at this point is using People's Exhibit number 484, if you could just open that up and show the jury. When this particular type of firearm is fired, just explain the mechanism and what happens with a shell casing.
So I'll first point out that People's Exhibit 40 is secured not only into the box, but it has a gun lock running through the action of the firearm. So in its current state, I can see the chamber is open, there's no ammunition present, and it is completely safe. It could not be fired in this condition. So what you're looking at is a pistol that is not fully open or closed. When this firearm is loaded for use, the magazine is inserted into the grip located right here. It's the piece that the lock is running through. The slide, which is this top portion up here, is pulled to the rearward position and allowed to move forward again. And when that occurs, the slide pushes a cartridge of ammunition from the top of the magazine into the chamber of the firearm, or this rearmost portion of the barrel. That action also cocks this firearm and it's readied for firing. To actuate firing, the operator would pull the trigger of the firearm and that would send the firing pin into the primer component, into the primer component of the cartridge and detonate that primer component so that firing can occur. The bullet will travel down the barrel of the firearm and the action or the slide will be forced rearward so that that cartridge case can be extracted and ejected and the next round can be placed in the chamber of the pistol.
So when that particular type of firearm is fired, it kicks the shell casing out like in your demonstrative exhibit of your bullet?
It does if it's operating properly and if nothing is impeding movement of that slide.
When a shell casing is kicked out of a firearm like that, do they pile up in a nice, neat little pile?
Not necessarily. It very much depends on what surfaces those cartridge cases may hit as they exit the firearm. For example, if you're in a room and there's furniture or walls or ceilings present, those cartridge cases may hit those surfaces and they can bounce all over the place. Conversely, if you're outdoors and you're standing on a nice fluffy bed of grass, as that cartridge case exits the firearm and lands in the grass, it may rest where it lays. So its terminal point may be very consistent.
Is there any such thing as a disintegrating shell casing, meaning that if a firearm is fired like this, that a shell casing doesn't come out or it just disappears?
I'm not aware of one just disappearing. I'm aware of them perhaps not coming out of the firearm, but not disappearing.
Okay. So that's all I have. Thank you.
No questions. No, he's gonna ask something, some basic shit though. You're a firearm.
Good afternoon. How are you?
Good afternoon. I'm well. Thank you.
So can you look at the exhibit with the pistol in the cardboard box again? Of course. Are firearms or handguns, semi-automatic handguns, are they like a shotgun that's a semi-automatic where they're left-handed and right-handed shotguns? Are there left-handed and right-handed pistols?
Are we speaking in terms of the direction it ejects?
Yes.
Yes, there are.
Examining that one there, would that be a pistol that is shot by a left-handed or a right-handed person?
I should say that it could be fired by either a left-handed or a right-handed person, but I will state that it ejects the cartridge case if it's being held in its conventional proper manner. It ejects the cartridge case to the right.
Okay. So more than likely, this would be a pistol that was shot by somebody that was right-handed. Cartridge goes off, is ejected to the right, so it's not going across the shooter's field of vision.
I would object as to speculation. He's asking to speculate as to the handedness of the shooter.
Well, I will allow him to rephrase the question because at one point he was talking about if it's in your left hand, the shell is going to be ejected over your field of vision. So I will allow that.
What do you base your opinion on as far as that's a left or right-handed pistol?
So I would not refer to it as either a left or right-handed pistol. I would simply address it in terms of what direction it ejects the cartridge case. And handedness, as far as shooters go, is one element to consider with respect to whether or not they want it ejecting to the right or left. But the other factor to consider is whether they're using their right or their left eye predominantly for sighting.
Okay. Well, let's say, generally speaking, a right-handed shooter is right eye dominant. That pistol there is going to eject the shells in a right direction.
That is correct.
Okay, so if I'm holding a pistol, my finger pistol, it's deadly, watch out. If I'm right-handed holding my pistol in the right hand, the shells from that are going to eject out away from my body.
That's correct. They will come this direction, so they will not cross over you.
Okay, if I have a semi-automatic pistol that is associated with more of a left-hand favorable shooter's ejection. If I'm holding that with the right hand, it's going to eject to the left, and it's a semi-automatic pistol, so you can shoot more than one time, correct?
That's correct.
I'm going to have cartridges ejecting across my line of sight.
That is correct. If this ejected from the left side of the pistol and I'm right eye focused, it's going to eject this direction.
And having spent shell casings, if I'm shooting more than one time going across my line of sight, might not be optimal shooting and aiming conditions to have stuff going right across my face.
For aiming purposes, yes.
Okay. So if you had somebody that was left eye dominant and a shooter that was left-handed, it would probably be better to have a semi-automatic pistol that ejects to the left.
If I were that shooter, that is how I would prefer the design.
Okay. So did you say that is a pistol that ejects to the right?
Yes, it is.
And so that would be a pistol that would favor a right-handed shooter, right eye dominant.
That's how I would prefer it if I were the shooter.
Okay. Now, may I approach the witness? You can put that back. Thank you.
Thanks, James. MD. James MD. Thank you. The gift. Who got that? Mama for boys.
That's what it is. I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as People's Exhibit 713.
Lord Almighty.
So the two, if you can look at this, you have the actual bullet, the part that comes out of the shell. There's three of them there. Are those two that were recovered from the pillow and one that was your test fire, or are those all three test fires from the different pistols?
These are all three test fires from the one Smith & Wesson pistol. So they're all three samples from the same pistol.
Okay. So and that was the 9mm Smith & Wesson?
Correct.
Okay. So you did three test fires from there. Do you have the bullets, or can you get the exhibit with the two bullets that were pulled from the pillow?
That would be Exhibit 103.
Sure. Well, I'll take your word for it, Judge, because I can't find it. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, Exhibit 103. Now, where is one of the bullets in this that was pulled from a pillow? There were two bullets.
Both of them. So this one here and this one here.
This one here and this one here.
Yes.
And which one was the bullet that came from the deceased boy?
That one is People's Exhibit 88.
Okay. All right. And it looks like there's a lot of, it looks like there's deformation or the bullets fragmenting in all three of them, correct?
They are definitely deformed to various degrees, yes.
Okay, but the one that was pulled out of the individual looks to be more deformed than the bullets that were pulled out of the pillow.
Yes, I would say the nose is more fully expanded and there's slightly more deformation in that one, yes.
Okay. And if you know this, great. If not, that's fine. Would you expect 2 9mm hollow points? It looks like they were Hornady, manufacturer of the shells. Would you expect those bullets to actually penetrate through the pillow?
If they went through nothing else?
Yes.
Just the pillow?
Yeah.
I would expect a 9mm of this design to go through the pillow.
Okay. And is it your information that the 2 rounds that came from the pillow, it looks like in your report it says source or it mentions pillow. Do you know if they went through anything else other than the pillow?
I do not. I can simply state that they have hard impact damage that suggests something other than the pillow came into contact with these items.
Okay. Do you think that these 2 bullets, just a second here, Hunter.
We're talking about the bullet if it penetrated the pillow? What?
Do you have any idea what that could have been? That the 2 bullets that were not pulled from the individual, what they could have impacted based on the history and what information you were giving for this analysis?
I would say based on the history and information, no. Based on some of the trace evidence that I observed present on the bullet and stuck in the bullet, there was evidence of it having passed through biological substances. So there was evidence of possible bone and possible hairs present on the surfaces of those bullets.
Okay. So can you tell the distance that the 2 bullets that were recovered from the pillow, how far away those bullets were when they were, or how far the shooter was away when those bullets were fired?
I cannot, in this instance, I did not have the opportunity to evaluate the pillow and there was no distance testing performed.
Okay. And were you aware that the pillow was actually taken into evidence and recovered?
I was aware of very little more than these were recovered from the pillow.
Okay. Would it have been a benefit to you and your analyses to have had the pillow where the bullets came from, to examine it and possibly do separate test fires into that pillow?
The only time that would have come into play for me is if there had been testing requested to determine how far away those surfaces were when they were shot into.
Okay. Was any of this biological material from the 2 bullets that were recovered from the pillow, was any of this biological material tested or collected to be submitted for DNA analysis or any type of work like that?
It was most certainly collected by me when I evaluated the bullets. I preserved that evidence in case additional testing was warranted on them. I am not aware if any further testing was undertaken after I collected it.
Okay. But you felt it was important enough to at least collect it and preserve it?
Certainly important to preserve it, especially considering that my handling would have obstructed it and destroyed it during my process. So it was important to preserve that in case it became necessary for testing down the line.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Amazing.
Thank you, Ron. Ms. Happ, when you were talking about shell casings ejecting out of the right or left, would you say that, well, you tell us, are most guns manufactured to kick to the right?
The large majority are manufactured with a right-hand ejection, yes.
Does it require some special hunting to find a gun that will kick off to the left?
Sometimes special hunting, there are a few manufacturers if you want your firearm in that configuration that you might seek out specifically, or you can consider purchasing a different slide for that firearm to allow that function.
In your opinion as an expert, is it common for a weapon like this that the shell casings kicked to the right can be handled equally as effectively by either a right or left-handed person?
Yes, it can.
Or a right eye or left eye dominant person?
It can.
Were you aware that the shell casings recovered from that pillow were in a suitcase with a decomposing body?
I became aware of that later, yes.
Could that have been contributing to some of the biological substances that you found on those two projectiles?
That certainly contributed to some of it, yes.
And then as it relates to other types of scientific testing, is it very common or not very common to find fingerprints on bullets?
On fired bullets?
Yeah.
It would be very uncommon to find that after a bullet passes through the barrel. Theoretically, the way that would work is the fingerprint would be deposited before it was fired. Then that bullet is going to pass down the barrel of the firearm. And as that happens, the action of the bullet rubbing in the inside of the barrel would obliterate the fingerprint. Further, if anything should sustain the firing process, as it goes into that target surface, again, that bullet will be wiped clean of whatever was present on it, fingerprint-wise.
What about on shell casings?
On shell casings, there's a greater likelihood that fingerprints can be recovered on shell casings. One, because this casing doesn't go through anything after it's been fired. However, there are elements of contact with the cartridge case and the body of the cartridge case inside the chamber of the firearm that may obliterate that. There's also a heat buildup that occurs when firing happens that may affect the cartridge case as well. So typically, when we're successful with recovering fingerprints on fired cartridge cases, it's because they've been picked up afterwards and moved.
What about, can you find fingerprints on shell casings that are never found in an investigation?
No, that would be a definite no.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for us? Pass it forward. And
Defense looks like they're ready to jump. What they planning, what they doing. They were over there consulting with, Letecia was talking with them. What they're planning. Yeah, we got this. Yeah, we got this. Yeah. Oh, yeah, good job. Yeah. What are they talking about? Yes, everybody hit the like button. I'm kind of crashing a little bit. Kind of like slowly melting, slowly to the chair. A Hope, thank you for the super chat earlier. Appreciate that. Mema French, thank you for the super chat and the membership. Conas Mom, a word for you, ick. Nom campos mentis Latin legal phrase that translates to of unsound mind. Non not prefaces compos mentis, meaning having control of one's mind. Unless you're Sarah Boone, then say no compos mentis Dios. All right,
Ms. Happ, did any of the three pistols you examined eject from the left?
They did not. All three of these ejected to the right of the firearm.
I'm going to ask this question. Let me know if you think it's outside your area of expertise.
What's the point of all that bullshit?
If someone is left eye dominant and a shell ejects across your field of vision, would that cause someone to miss?
So in that regard, I would say there's a couple things to consider. The first thing is that first shot that's fired, nothing will be obstructing your vision. We would be talking about subsequent shot fired after that, and we would be talking about subsequent shots fired in rapid succession, meaning not a shot. That cartridge case ejection is quick. So the shot is fired, the cartridge case ejects and falls, often much faster than the shooter can recognize. Where that becomes a more serious consideration is firing of multiple cartridges where those shells are constantly running in front of the shooter's field of vision. I hope that covers it.
I will reasonable follow-up as to those questions only. Prosecution?
Are there a lot of factors that can go into accuracy of a shooter?
Oh, absolutely.
Can you list off some of those?
The firearm is one. Whether or not that shooter is practiced is a primary. It's probably the biggest.
Can left eye dominant shooters with a gun that kicks off to the right be very accurate in their shots?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Mr. Cook?
Thank you.
Ms. Happ, you may step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to clean up the witness stand, Judge, before the next witness.
All right.
You got the Kachava, Gunner's mom? Kachava, bro. So thank you for that super chat. That was nice. A word for you, econom compos mentis, Latin legal phrase that translates to of unsound mind. Not, I think. Preface is compos mentis, meaning having control of one's mind. Sam Panther, thank you for the super chat. Just me.
Call your next witness, please.
Thanks, Judge. We'd call Brooke Bell to the stand.
Who there? Please somebody interesting. Brooke Bell. Who's that? Bell or Belly? Bell? Seems like that. Bell.
Ms. Bell, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, ma'am. Do you swear affirm the testimony about to give this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand. Mr. Young?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the record?
My name is Brooke Bell, and my last name is spelled Bell.
What's your occupation?
I am a senior crime scene investigator with the Colorado Springs Metro Crime Lab.
And how long have you been a senior crime scene investigator?
I've been a crime scene investigator since July of 2017, so almost 6 years.
How'd you become a senior crime scene investigator?
So the senior position requires a minimum of at least 5 years of experience. It requires a crime scene certification in one of 3 levels through the International Association for Identification. And it also requires a certain number of training hours towards specializing in an additional forensic discipline.
So other than your experience, do you also have training and educational experience with regards to your occupation?
I do. In terms of education, I graduated magna cum laude with a Bachelor of Arts degree in biology and a Master of Science degree in forensic science, both from the University of Colorado at Colorado Springs. And in terms of training, I did participate in an internal training program through the Metro Crime Lab. I was on call 24/7 for a period of 6 months, so a lot of exposure to various types of crime scenes and documentation techniques during that time. I was required to complete relevant readings, perform practical exercises, and I worked with a qualified crime scene investigator until it was determined that I could process crime scenes independently and any of the related tasks. So in addition to completing that internal training program throughout my career, I've also had the opportunity to participate in ongoing formal training and education. So I've received training courses in crime scene investigation, crime scene reconstruction, trajectory documentation, shooting incident reconstruction, bloodstain pattern analysis, chemical enhancement of blood, photography, latent print processing, just to name some of those more specific areas related to crime scene processing.
And have you been qualified to give expert testimony as a crime scene investigator in El Paso County?
Yes, I have.
Any other jurisdictions?
I have also testified as an expert witness in federal court.
Approximately how many times have you been qualified?
I've testified 34 times and been qualified as an expert 22 times.
At this time, we'd ask that the court allow Ms. Bell to testify as an expert in the field of crime scene investigation.
Defense? No objection. The witness will be so qualified. Go ahead.
Tell us about crime scene investigation. What does that mean? I mean, we've seen CSI on TV. Is that the kind of thing we're talking about? And then we'll talk about whether or not that actually happens once we get into your testimony.
So as a crime scene investigator, my primary responsibility is to document and process crime scenes. And ultimately, I'm responsible for the identification, collection, and preservation of the evidence for any type of future testing and to assist with investigative leads. It certainly may look very different than what you see on TV and typically takes a lot longer.
So you just can't walk in a room and then all of a sudden know exactly what happens in that room?
Not necessarily, no.
Okay. As part of as a crime scene investigator, do you attend meetings with detectives and police officers and other members of a particular investigation to get an idea of what you're looking for when you go to a crime scene?
So the most common situation is the information we receive is what we refer to as a briefing. So we just receive preliminary information that detectives or the sergeants, law enforcement personnel have regarding the case up to the point that we become involved with the case.
And I would imagine that it's beneficial to have some idea of what you're going to when you go to a crime scene before you start that investigation. Is that fair?
That is the most common situation. We tend to have an idea of what type of investigation or what type of crime has occurred when we respond. That is not always the case, though.
I'm going to talk about this case and this investigation. On January 29th of 2020, were you asked to go to 6727?
6627, I believe.
627. You think I'd had memorized by now. 6627 Mandan Drive to search a residence.
Yes, I was.
What kind of information did you have prior to that and prior to that search on January 29th, 2020?
So the initial information that I received prior to responding to the residence was that an 11-year-old child had gone missing 2 days prior to my request to respond and document or search the residence where he lived. And the only information I was provided at that time was that the investigators had reason to believe that he may be the victim of a homicide. I didn't receive any additional information until I responded to the residence, where I received that case briefing that I mentioned previously. And that was just kind of more of a timeline of events in terms of what the detectives knew up to that point.
And what was that? What was the briefing that you received when you arrived at the residence?
So I responded, it was Wednesday, January 29th. So at that point, the 11-year-old child who was identified to me as Gannon Stauch had been missing for 2 days. I had received information that he had reportedly gone to a friend's house and didn't return home and was reported missing that Monday around 7 p.m. and that sheriffs with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office had responded around 10 p.m. that evening. I was also informed that the following day, so Tuesday the 28th, the Sheriff's Office had sent investigative personnel to do a search of the residence. Part of the information that they had and that they passed on to me was that an incident, as it was called, had occurred on the 26th in which Gannon was playing video games in the basement living room. And a candle was knocked over, damaged the carpet and a couch in the basement. They had informed me there was a section of carpet down in the basement that had been burned and cut away down to the padding. And so that it was suspicious in nature. It had been covered with carpet and an area rug.
Did you receive any information about a potential sexual assault or kidnapping on the 29th of January?
So I did a little bit further once I'd been on scene for a little bit longer. I believe it was possibly during our walkthrough. The information that they provided to me was that Gannon's stepmother, who was identified to me as Letecia Stauch, had contacted an individual about the carpet repair, and that individual came to the house and she was sexually assaulted in Gannon's bedroom, and that Gannon had been kidnapped.
And so did that change at least your game plan on how you're going to process that crime scene based on this new information that comes in?
So with the information I had on this very first response, the areas that I'm focused on is the downstairs living room, where this area of carpet has been burned down to the padding or basically down to the subfloor, which is unusual and had been cut out and removed. And then with this possible sexual assault information, so that was some new information, and having a location, that told me that I was going to search for evidence that might be potentially related to that in that bedroom.
And so what kind of evidence would you be looking for based on that?
So when we're in the case of a sexual assault, we use what's called an alternate light source and filtered goggles. And so we actually will check the room for possible biological fluids. Certain biological fluids will fluoresce or glow under ALS. And those tend to be biological fluids such as urine, saliva, and then semen. So in the case of a sexual assault, we're using that so that we can try and identify potentially semen.
Had you learned that the residence had at least initially been searched the night before on January 28th, 2020 by some El Paso County detectives?
Yes, I had been informed that they had conducted a separate search prior to the involvement of the Metro Crime Lab, and that there were some evidence items collected during that search.
And so were you at least the first time a CSI lab personnel entered the residence to conduct the search?
Yes, so I was one of the first responding CSIs.
And Your Honor, just to kind of speed things up a little bit, there's going to be no objections to the following exhibits.
Okay.
373 through 441.
Okay.
And 711.
And defense, do you agree?
I do.
All right, then exhibits 373 through 441 are admitted, and so is 711. Go ahead.
And it's a combination of photographs, mostly photographs, but also physical exhibits, Your Honor. And we'll, as we go through the photographs, we'll get the physical exhibits.
Okay.
If we could start with People's Exhibit 373, please. Publishing.
Yep.
And if I may approach the witness,
you may.
Ms. Bell, I'll give you the pictures, and you can either use the pictures to look at or
thank you.
TV screens that we have.
All right.
Maybe you had a fancy pointer up here somewhere.
Is that what this is?
So what do we see in People's Exhibit 373?
People's Exhibit 373 is a photograph that was taken of the exterior of Mandan Street. If we're looking to the left side of the photograph, we can actually see the Metro Crime Lab van, which was parked in front of 6627.
So what direction are we facing here with this photograph?
We are mostly looking east, slightly southeast.
And so could you use the pointer and point out 6627 Mandan?
May I stand, Your Honor?
You may. Go ahead. You can step down if you would like to.
Thank you. 6627 would be this residence right here, and it had a bright yellow chair on the porch.
And the first house that we see on the right photograph, is that 6643 Mandan?
I wouldn't be able to tell from the photograph in terms of reading the address.
Okay. If we can go to 674 now. What do we see in 674? 374. I'm all over the place. 374.
So People's Exhibit 374 is a direct photograph of the front of the residence 6627. And we can see that bright yellow chair that I had previously mentioned.
We go 375 now. What are we looking at 375?
People's Exhibit 375, and I don't recall just from seeing this image if this is, I believe it's from immediately inside the entry. So if we walked in the door, that it would be one of the walls on the side.
Would this be the laundry room area?
It's possible. I can't really tell from seeing the rest of it, but it's possible.
Okay. If you look to the right-hand corner, top corner, would that be the entry to the garage?
Yes, it would be. So with that being said, then this would be the entry into the house through the garage, which was first the laundry room.
We can go to 376 now, please. What do we see in 376?
So People's Exhibit 376 is, and I don't know if this is the washer or the dryer, but in the bottom of the photograph, we see the red. And there were a pair of tennis shoes. So they're black with white soles turned over on top. And part of my walkthrough and briefing information I had received was that when the sheriff's deputies responded on the 28th, they had observed possible stains on the bottom of these shoes and had collected swabs of those stains.
And did you say that was done on the previous night, January 28th?
That's correct. So when I mentioned they had collected some evidence on that first response, that was one of those items.
377, please. Is this a close-up of the same shoes?
Yes, it is.
And then, Your Honor, 378 are the actual shoes. And just for the jury's benefit, we're going to be opening those with another witness.
Okay.
So we're not going to be opening those at this time.
All right.
We can go to 379 now. What do we see in People's Exhibit 379?
So People's Exhibit 379 is a photograph inside the garage. And if we look in the upper left-hand corner, we can actually see the door that's open, and that's what opens into the laundry room.
Now, on January 29th, were you looking for blood in this particular garage?
Not initially. However, it was brought to our attention when a deputy had responded that while we were working on documentation in the basement, that he had located some stains that he believed to be possible blood stains.
We can go to 380 now, please. What do we see in People's Exhibit 380?
People's Exhibit 380 was actually moved further into the garage, so now we're closer to the entry door. And there are actually 3 sticker scales present in this photograph that were placed to identify those possible blood stains that were located by the deputy.
Could you please point those out for me?
I will, yes.
And Mr. Young, could you find a reasonable breaking point in the next 5 minutes or so?
Yeah, please. Oh, Lord.
We can stop now if you like, Judge. Okay, whatever you
Yes.
You can go ahead and answer that question, and we'll take that break.
And is it okay? May I stand again? Thank you. So when we look in the middle stair of the garage right here, we can see a sticker that was actually identifying a possible blood stain that we labeled A. And then we have 2 more on the floor. So possible blood stain B and possible blood stain C.
All right. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we will take we'll take another recess for about 10 minutes. If I can have everyone back in the jury room a little bit before 4 o'clock, we should be able to start right on time at that point. Don't discuss case among yourselves. Don't discuss case with anyone else. With that, all rise for the jury, please.
Don't you know? So thank y'all for joining today.
Thank you. May all be seated. The record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Court will be in recess until 4 o'clock.
All rise.
Just me. Thank you for coming. A member says Harley is getting thrown under the bus. That was earlier. All right, BF Queen. Thank you so much for the super chat. Says silent listener here since 2021. Thanks for all you do for all your listeners. We love you, Mel. All aboard. All aboard. Oh shit. I feel like one day I'm gonna like screw up and like everything's gonna fall off the desk. Mike D Savage, thank you for becoming a member. Memo French, thanks for the super chat. Says Gannon. It's the weekend, man. We made it. We made it. We're here. I've lost the momentum. All the momentum I had this morning is kind of gone. Just kind of, I don't know, dragging along. Zzz, 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 the hydraulics. Zzz. I took a screenshot, not sure where to send it. Well, I don't know. My inboxes, are kind of full. You could send it to, I don't know, Twitter DMs or, I don't. Oh, you know, I meant to show you this picture. You can send it to Twitter DMs or email or. So somebody sent me this screenshot. This was from I don't know when this was from. Let me see if I can find a tweet. Maybe gives a little bit of context. About to lay on the couch. This woman, Miss Thigpen, she got it right from the get-go and called this demon out on it right away. It's just incredible looking back on it all. all the ish this demon did while claiming to be innocent. Trevor Thigpen needs to be acknowledged because she saw it day one. All right, let's check out what Thigpen had to say. Your sister is a effing murderer. Get your effing facts straight. And don't you ever come in my damn inbox trying to tell me I should be quiet. The police were just at her house and found traces of effing blood. Convince that bitch to tell the truth so we can finally get that baby home and he can get some rest, finally rest in peace. We have all been sleepless, searching numerous fields and passing out numerous flyers trying to get him home. When it turns out she killed him, F you for trying to justify your murdering ass sister. I hope you all burn in hell for what you did to that boy, that innocent boy. Wow. You're so blind and obviously ignorant. F you and your child murdering ass sister. May she rot in hell. May she rot and burn in hell and get the maximum penalty under the law. F all y'all blind asses, ignorant ass people, SMDH. Because like I guess back then there was like a support group. Well, there was people that believed Tisha, and then like Tisha had a support group and stuff. And it doesn't surprise me, you know, support group for a child killer and stuff. There's support for everybody out there these days. I think they even had like a Chris Watts. Wasn't there people out there that were like supporting Chris Watts and shit? Like YouTubers and shit like that? Like, yeah, we stand with Chris Watts, the child murderer and woman murderer, mom murderer. That was YouTube. I don't know why. I don't know the whole story, but there was like YouTubers jumping out at the gate for a child killer. That's some weird shit. I think he has support groups too. Chris Watts. Chris, we love you, Chris. We're going to defend you. I'm like, okay. Not a good hill to die on, but okay. All right. Write that shit out. Carly says, I think I'm going to try Kachava. Oh, shit. Kachava, man. Kachava's like, this. That's it, man. Like, that's the product that, like, changed my life. And my digestive system. It's, like, productive now. You know? Raven, thank you for that nice message. I'm so grateful for Mel, the mods, and this amazing chat. And we have a really nice chat. The mods are really good, too. Helps so much in watching these crazy ass cases. That's true. It does help it get by. Mel, thanks for all you do for us. Thank you. Crimes and Consequences. Thank you. Appreciate that. Yo, we had a members thing yesterday that was really good. If you missed it, check it out. Check out the members thing. Oh, yeah. I think it's like, is it too low? It feels like it's too low now. Yeah, I just felt like changing positions for a little bit, an uncomfortable thing just to get things different. I don't know. People standing Menendez brothers too. Really? Chris Watts, police light also iCkEdMeL. We believe you. We love you. Yeah, we're going to stand by your side. Yeah, whoa. What if Koberger didn't do it? Yeah, maybe he didn't do it. Yeah. No, yeah. We need to support Koberger. Yeah, oh. It's weird shit. All right, let me stop and move on. SW4x4 Explorers, thank you so much. Thank you, Mel. You make hearing this ish more tolerable, but I'm drinking more. What you drinking more of? 4x4 water, seltzer water. We talking about like liquor. You drinking liquor, wine. By the way, earlier when I said I was getting lit, I was talking about pre-workout, not drinking. I don't really drink on. I mean, I drank last night on the members thing for fun. I had a really nice wine. I had a lot of fun last night. But I don't know if I can say I'm on detox anymore because I drank last night. But in my head, I'm on detox. I mean, we'll see. I don't know what happens this weekend. Maybe I will drink. But I'm coming back. Alex Murdaugh? Well, he took a picture with his family, so why would he do that, right? Like right before they're all dead, he took pictures with them. So no, he there's no way he could have killed them. We stand with Alec. Alec Murdoch. There's no way they're going to find him guilty. No way. It's impossible. It's impossible. I swear. I'm a professional lawyer, so I'm, whatever. I know best. I honestly thought at first, I feel like that guy did do that shit, but at first I was like, they have enough. Then at the end, towards the end, I was thinking that I didn't feel like they had enough beyond a reasonable doubt to say they pulled that trigger, but the motherfucker did do some shit. It's weird the shit people stand by. I think some of these people just stand by it just because nobody else, just to have something to stand by. Just to be contrarian. Just to disagree. Not to disagree because it's actually a disagreeable thing. Just to disagree because you want to be that one fucking person. I'm standing by my beliefs. Cockamamie beliefs. Andrea Brown. Did you see Letecia flip off the gun expert? Nah, man. No, she didn't. No. Did people stand by Alex? I don't know. I'm kind of exaggerating. I think people were just saying it's more, they don't have enough. The West trial is terrible. I heard that there's some YouTubers streaming that shit. I guess it doesn't surprise me anymore. You're not supposed to stream it. Live stream it. They're streaming it. Contrarianism. Well, I had an ex that would just disagree just to disagree. I was like, I confronted her a couple of times, and one time she admitted. It's like, no, I just do that just cause. Just to say like the opposite shit of what you're saying. I'm like, all right. She don't even believe in the shit. She's just disagreeing to disagree to cause some shit to make it seem like it's something intellectual or some sort of like I don't know, like something that's gonna intrigue me. Oh, you're disagreeing? Oh wow. I don't have a problem if you disagree, but if you're just doing that shit just to do it, just to be annoying, it's like, damn. I'm just gonna do the opposite of everything. Oh, that's true. Shambot says some people believe Casey Anthony. Her father, Ard her. She's innocent. I think was he gonna sue or something? I don't know if he was gonna sue. Larry Malay, Christina. Wendy Jacobs says she flipped her off or the camera. Ooh. I wonder if the jury caught that. Oh, and Crime Curious did send me a link. Ooh. We're going to stand by you. Yeah, we're standing by Chris Watts. There was people legitimately that stood by that guy. I was like shocked. There are still Chris Watts channels? Wow. Oh, man. So Dick Pen, somebody on Twitter take a screenshot. She was calling this bullshit out from the beginning with Letecia Stauch. Going off. I'm taking this bullshit. Oh, I should have tagged Mo. My bad, Mo. I forgot to tag you. I usually like to tag the people that send me the clips. I forgot to tag you on Twitter. Oh, thank you. JJ says, I've been watching every second of the trial on iCkEdMeL. Thank you so much. That judge thing was funny as hell. If you guys could hit like, please, if you haven't done so already. You guys have done a really great job, though. But for anybody that hasn't, if you could, That'd be great. Oh, we're already at 3,000. I didn't realize that. Okay. We're at 3,100. I didn't see that. We're at 3,100. Thank you. Also, we're a few away from 179,000. We're at 178,946. So we need 54 more. Oh, that's nice. Let me read that. Sushi Jezebel. Jezebel. Thank you so much for the member. Thank you for becoming a member. Thank you, Mel, for your hard work. So glad we found your channel. You are amazing. Thank you. Sushi Jezebel. Mish Michelle. I kind of like that. Miss Michelle. Mish Michelle. Thank you for the super chat. Amazing. Jen, thank you for the super chat. Says Letecia gave the gun expert the finger. I just watched the clip in one of the Facebook groups. Damn, can somebody send me the link? Maybe because I had her too small, we couldn't see it. Somebody send me the link so we can watch it. Let's catch it. Oh, he's back. He's quick too.
Court will call 20 CR 1358. People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury's not present in the courtroom. I want to alert the attorneys to a juror issue. And we can either discuss it now or we can discuss it at the end of the day. I don't know what you want to do. All I know is that a juror has alerted me that it wasn't until Ms. Happ was on the stand that she realized she knew her. She did not recognize the name as she was looking through the witness list. So I don't know anything about how she knows her or anything like that. My thought was I would bring her in, ask her a couple of questions, and then send her back, and you can make a decision as to whether or not want to make a challenge, or we go from there. We could either do that before this witness continues her testimony. We can wait until we get closer to the end of the day. What do you want to do?
I think it'd be good to do that towards the end of the day, Judge. Maybe save a little bit of time at the end of the day to handle it.
That's fine. All right. So let's stop at like 10 till. Stop your questioning there, and then we will bring that juror in,
I wish they
and we'll
stopped
go from
30
there.
till.
Does that work for Juror 12, third one over in the front? Yeah, well, she's in seat 13, but she's juror 12 because we only have 9 in the back. So, okay. Okay, in light of that, let's bring the jurors in then.
Let's do it. So the next witness is, I forgot who they said. Is it the same one? Brooke Bell? Or somebody else? Buster. Hey, Buster. Letecia smiling, laughing.
All rise for the jury, please.
Is that all an act? Smiling, talking with their lawyers. Another show, another performance, another act. Playing it cool while melting down inside. Sled. Beth Henley, thank you for the membership. Gracias.
Thank you. You may all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. When we took our break, we were in the midst of the direct examination of Ms. Bell. That's where we will resume.
Ooh.
So, Ms. Bell, we still have People's Exhibit 380 up on the TV screen. With regards to these placards A, B, and C that you just pointed out prior to the break, are they in direction from the door to where there are looks like some 2x4s on the ground there?
So if you're referring to the lower left corner of the photograph, yes, there are some long 2x4s in that area of the garage.
And when we looked at the picture of the entire garage, is that a space where a vehicle may be parked?
Typically, it appeared to be where you pull a vehicle in, yes.
Now, also on People's Exhibit 380, do you see any softball equipment in there or items related to softball?
If we look to where the stairs are, there's a blue bucket over on the right-hand side of that photograph. There appears to be yellow softballs inside that blue bucket.
And on the left side of the photograph, there appears to be some kind of bag that says Easton or, right?
Yes, on the left side of the photograph on top of the green box.
We go now to 381, please. What do we see in 381?
People's Exhibit 381 is actually a photograph taken standing inside the laundry room, so we can see the tile floor, looking down at the stairs. And in the center of the photograph, we can see that sticker scale that I mentioned previously, and that was the placard A, so the possible blood stains that were observed there.
And just so Christian Liewer just testified, he processed this garage on February 3rd. Obviously, you did this on January 29th. Did you do the blue star in the garage at that time, or did you note this blood just from your naked eye?
So this was visible blood, so it was documented because we could see it without any type of chemical processing. And when I responded, I did not do or use blue star in the garage.
And so we can go to 382 now. What do we see in People's Exhibit 382?
People's Exhibit 382 is a close-up photograph of the possible blood stains identified using placard A.
Ready to do some more exercise if you can get out and just show the jury exactly where the blood's located in this particular photograph.
So we can see some dark staining throughout the center area of this photograph. Here, we can also see some slight discoloration over the left side of it.
I know we're going to talk about how you swab these, but why don't we do it with placard A so you can kind of just show the jury what you did to collect this blood so that it could be tested
So
at a later time.
So to collect a sample of any biological fluid, we have a package that is sealed of 2 sterile cotton tip swabs. So that's opened at the time that we're ready to collect the sample. We open a new package of distilled water and then just dampen the 2 cotton tip swabs. And then those are both rubbed at the same time over the stains and then placed back into that packaging and sealed into something we call a coin envelope. So it's a smaller envelope.
And did you use 3 separate swabs for both A, B, and C placards?
Yes, I did.
And they're separated when you package them?
Correct. So when we place them in those individual coin envelopes, those are sealed separately from each other.
And then the big envelope is sealed, and then whoever gets into that envelope would have to sign something to know that someone's been in there. Is that how it works?
Correct. So when we create an evidence barcode label, and I believe in this case, all 3 of those swabs were placed in a larger envelope under the same evidence barcode and sealed by the crime scene investigator. And then any subsequent testing that occurs on evidence within that package, the evidence item or the packaging is noted, and then additional tape seals are added and signed by that analyst when the analysis is completed.
And Your Honor, for the record, the swabs from placards A, B, and C is People's Exhibit 386.
All right.
We can go now to 383, please. What do we see in People's Exhibit 383?
People's Exhibit 383 is a little bit of a different perspective, a little closer, where we can see, again, the 2 sticker scales that were on the garage floor. We're close to those 2x4s that were previously mentioned.
Oh, she's doing that finger shit. Look at her. She like that. Look at her.
People's Exhibit 384 is now a close-up photograph of the possible blood stains identified using placard B.
Could you point those out with a pointer, please?
Yes. So in this photograph, it's really concentrated toward the center, but the discoloration is in this general area and then extended into the upper left portion of the photograph.
And is that the area you swabbed then that we talked about earlier?
Yes, that would be the area that representative samples were collected.
385, you could probably stay there for this one. What do we see in 385?
People's Exhibit 385 is now a close-up of the
Look at
stains
her.
that were identified using placard C.
Look at she thinks.
And I will point those out again,
Her.
just
Oh.
directly above the actual sticker scale, and then a little higher toward the center of the photograph.
Now, are these particular more visible? These blood, are they droplets or what are they?
So these appear to be more consistent with possible transfer stains to me, but these are a little bit more visible in this particular photograph than what we saw in B. If we look at the photograph, there's different photographs at different angles of B and C, and B is a little more visible in a different angle, and that just has more to do with the flash that occurred when that photograph was taken.
What's a transfer stain?
So a transfer stain is when blood is deposited on a surface from another surface.
Kind of speaks for itself, right?
It's just transferred onto an object.
You can resume your seat. Thank you. If we can have 387 now, please. What do we see in People's Exhibit 387?
People's Exhibit 387 is a photograph that was taken in the backyard on the east side of the house. And of significance in the backyard is the trash dumpster, so we can see the green in the center of the photograph.
And were you made aware that these trash cans were searched on January 28th?
Yes, I was.
2020?
Yes.
Let's go to People's Exhibit 388. What do we see in People's Exhibit 388?
People's Exhibit 388 is a photograph taken in the basement, and this area was referred to in most of our reports as the basement living area. So this particular photograph, I believe in terms of orientation, we're looking southwest in the basement.
In the area that you alluded to, I know we have some other pictures of it where there were potential burn marks on the carpet. Could you just point that out for the jury so they could have some context with this picture?
Yes. I'm going to stand up to do that.
Sure.
So in the upper right corner of the photograph, we have a couch here. And directly in front of that couch was an area rug, and we can actually see that here. And on top of it, in this particular photograph, you can see a rectangular section of carpet that matches the rest of the carpet throughout the residence.
Okay, thank you. 389. What do we see in 389?
People's Exhibit 389 is now standing in that living area portion of the room. So in the lower left corner, we can see that area rug that I had previously mentioned. And then we can also see the corner of the couch that it was in front of, and that's over on the left side of the photograph. In the center of the photograph, so we're looking east toward that love seat chair. There's 3 blankets, and they were kind of in a pile, and those blankets had burned debris on them.
We can go to 390 now. What do we see in 390?
People's Exhibit 390 is a close-up of those blankets that was located on the floor in front of that love seat, and we are able to see some of the charring and burned debris.
391? What do we see in 391?
People's Exhibit 391 is now in the search phase where we're actually looking at the items that were identified. So one of the blankets has been spread out, and we can see that there's a scale in this photograph showing where some dark burned debris is.
And did you spread this blanket out to take this photograph?
Yes.
And did you collect this blanket as evidence?
This blanket was collected, yes.
We can go to 392. What do we see in 392?
People's Exhibit 392 is just a close-up of the previous blanket in the area where we saw that scale of the burned debris.
And did you have any information as to whether or not these blankets were used to put the fire out or help put the fire out?
I don't know that I had specific information how these were related.
393? What do we see in 393?
People's Exhibit 393 is another one of the blankets that was in that pile. And on the left side of the photograph, we can see where it's bunched together and the discoloration. So where there was some black char marks.
We can go to 394.
Oh, that's
People's
nice.
Exhibit 394 is a photograph of the third blanket. We can see that there's a scale, and that was also very bunched around some burned debris.
And did you collect all these blankets? All three?
All three of them were collected, yes.
We can go to 395 now, please. What do we see in 395?
People's Exhibit 395 is the couch that is located that I had pointed out in the first photograph when we were talking about the living room. So for context, that area where the removed carpet is directly in front of this couch. And on this couch are 3 teal pillows.
Can you also see some what appears to be damage from hot wax, that kind of thing on this couch?
Yes. So over in the left side of the photograph, which would have been the west portion of the couch, there was some damage consistent with what appeared to be wax on the couch, as well as some charring or scorch marks.
And so for the record, we see a remote control there. Is it just next to that remote control in front of it?
It would be in front of and then to the left of that black remote control.
We can go to 396, please. What do we see in 396?
People's Exhibit 396 is looking toward the southwest corner of the living room. So just for context, we can see the TV in the upper left, and the couch, for reference, would be over on the right side of the photograph. And there's an additional teal pillow in that corner on the floor.
397? What do we see in 397?
People's Exhibit 397 is more of a mid-range photograph, but we've actually turned that pillow over. And in the center of the photograph, it's actually going to be in the right corner of the pillow. There was more of that kind of burned, charred material.
We can go to 398 now. Is that what you're talking about as we see in 398?
So 398 is a close-up with the scale. And yes, you can better see some of that burned material.
And did you collect this item as evidence?
Yes, this pillow was collected.
And for the record, John, that's 399, People's Exhibit 399. We can go to 400 now. What do we see in People's Exhibit 400?
People's Exhibit 400 is actually being positioned against the west wall in the living room. So the couch, for reference, is what's on the left, and that love seat is over on the right. In the lower right-hand corner, we can see some of those blankets we talked about previously. But in the back center of this photograph, we can see an open door where we see boxes and bins, and that was a basement storage unit.
And can we see the staircase there to the left of that or in the center of the picture, but it would go off to the left to go upstairs?
Yes, you can slightly see the banister or the hand railing, and that would be the staircase that leads to the upper level.
And so as you look at that storage room, if you go to the right, would that be where Gannon's room was?
Yes, so there is a hallway behind that wall, and his door was over to the right and actually shared a wall with the storage room.
We can go to People's Exhibit 401. What do we see in People's Exhibit 401?
People's Exhibit 401, we've now moved close to the entry to the storage room. So again, we can see the boxes and bins and then the concrete floor. And then as mentioned previously, there's a short hallway on the right side. So the door to Gannon's bedroom would be over on the right.
People's Exhibit 402. What do we see 402?
People's Exhibit 402 is a photograph that's taken standing in the entry to the basement storage room, so the bins and boxes previously mentioned. In this photograph, we're actually looking toward the southeast corner, and an item of interest that was observed in the southeast corner, which we can see in the center of the photograph, is a small section of carpet.
With regards to the boxes that we see in People's Exhibit 402, is that what it looked like on January 29th, 2020?
These appear to be the original overall photographs. So that's the series of photographs that we take prior to doing anything on scene. So this would be the condition of the storage room when we arrived.
We can go to People's Exhibit 403. What do we see in People's Exhibit 403?
People's Exhibit 403 is now standing inside that storage room. And on the left side, we can see the furnace, and toward the center, we can see the water heater. Those were actually positioned on the same wall, which would be the west wall, as the entry into the storage room.
People's Exhibit 404. What do we see in People's Exhibit 404?
People's Exhibit 404 is just slightly rotated to the right from that previous photo and down so that we can see the concrete floor If it helps for reference in terms of from the previous photo, that bottle of Gain in the previous photo, if you go back one.
We're at 403 now.
So it's shifted slightly to the right and down.
And go back to 404. Now, in People's Exhibit 404, there seems to be a box there at the lower portion middle there. Do you recognize that box?
I do. So in the lower portion of the photograph, there is a box that has Amazon tape. And if I recall correctly, based on the marker, the writing on it, that was a box that was collected in a following response out to that residence.
Did you go back to the residence on February 21st, 2020?
I did, yes.
And did you go back and completely clean out this entire storage room, look at every item that's in there, look at all the floor for blood?
Yes, so that was the purpose of that following response, was to remove every item from the storage room and inspect it for possible blood stains.
And this is where the box was, at least on January 29th, 2020, when you initially searched that storage room.
Yes, based on the overall photographs, it is.
We'll talk about that box when we get to the February 21st, okay?
Okay.
Don't let me forget.
Okay.
All right, let's go to, I'm sorry. Ready? Okay, if we can go to 405 now, please. What do we see in People's Exhibit 405?
People's Exhibit 405, we're actually looking at the north wall of the storage room. So for orientation, based on where I'm standing, the entry would actually be back and to my right. And of interest in this particular photograph on the left side is a gun box, the M&P bodyguard. And then also of interest in this photograph, kind of toward the northeast corner, we can see the corner of a red suitcase underneath a box. And then just to the right of that, we can see a small section of carpet again.
Did you do the best you could to take pictures of all the suitcases in the storage room?
So in this series of overall photographs, these are the photographs of all of the items in their position when we arrived. So nothing was moved in order to be able to take better photographs of them at this point.
You may not, I don't know if you recall this or not, but the pink suitcase that we see in the center of the photograph, was that suitcase there on February 21st, 2020, when you went back and searched the entire storage room?
I don't recall offhand without going through those photos and looking closer.
Don't let me forget about that one either.
Okay.
There's another item. I want to refer to a tub there that appears to have cables in it that's on the right-hand side of the photograph in the center there. Do you see that?
I do. So all the way along the right edge, we can see a clear tub that has a purple handle. You can see just the edge of it. So that was another item of interest that was located and collected on a following response on the 21st.
And at least on January 29th, 2020, that's where that tub is when you're out there processing the storage room.
That's correct.
And did that tub later have blood on it?
It had what appeared to be possible blood stains on it when I observed it.
You don't like it when I say blood, right?
Unfortunately, we're not allowed to say that because we can't confirm it. But based on our training and experience, that was the reason it was collected. It appeared consistent with blood stains.
And is that why we talked about that Amazon box earlier as well?
Correct. So there were possible blood stains observed on that box.
Okay. We can now go to People's Exhibit. What are we at? 406, please. What do we see in People's Exhibit 406?
So People's Exhibit 406, we've rotated slightly to the right from the previous photograph. So we're now looking at the southeast corner of the storage room. For reference again, in the lower left-hand corner, we see that red suitcase that I mentioned previously. It's very difficult to see, but just a tiny piece of the carpet in the lower left corner. And the previously mentioned clear tub with the purple handle. And if it helps again with reference, the wall over on the right side is actually the wall that would be shared with Gannon's bedroom.
We can go to 407 now. What do we see in People's Exhibit 407?
So People's Exhibit 407 is at the point where we've started removing some objects from the basement storage room. So we can now see that red suitcase a little bit more clearly. And there are some carpet fibers sitting on top. And then directly behind it, slightly to the right, we can see a larger section of carpet that I had mentioned that was mostly covered in some of those previous overall photographs.
And as you're searching the storage room on January 29th, 2020, as well as February 21st, 2020, did you ever see a large olive green suitcase in the storage room?
I don't recall seeing one.
Did you ever see the suitcase that Gannon's body was recovered in?
No, I did not.
Have you ever seen it under the bridge or at any time?
I've not seen it at all.
If you would have saw that in that time, would you have photographed it as you photographed these suitcases here?
Well, everything was photographed as I observed it during that time. And obviously the suitcase was found sometime later, but I was never shown what that suitcase looked like.
And do we also see the tub that you said had presumptive blood on it in this photograph?
So that clear tub with the purple handles, yes, is over on the right side of the photograph.
We can go to 408 now, please. What do we see in People's Exhibit 408?
People's Exhibit 408 is now a closer photograph of the top of that red suitcase. And toward the back area is actually where we can see some of the carpet fibers and carpet debris.
I'm going to jump ahead a little bit, but did you later find some carpet that had been cut to kind of cover that area where the burnt carpet was?
Yes. Yes, I did.
Did you eventually collect the carpet that we see in People's Exhibit 408?
Yes. So during the search portion of this storage room, that section of carpet was actually pulled out of that room and opened.
And this point for the jury where the carpet is on this photograph, just so we all know where it's at.
So your red suitcase and then kind of the carpet fibers and debris toward the back. And then the large folded section of carpet is directly behind it in the center photograph up top.
Great, thank you. We can go to 409 now, please. What do we see in 409?
People's Exhibit 409 is a close-up so that you can better see some of the carpet debris and carpet fibers on top of that suitcase. And then to the right side, we can see a part of that carpet.
410? What do we see in People's Exhibit 410?
People's Exhibit 410 is when that section of carpet was pulled out of the storage room. It had been rolled and folded. And when I opened the fold, concealed inside was a smaller piece of carpet that had possible bloodstains on it.
And can you point that out for the jury just so we can distinguish between the small piece and the large piece?
So the large portion of the carpet was this entire section. And then the small section concealed inside, right in the center where we can see some very visible staining.
Can we go to 412 now, please? What do we see in 412?
People's Exhibit 412 is a close-up photograph of the possible bloodstains observed on that smaller piece of carpet. And then we do have a scale in the photograph.
And you collected the smaller piece of carpet, I take it?
Both sections of carpet were collected, yes.
And the small piece of carpet, Your Honor, would be People's Exhibit 413. The large piece is People's Exhibit 711.
All right.
We can go to 414 now. What do we see in 414?
People's Exhibit 412?
412, right.
It's helpful to have these photos up here. People's Exhibit 412 is that smaller section of carpet that we just saw the photographs of with the visible stains. It's now been turned over. And what's of note in this photograph is that we can see some additional stains on the top surface in the lower right corner and in the center, and that the actual entire section of carpet is discolored in comparison to the rest of the carpet underneath.
And could you tell whether or not looking at these stains on either side, what kind of stain it is? You alluded to transfer stains when we were in the garage.
Not necessarily, at least on the upper side of the carpet, due to the texture of the carpet. Looking on the other side, the fact that it's gone through, typically we might call something like that a saturation stain, where it has actually gone through the carpet.
So is that what we're talking about as we see in 411?
Yes.
So that's more of a saturated stain?
Potentially. It's difficult to say, but it is consistent with some type of transfer or saturation stain.
Now we can jump ahead to 414. What do we see in 414?
People's Exhibit 414. So this large section of carpet that I removed that had the smaller one with the visible stains, when I opened that entire section of carpet, there were 2 corners that had been cut off and were missing. This People's Exhibit 414 shows a section of carpet. So when we go back into the living room, and I had mentioned that there was a section of carpet placed over the area that had been cut out. This is showing that section of carpet that had been in the living room and showing the visible seams appearing to match as if that section of carpet had been cut off this larger one.
Going back to the red suitcase with carpet fibers on it, the carpet's found right next to that?
Yes, so that's that very big folded one. That's that piece of carpet.
Would it be consistent with someone cutting the carpet over the suitcase in the storage room?
I don't know where it would have been cut, but having the carpet fibers on top of the suitcase just indicates to me that that carpet had been moved or manipulated.
Okay. We can go to 415 now. What do we see in People's Exhibit 415?
So People's Exhibit 415, we are now seeing that area in the basement living room in front of the couch. So for reference, the couch is in the upper right-hand corner. You can see the remote and those burn marks on the couch that we had talked about previously. We can see a patch of carpet has been cut out in a square or rectangle. And then we can see the black padding underneath. And it might be difficult to tell in this photograph, but the shape and characteristics were pretty consistent and appeared to be burn and char marks in that padding.
416?
People's Exhibit 416 shows a patch of carpet covering that. In the right side of the photograph, we can see that area rug we talked about previously as well that's been pulled back. So when we arrived, that area rug was in place as if it would be normally on the floor. And when it was pulled back, this is what we observed, was this extra piece of carpet placed on top of that cutout. And that previous one showing the cutout corner that was matched with the seams is this piece of carpet.
We can go back to 416, please. 415. And people within the 415, what was your understanding on how this fire started that we see the results from in 415?
The information that I was provided was that while Gannon was playing video games on the 26th, he knocked over a candle and somehow that caused the fire.
Is that consistent with your training, your everyday knowledge, a candle falling on the carpet, burning right through the carpet, through the pad, all the way to the concrete?
That's not what I would expect to see,
right.
no.
Why is that?
I wouldn't expect. A lot of carpet and materials are made to be more burn resistant. So you could hold a lighter to carpet and it's not instantaneously going to burst into flames. We've also had training with our local fire department where we've actually done that exercise, laid carpet out, held a lighter or a torch, trying to set it on fire, and then doing that with different ignitable fluids to see the how long it would take to actually set and burst into flames.
Would it take a significant amount of heat to create that char mark?
It would, and it would have to be a sustained heat. So not just a quick, without some type of ignitable source.
Now, with regards to this area, the jury's heard about Blue Star, so we don't need to get into that, but did you Blue Star this area to see whether or not there's areas that you needed to swab?
Yes, so on that first response, because this is the area of the primary disturbance and things out of the ordinary, that's the room they requested I do Blue Star in, and it was done in this area, yes.
And did you swab that area based on the results of your Blue Star?
There were swabs collected from a few areas in the living room, yes, based on a presumptive positive.
Can you point out the general area where you swabbed?
I remember correctly, the area on the carpet that I had a presumptive positive reaction was in this section, which would be the lower left portion of that cutout square.
And same process as you did in the garage, sealed, so others could test that swab at a later time?
That's correct, yes.
Now, before we leave the January 29th search, did you also go into Gannon's room on the 29th?
Yes, we did.
Did you smell anything when you went into Gannon's room?
So as a part of the walkthrough with one of the detectives who had been there the previous day on the 28th, he had mentioned an unusual, and that's how it was described to me, an unusual odor in Gannon's bedroom near the center and an unusual odor near the light switch. So I did detect an odor in the room, but it wasn't one necessarily that I could place. I couldn't characterize it as something that was familiar to me as traditional bleach or cleaning products. Also of note was that there was odor of urine, so pet urine throughout the basement, including in there.
And did you know they had a couple dogs that lived in the house as well?
I did. I don't know if it showed the photographs, but in the area next to the basement living room along the south wall, there were 2 dog crates, and there were actually dogs in them at the time that I was there.
And so in between January 29th and February 21st, had other members of your lab, the Metro Crime Lab, gone out to search this residence?
Yes.
Had you gone out there on different occasions as well?
I had been out there a total of 3 times, but I wasn't with each of the CSIs for each time the Metro Crime Lab responded.
And so on the January 29th and February 21st, you did a report based on what you did at that residence?
That's correct.
And others would do reports based on what they did, for instance, on February 3rd or February 5th, that kind of thing?
Yes. So I did respond on February 3rd, but I did not complete a report. CSI Liewer was the primary CSI who responded, and I came to assist. And based on items that were located during that search, we also called an additional CSI Alyssa Beresford, to come out and assist with some documentation. So I assisted both of them, but since I didn't do anything independently of them, I didn't complete a report for that response.
So let's now talk about the 21st, February. What new information did you get with regards to why you needed to go back and search the residence again?
The basic information that I was provided was from Sergeant Hubble with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office, that he wanted to remove and search all of the objects in the basement storage room for possible bloodstains. And I don't know the specifics to why, but I know that a meeting had occurred prior to my going out that day between the Sheriff's Office and the FBI, and there was some interest in some saws in the garage.
Had there been a board found that may have had some blood on it out in the Palmer Lake area?
Yes. So right before responding, I had also been informed that a particle board had been recovered near Larkspur off Highway 105, I believe it was, and that there were possible blood stains on it. And I was shown a photograph of what was recovered by one of our DNA analysts. And we observed that a corner or a small section of that particle board was missing. And so they also asked that we search the garage to see if that possible corner was in there.
And did you find a possible corner for that particular board?
No, we did not.
And before we move on, Your Honor, 417 is the swabs that were taken from the basement carpet that CSI Brooke testified to earlier. So we can now go to 418. Now we're on February 21st, 2020. What do we see in People's Exhibit 418?
So People's Exhibit 418 is a similar photograph to one we've seen before, just at a later date of the entry to the basement storage room. And we can see it looks significantly different. It's more organized. I can see more of the floor in this photograph.
So someone went through and stacked all the boxes neatly, it looks like, and there were items moved around differently than what they looked like on January 29th.
It certainly appears far more organized than when I saw it the first time, yes.
We can go to 419 now. What do we see in 419?
People's Exhibit 419 is an additional photograph inside that basement storage room. We can see again part of the floor and see that the boxes are a little more organized.
And we see a tub there that appears to have cables in it on the top left corner of that photograph.
That's correct. So that is that tub we discussed previously, the clear one with the purple handles on top.
420? What do we see in People's Exhibit 420?
People's Exhibit 420 is Same angle as the previous shot, just rotated up. So now we can actually see the top portion of that tub that we had mentioned before on the left side of the photograph.
421. Now what do we see in 421?
People's Exhibit 421 is when the tub has been removed and placed in the basement living room so that we can inspect it better with flashlights to search for possible blood stains.
And did you do that?
I did do that, yes.
422. What do we see in 422?
People's Exhibit 422 is a photograph that I actually took during the evidence processing portion. So this was taken, I believe, a few days later in the lab with the evidence barcode label and is an overall photograph of the item.
And for the record, People's Exhibit 423 is this plastic tub that we see in People's Exhibit 422.
All right.
424. What do we see in People's Exhibit 424?
People's Exhibit 424 is photograph. These are photographs taken in the lab. And what I've done in these is added the adhesive sticker scales that were used for those blood stains on the garage floor just to highlight them. And these are going to be close-up photographs showing stains that were visible on this tub.
So just to the left of this marker, we see what?
So between the purple handle and the sticker scale, we can see some visible stains consistent with possible blood stains.
425. What do we see in 425?
People's Exhibit 425 is another sticker scale, and this was placed to show the discoloration located at the corner of the tub all the way to the left.
426.
People's Exhibit 426 is that same corner. We've just rotated to the other side. And just based on the change in light, we can actually see that there's some discoloration on both sides of the corner.
427.
People's Exhibit 427 are some visible stains located to the left of the scale underneath the lid.
428.
People's Exhibit 428 is showing a stain on the right side of the tub in this photograph on the lip, the under part of underneath the lid.
429.
People's Exhibit 429 is a close-up. I believe we saw this particular stain. It might have been the first photograph that we showed. It's just a closer photograph.
430.
People's Exhibit 430 is an additional possible blood stain located on the edge after the lid was taken off.
431.
People's Exhibit 431 are some additional possible blood stains that are actually on the lip as well as the underneath portion.
And can you tell what kind of blood stains these are, whether they're transfer or drip?
So these appear consistent with a transfer stain. We can actually see the visible swipe marks that appear vertical on these stains.
And 432?
People's Exhibit 432 appears to me to actually be the same stains as the previous photograph, just pulled back a little bit so you can see more of it.
Now, do you know whether or not this tub actually went to a serologist, Sherry Holes, to do the swabbing and prepare it for DNA testing?
So this item was transferred directly to a DNA analyst. I believe I thought it was Donna Minogue, but if it was Sherry, I would have to double check the chain of custody.
But you didn't swab these blood stains?
No. So at the request of our DNA unit, they were photographed and then they wanted to collect the samples for their testing.
Okay. Now we can go to 433, please. What do we see in 433?
People's Exhibit 433 was the cardboard box we've talked about a couple times now with the Amazon Prime tape and some of the Sharpie marks on it. And inside that box are 2 Apple iPhones. And on 2 sides of this box were stains that appeared to be possible blood stains.
434? Go ahead.
People's Exhibit 434 is a photograph taken in the lab. So we can see the evidence barcode label that was created. This is an overall photograph, and in the upper left portion of the corner to the left of the Amazon Prime tape, we can see 2 areas of stains.
Yeah, for the record, 435 is the actual Amazon box that's in evidence.
Okay.
436. What do we see in 436?
People's Exhibit 436 is a close-up of those two stains mentioned previously to the left of the Amazon tape.
And would these be transfer stains or some other type of stain?
They appear consistent based on some of the movement to be a transfer stain.
437? What do we see in 437?
People's Exhibit 437 is an even closer photograph of the lower stain to the left of the Amazon tape.
And People's Exhibit 438.
People's Exhibit 438 is actually the opposite side of the Amazon box and was some visible possible blood stains located there.
Transfer stain?
It appears consistent with a transfer stain with that movement and kind of flaring effect that we see.
So if this is in fact blood, would that be consistent with a bloody object rubbing against the box?
Yes, it would.
People 439? What do we see in People's Exhibit 439 now?
People's Exhibit 439 is inside that basement storage room. We can see the concrete floor and we can see Sharpie marks on the floor. So after all of the items had been taken out of the storage room, we did do Blue Star on the basement, and then the areas with the presumptive positive reaction were actually circled with Sharpies.
And did you photograph the Blue Star in the basement?
So there was an attempt made and we had a bit of a camera malfunction. And when that started happening, that's actually when I decided to go ahead and circle the areas where we had that reaction. The reaction was observed by 4 individuals, but that way we could have a visual of the areas that had that presumptive positive blue glow.
440? What do we see in 440?
People's Exhibit 440 is, again, a photograph of the floor of the basement storage room where we can see the circled Sharpie marks. We can actually still see some of the spray from the liquid Blue Star as well. But for point of reference, in the upper left corner, we can see kind of the 2x4. So that's actually where the entry was. So this actually spanned across the storage room to the northeast corner, kind of where a sump pump was located.
Could you use the pointer again and just kind of point out where the circles are? I don't know, maybe we can, I need to go over there and turn the lights down on that switch.
It's up to you. It's the green buttons there.
Which one?
Both of them.
That helps. You point out the circles now on the...
So entry is going to be over here in the upper left, and we can see the furnace back here. So we have areas circled here spanning across the entire photograph all the way over to the lower right corner of the photograph.
Now, does that go towards where we saw that clear tub that you collected with the purple handles on January 29th, 2020?
From what I recall, it spanned again to the northeast corner, which is kind of toward the corner for reference where the red suitcase and that large carpet roll was. I would have to see another photograph to remember where that tub was on that at that time.
Okay. Let's go to 441, then we'll go back to that photograph, okay? What do we see in 441?
People's Exhibit 441 is actually a photograph to where we're seeing the northeast corner. So we can see the sump pump back in the upper right-hand corner. And we have the same area where we can see the Sharpie circles going into that corner, and you can actually still see some of the liquid spray marks around them.
We can go back to 407 now, please.
And if you could find a reasonable breaking point in the next couple of minutes, please.
Yep, we're going to finish up with this. And
thought that was it.
Okay, we have 407 up now. There's the red suitcase that you alluded to. Do you see the tub there?
Yes. So based on seeing this photograph and the proximity of the tub to that area, yes. So those did go in that general direction. That sump pump I had mentioned is actually just to the left behind all of those boxes.
Those are my questions, John. Thanks.
Okay. Ms. No. Ms. Bell, I'm going to have you step down. And because I have some things that I need to attend to. So I'll have you step down. You'll have to come back on Monday. Okay. All right. So we'll see you back on Monday at 9 o'clock.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am.
Do you mind if I go slip those live?
Yes, please. I was going to ask somebody to do that. Ladies and gentlemen, we will take our weekend break. Again, I'm going to go through the long instruction that you probably are tired of, but I still need to read it anyway. You've probably already guessed that there's been some public or media interest in this case. There could be more in the coming weeks. You must guard against that, as you will be required to decide this case based on the evidence presented and the instructions that I give to you. Again, you can tell your friends and family that you are on this jury and how long you think it will go. You can ask for their help in avoiding exposure to stories or even opinions from others regarding this case. But you cannot otherwise discuss anything about this case with anyone, and you should not listen to any opinions regarding this case from someone else. You can still blog or communicate with others, just not about this case. Okay. You can't do any blogging about your jury experience or communication with other jurors. You can still watch TV. You can still go on the internet. You still can patronize Amazon, but you just can't do anything about this case. If anything regarding this case comes through your feed, change the channel, turn the page, do not give it any attention. You are not allowed to look at, read, consult, or use any material of any kind, including any newspapers, magazines, television, and radio broadcasts, dictionaries, medical, scientific, technical, religious, or law books or materials, or the internet in connection with your jury service. I want to emphasize that you must not seek or receive any information about this case from the internet, which includes all social networking, Google, Wikipedia, blogs, and other websites. You are not allowed to do any research of any kind about this case. So I'm going to dismiss, or I'm going to send all of you, almost all of you home right now. We have, as you know, we're referring to all of the jurors by numbers, and you guys are probably going crazy because your numbers keep changing. Every time you come back, you have a different seat number, and it's based upon where you are when you come back in that group and where you are seated. So in this case, I'm going to let everybody leave except for juror number 12, white hoodie, hoop earrings. I need her to stay for just a few minutes. Everybody else is excused. Enjoy your weekend. And juror number 12, if you can remain with us for a moment. All rise for the jury, please. And juror number 10, if you just want to let yourself out.
How do you know her? What do you know? To what level?
Oh, we made it, guys. We made it. Barely. Maybe Chase.
Thank you. You may all be seated. Record should reflect that all of the jurors except for juror number 12 have left the courtroom. If we did our work right, I have the right juror. If we didn't, I apologize. I think you probably know why you might be here. Are you the juror that communicated to Mr. Combs that you knew one of the witnesses? Okay. You probably feel a little weird with everybody staring at you right now, but you did the right thing. Okay. This happens. Okay. It's really not that uncommon that somebody looks through the witness list and goes, I don't know any of these people. They don't recognize names. Names sometimes change. Sometimes they just don't remember the name, and then they see the face and they remember the person, and they do the right thing. They tell us that they know one of the witnesses. So who is it that you know, and how is it that you know that person?
So I know the expert witness, Stephanie Happ. I think it was her last name, distantly.
Okay. How is it that you know her?
So about 3 years ago, I was a worship leader at a church. My dad was the pastor. Stephanie's mother-in-law attended that church. Stephanie did not. Stephanie's mother-in-law is getting up in years and wanted to discuss with my father and I, as her pastoral staff, her wishes for her last for her funeral. And she wanted to do that while she was still alive. So about 3 years ago, this person that attended our church gathered my father and mother and I at what turned out to be Stephanie's house, and along with her other children, to discuss her end of life wishes. So for about a couple of hours, we were in that home discussing funeral arrangements, and then we all greeted one another warmly, and I left.
Okay.
Then, as it turns out, last October, this same church member of ours had an adult daughter who passed away from stomach cancer. Because I was part of the clergy of this thing, Janice asked me to sing at her daughter's funeral. So I did that. And at that funeral, I saw Stephanie, greeted her, gave her a hug, told her I was very sorry for her loss, and we've gone our separate ways. So those are the 2 times that I have seen and spoken with Stephanie.
Okay. So I have to ask this question. Did you, and I know it's going to sound kind of foolish, but did you or did she mention anything about this case to you during either one of those instances?
Absolutely not.
Do you or would you be able to judge her testimony just as you've been able to judge everybody else's testimony in this case?
Absolutely.
Is there anything about the context that you've had with her that would make you say, you know, I'm going to believe her because I know her, or I'm going to disbelieve her because I know her, or something along those lines? Do you think that you can weigh her testimony just as you would weigh the testimony of any other witness in this case?
I do.
Do you believe that you can still remain fair and impartial? Do you believe you can still remain a fair and impartial juror in this case, even though you've had some contacts with one witness and not others?
I do.
All right. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to send you back to the jury room. I want you to wait there for a couple of minutes while I talk with the lawyers, and then I will get back to you. Okay? And what you can tell the jurors, if somebody asks, you can tell them that you had a discussion, or we had a discussion here, because you disclosed rightly that you recognized one of the witnesses after you saw them, and we had to ask you about that. Don't tell them who the witness was that you knew. Don't tell them what our conversation was, anything else like that. But at least this way they'll know what the conversation was, and they will know that the right thing to do in a situation like this is to say, hey, I know one of those witnesses, and let us know. Okay? All right. All rise for juror 12, please.
That's good. She did the right thing.
Thank you. You may all be seated. Record should reflect that juror number 12 has left the courtroom. Are there any challenges to juror number 12 continuing to serve as a juror in this case? Prosecution?
No, Judge. The juror was very conscientious, brought this information to us immediately, it sounds like. Talked about 2 passing interactions that she had with mishaps some years ago, and indicates that she can still be very fair and impartial in this case, and is not going to give her any special deference or anything like that. So I don't think there's any reason from our perspective that she would be challenged for cause.
Defense?
I'm going to move to have her excused for a couple of different reasons. One, I'm not alleging any bad faith or anything on the part of this juror, but it appears that it's more than a passing connection. It sounded, at least what I was gathering, it sounded like she was hoping to do end of life planning for mishaps. I thought it was her mother, that there was a couple hour long meeting at the house, that there was a connection with a shared church, a religious connection. Part of the issue is, Your Honor, this is not just a lay or perceiving witness. This is an expert witness whose opinion these jurors are going to have to determine the basis of their opinion and how they value their opinion and so forth. So it's not just whether would give her more credibility. It's also how she would weigh her expert opinion on this. And it's expert opinion that is key to this case. Ms. Happ has identified the gun in question that she testified about as being the gun that actually killed Gannon Stauch. Furthermore, they're going to have later evidence that is going to put Ms. Stauch's DNA on that gun. And so this is the key connection of all the other, there's everything else is there's a lot of circumstantial. I mean, this is pretty direct tie with Ms. Stauch to the weapon that this witness is saying actually killed Gannon Stauch. So based upon that, I would say it's a little bit different situation because it's an expert and it's her opinion that she's going to be judging, and she does have a relationship with her. Further, Your Honor, I can say that that juror was one of the ones we had a lot of debate on as far as whether or not to use a preemptory challenge on. She came, it was down, she was our last one. It was her and another juror. Whoever we used our last preemptory on, it, the choice was between her and that juror. Had we known that she had this kind of connection with this expert witness, we would use a preemptory challenge on her. We're, I think, more than or close to halfway through this trial. We have 6 alternate jurors on this case. I think that it's a cleaner to excuse her at this time with our things and move one of the alternates on.
Yeah, get rid of it.
And that way we can go forward.
All right. I want to think about this over the weekend. I'm also going to review her questionnaire again as well, and also the seating and strike chart to see where we were, or to see how the peremptories shook out. I don't know, since she was not excused, whether that will help me a whole lot, but I want to look at 2 of those things, and then I will make a decision before we start trial on Monday.
Okay.
We'll go from there.
Yeah, we just have one other issue to bring up.
Go ahead.
Are you ready for it now?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. It's come to our attention.
Hold on, just
okay.
Oh, what else now?
Go ahead, and we'll see her back on that. Okay, Mr. Allen.
It's come to our attention that during the, I think mostly the afternoon session of witnesses today, that the defendant has been flipping the bird potentially to witnesses or to our family that are here for Gannon. And there have been pictures that have been passed to me during this process. One, it's disrespectful to this court. It's disrespectful to this process. And I would ask the court to admonish her to refrain from acting this way in the future during the pendency of this case.
Okay.
Throw in the cage.
I've not seen any of that, but on the other hand, the defendant is to my far right. I can see her some on a screen, but I'll just take it as is.
They got the screenshots. Shit.
Ms. Stauch, what you need to understand is that I can control the conduct of an awful lot of people in the courtroom, including yours. And don't do that. Don't show that kind of, don't be making disrespectful gestures to witnesses, to people, to family members, anything like that. You need to understand that if that continues, I can have you removed.
Oh.
And the trial will continue without you.
That's what she wants.
And you will sit in a holding cell in this building. And every time we take a break, I'll bring you back up to ask whether or not you can conform your conduct to what I'm requiring. If you choose to act in a disruptive behavior or disruptive fashion, I'll just have you removed and we'll continue on without you. And then we'll check and see if you want to come back and behave in a respectful manner. So I'll just leave it at that. And we will see where we are on Monday. All right. All right. Court will be in recess. You can leave everything here.
Yeah, she thinks she's slick. Look at that.
The only thing that I for sure want to have locked up is the gun and the ammunition. I don't ever leave that out. So that we need to make sure gets into a locker somewhere or into an evidence closet somewhere. Other than that, we'll see everybody 9:00 on Monday morning.
All rise.
Bring her ass on a gurney. Roll her ass into the courtroom and shit. With a strap down to a gurney and shit, and just roll her ass to the side there. I'm down with that. You roll her ass in a gurney. Bring her ass in a gurney in that bitch. Bruh. This is what they were talking about. Oh, damn, that's kind of big. Earlier, I guess it's like a Facebook screenshot or something. They had said she was taking, flipping the bird. And I mean, we caught it too, though, because at one point, I actually timed it on my stream so I can clip it. She was flipping them off. I don't know who she was flipping. Now, they said family. I didn't know she was flipping the family off. I thought she was like doing it to the camera or the witness or something. Prosecution's on it. Okay, they must have an insider. Somebody's alerting them. Deisha. She was just straight out with it too. She wasn't trying to hide it or nothing. Yeah, roll ass, just put her in a gurney and she tie her ass down. Should she claiming she crazy or insane or whatever, right? Just throw ass on a gurney and roll her ass into court and shit. Thank you so much for today, guys. Thank you for coming through. I feel like I have a headache coming. That's weird. Let me get the super chats and some of the memberships. And if you're a new member, definitely check out the front page. We had a really good members live stream yesterday. I think it's honestly the best one that I've had. The best members live stream we had was a lot of fun. I don't even know where it's at. I can't even really think. Yeah, it did really good. They did really good. A lot of people were there. Let's see here. Beth Henley, thanks for becoming a member. Adriana Hernandez, thanks for becoming a member. I had to use this for the way Mel mimicked the devil flipping the bird. That was great. Thank you. Yeah, I'm going to clip it and post it later. She was flipping the bird. Carla, thank you so much for the super chat. That was really nice. Sent 50, said, it's the weekend. Hey, thank God we need a break from this craziness. This chick wild. Thank you, Mel. This chick wild, Mel. Thank you for making this trial more fun. Some Chili's funds for you and Maddie. Thank you so much. Yeah, that's our favorite place to go eat. This weekend. Tomorrow morning, I'm going, well, not morning, early afternoon, we're going to go to dinner with family. Not dinner, lunch. My mother, my sister, and Maddie and I going out for lunch tomorrow early afternoon. Then I got to do taxes, and then the rest of the weekend's open for, I don't know, maybe fun. I don't know. Thank you, Carlos, so much. We'll use that for Chili's. I don't know when we're going to go back. Who knows? Maybe, I don't know, Sunday. Maybe Sunday? I don't know. Borderline personality. Oh, can't talk. Barbie, thank you for the super chat. Says, thank you, JJ, for the membership. Amazing. And Mel for just being awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you for everybody that gifted memberships. Amber, thank you for the membership as well. 10 months. Amazing. Thank you for keeping and renewing your membership. On and off member since September 2021. Amazing. Marlene Marano, Stephanie Fallon, thank you so much for becoming members. Legendary Mayor, Mary Likes Turtles, thank you for becoming a member. The Jeweled Monkey, I asked Beans what would be fun for you and baby girl this weekend. She has half for an arcade. Dave & Buster's. Actually, I've never taken Maddie to Dave & Buster's. It's been a really long time since I've been there, and that's a really fun place. That would be a good idea to take her. And half if you have a trampoline park. There's a trampoline place that I do take her to sometimes. Off the wall, I think. I want to take her to Dave & Buster's. That's a good idea. Thanks for keeping me entertained per usual. Thank you. Brittany CH, thanks for becoming a member. All aboard! Thank you, Mel. Great week. Prickly Pear, thanks for the super chat. Says, thanks for the coverage. Keep it up. Keep it up. Keep it up. Oh, I have the alert box hidden. Sorry. Why is that hidden? That should show when I'm talking. Let's see. Hopefully it shows. Alert box? Is that right? Yeah, it should show. We'll see. And there's somebody else that sent something. Bella Mia, thank you so much for the super chat as well. Thank you for having us all here with you to watch this insane trial. Thank you guys for joining. Kind of like checked. My brain is kind of checked out, so I'm kind of having a hard time processing. I don't know why this thing's not pulling up the super chats. Let me just delete it and add it. Let me delete it, add it. Let's see, does that work? Oh, this shit ain't working. Oh, there we go. There we go. MH, thank you so much for the super chat, man. How is it in South Africa, right? Are they still cutting off the power for like 8 hours? She flipped the bird. I don't know who she was flipping. I want to clip a video for that. I just want to like lay back, man. I don't even want to do nothing. I guess I gotta pick up Maddie. Maybe my mother can keep her tonight. I don't even want to like move, man. And I also just want to say thank you to the mods. Appreciate the mods so much. People that have been here, new and old. There's people that have been writing for a very long time. There's people that you see on the front, and there's a lot of people behind the scenes too. And a lot are like consider them personal friends. Am I tired? Yeah, I feel tired. I feel a little burnt out. I'm not really sure why, but yeah, it's like exhausting sometimes. Feel a little tired. Little tired. That'd be nice if she just keeps her tonight. I gotta check and see. Yada yada. Judd. I hope the judge or someone. Oh, here's a picture. Oh yeah, this is the one I got this one. I hope the judge or someone in the jury saw this and will say something. This is ridiculous. Oh shit. Ow. Let me pull it up. That's the one we saw reacted to it. If you were watching me, you would have seen that we reacted to it. If you were, let me not say that. Mitch. iCkEdMeL, did you notice this? Yeah. Oh hell no. Oh hell no. She over here. She know what she's doing. Is that what she thinks is gonna get her the insanity plea? She thinks that's gonna get her the insanity plea? She know what she's doing. Mariska says Mariska van Bundaran. I like that. This is very draining because that demonic energy over there. True. iCkEdMeL from Tracy 3. Do you know how many alternates there are? I got no idea. I thought somebody said 6. I don't know. Oh hell no. Oh, she think that shit funny. Hell no. We made it. We made it. Well, I set up the next stream for Monday. This weekend, I don't know if I'll come on or not. It depends. Depends what happens if we get breaking news. I'm gonna try to take off. It's playing over and over right there on the screen. Get her. All right, guys. I guess I'm gonna head out, man. Thank you so much for today. Thank you for all the memberships. Oh, the other thing too. Thank you for the people that gifted memberships. Oh, there was somebody yesterday too. I forgot to. I don't know. Maybe I got it. Let's see here. Mel, dress shirt and basketball shorts. Yes, you saw that? Damn, you noticed? Yeah, I just threw on some shorts, man. Yes. It doesn't show the gifts here. Had a chase last night. Suspects ditched the car right near my house. No way, on Interstate and 1. Suspect got hit while running and passed away. Wow. Holy moly. All right, I guess I'm going to head out. I'm going to transfer you guys to the stream for Monday. If you could please hit like. Thank you guys so much for today again. I appreciate it. Have a good night. Be safe. Love you. Thank you for all the support. Please hit like and really subscribe. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so already. Subscribe so we can get to 179. All right? And then eventually 180. But good night. Love you guys. Bye. Bloop, bloop. Adios. Brittany CH, thank you. Brittany CH says, get a drink on me for the weekly coverage. Thank you so much, Brittany. Brittany! It's Brittany, bitch. Dun, 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 dun. That's a song. Thank you so much. Why does it look blurry? It's not supposed to be blurry. It's supposed to be perfect. Maybe it's just my TV. Can't be the TV, though.